Even after death. Chapter 1. On the day Olivia Fordham was diagnosed with stomach cancer, her husband, Ethan Miller, was taking care of his first love's children. In the hospital corridor, Keith Rogers said grimly while holding a biopsy report, "Olivia, the results are out. If the surgery is successful, the 5-year survival rate for a 3A malignant tumor is 15 to 30%. Olivia gripped the strap of her sling bag tightly with her slender fingers. Her petite face was pale and solemn. "Keith, how long do I have left to live if I don't do the surgery?" 6 months to a year. It's different for everyone. In your case, it's better to do 2 rounds of chemotherapy first before the surgery. It will prevent the risk of the tumor spreading or undergoing metastasis. Olivia bit her lip while forcing out, "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I'll arrange for you to be admitted to the hospital right away," said Keith. "There's no need. I don't plan to receive treatment. I won't be able to get through it," Olivia said. Keith wanted to say something more, but Olivia tipped her head at him. "Keith, please help me keep this a secret. I don't want my family to worry." The Fordham family was bankrupt. Olivia already had to bend over backward just to cover the medical expenses of her father, Jeff Fordham. If her family knew about her illness, it would undoubtedly make the situation worse. Keith sighed helplessly and said, "Don't worry. I'll keep my lips sealed. I heard that you're married. Your husband. Keith, please take good care of my dad. I have to go now." Olivia seemed very reluctant to talk about this and left quickly before he could answer. Keith shook his head. Rumor had it that she had dropped out of university and gotten married. The top genius in medical school had fallen from grace into devastation. Throughout the 2 years of her father's treatment, she was the only one who took care of everything. Even when she had collapsed from illness and was sent to the hospital by passers-by, her husband had never shown up. Thinking back, Ethan had truly treated her well in the year they had gotten married. Alas, when his first love returned to the country pregnant, everything changed. There was once when Olivia, who was also pregnant, fell into the water with Marina Carlton, his first love. Amidst her struggles, she saw him swimming toward Marina with all his might. Due to the ordeal, she and Marina both went into labor prematurely. Olivia had been rescued too late and missed the optimal window for receiving treatment. By the time she arrived at the hospital, her baby had died in the womb. 7 days after the death of her baby, Ethan asked for a divorce, but she had not agreed to it. Now that she knew about her illness, she could not deny it any longer. She dialed his number with shaking hands, and he picked up after the 3rd ring. He said coldly, "I won't see you unless it's to get divorced." Tears filled Olivia's eyes as she forced herself to swallow her words about her illness. Marina's voice suddenly came over the phone in the background. "Ethan, it's time for the pediatric checkup." The tears that Olivia had held back for a long time flowed down her face that instant. Her child was gone and her family was ruined, but he now had a family with someone else. It was time for all this to be over. She no longer begged him like before. Instead, she said weakly, "Ethan, let's get a divorce." Ethan was obviously stunned for a moment over the phone. He laughed coldly and said, "Olivia, what tricks are you playing this time?" Olivia closed her eyes and said, "I'll wait for you at home." It took all of her strength to hang up on him, and she slid to the ground against the wall. The rain blowing into the corridor drenched her as she gripped her phone and bit her sleeve while crying soundlessly. Ethan stared at his phone blankly after she hung up on him abruptly. After a year of the silent treatment where she refused to divorce no matter what, why had she suddenly changed her mind today? Her voice sounded tearful as well. Gazing out at the heavy rain, Ethan walked out of the ward. "Ethan, where are you going?" asked Marina while chasing after him with the babies in her arms. When she saw him walking away quickly, her gentle expression immediately grew frighteningly dark. Olivia, that bitch. She still wouldn't give up. It had been a long time since Ethan had last stepped into the house they shared during their marriage. He had expected to see the dining table laden with his favorite dishes prepared by Olivia, but the villa was dark and empty. The sky always darkened too early during autumn. Night had fallen although it was only 6 p.m. Ethan spotted a vase of wilted flowers on the dining table. Knowing Olivia, she wouldn't leave wilted flowers sitting on the table, so there was only one possible explanation. She hadn't been home recently and had most likely been taking care of her father at the hospital. When Olivia opened the door, she saw a tall man standing by the dining table in a suit. The expression on his handsome face was as cold as ice and his dark eyes were filled with deep hatred. Olivia was soaked from the run from the car to the house in the rain. When his icy gaze fell on her, a chill went down her spine. "Where were you?" Ethan asked frigidly. Olivia's eyes, which always gleamed in the past, were dull at that moment. She looked at him indifferently and said, "Since when did you care about me?" Ethan sneered and said, "You won't be able to sign the papers if something happened to you." His words stabbed her heart like sharp needles. She dragged her feet forward, dripping wet. She did not cry or make a fuss but calmly pulled out the documents from an envelope. "Don't worry, I've already signed them," she said. She put the document on the dining table, and Ethan realized that he had never found the word divorce so displeasing in his life. Olivia only had one request, which was an alimony of $10 million. "I was wondering why you would suddenly agree to divorce. Turns out it's for money," he mocked. His scornful expression filled her vision. The old Olivia would have defended herself, but she was just too exhausted now. So, she only stood where she was and said softly, "By right, I could have taken half of your net worth, Mr. Miller. But I only asked you for $10 million. When it comes down to it, I'm still being benevolent." Ethan stepped forward, casting a long shadow over Olivia. He held her chin with his slender fingers and said in a deep, cold voice, "What did you call me?" "Mr. Miller, if you don't like this form of address, then I don't mind referring to you as my ex-husband. You can leave after signing the papers." Her arrogant expression displeased Ethan. "This is my house. Who gave you the right to ask me to leave?" he said. Olivia smirked and said, "Indeed, I do not have the right. Don't worry, Mr. Miller. I will move out after receiving the divorce certificate." With that, she slapped his hand away and looked him right in the eye. She said icily, "Mr. Miller, bring your documents to the City Hall at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll see you there." Comments, 1. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 1. Chapter 2. In the dark of night, Olivia stood alone in the bathroom. The hot water chased away her chills. She rubbed her swollen red eyes and walked to a room. When she opened the door, a warmly furnished children's room lay before her. She pressed a button lightly, and mellow music from a music box filled the room. The room was lit with yellow lights. The atmosphere was undoubtedly homely, but Olivia wept unstoppably. God must have decided to take her life because she had failed to save her babies. She climbed onto the cot that was barely more than 3 feet long and curled up into a fetal position. Tears from her left eye flowed to her right eye, down to her cheek, then finally wet the children's blanket she was lying on. She hugged a plushie tightly while murmuring, "Sorry, my baby. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. Don't be afraid. I'll be with you soon." After losing her baby, her mental health had deteriorated. Olivia was like a pretty flower slowly wilting away. She gazed out into the night, thinking as long as she could leave her father that sum of money, then she could go and be with her baby. Before dawn the next morning, Olivia was already fully dressed as she looked down at her own smiling face in the photo they'd taken outside the city hall after they registered their marriage. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since then. She prepared a breakfast that was good for the stomach. Although she didn't have much time left to live, she wanted to live longer to take care of her father. As Olivia was about to leave the house, she received a call from the hospital. "Miss Fordham, Mr. Fordham had a heart attack. We've already sent him into the emergency ward. I'll be there right away." Olivia rushed to the hospital, but the surgery was still ongoing. She waited outside the operating theater with her hands clasped. She had already lost everything. Her only hope was for her father to live on in good health. A nurse handed her a receipt. "Miss Fordham, this is the total bill for your father's emergency treatment and surgery." Olivia scanned through the details and found that the total bill amounted to more than $100,000. Jeff's daily treatment expenses already cost $50,000 per month, and she only barely managed to make ends meet by working 3 jobs. After paying off his hospitalization fees earlier, she only had $5,000 left in her card. How was she going to afford his surgery? She had no choice but to call Ethan. He answered in a cold voice, "Where are you? I've already been waiting for 30 minutes. Something urgent came up, and I can't make it." "Olivia, is this funny to you?" Ethan sneered in response. "I was thinking why you would change your mind all of a sudden. Do you take me for a fool, making up lies like this?" He actually thought she was lying. Olivia explained, "I'm not lying. I was reluctant before this because I thought you must have had your reasons for treating me this way, but I see things clearly now. There's no point to a marriage like this, so I'm getting this divorce willingly. I couldn't make it because my father had a heart attack and had to undergo surgery." "Is he dead?" Ethan interrupted. It sounded weird to Olivia. Who even spoke like that? "No. The doctors are treating him." "Ethan, the surgery costs more than $100,000. Can you give me that $10 million? I promise I'll get the divorce." He responded with a snort. "Olivia, I hope you know that I, of all people, wish your father dead. I can give you the money, but only after we make the divorce official." The line went dead after that. Olivia's face was filled with disbelief. She remembered that Ethan had treated Jeff with respect when they were still together. However, the hatred in his voice earlier did not sound like a joke at all. Why did he want her father dead? Everything made sense when she connected the dots with the Fordham family going bankrupt 2 years ago. How could there have been such a coincidence? Ethan must have caused their bankruptcy, but how had her family offended him? Olivia had no time to dwell on it. The most urgent matter at hand was to gather $100,000 to pay her father's medical bills. The doors to the operating theater opened, and Olivia quickly stepped forward. "Dr. Herbert, how is my father?" "Don't worry, Miss Fordham. Mr. Fordham made it, but he's still mentally fragile. Be careful not to trigger him in the meantime." "I understand," Olivia replied. "Thank you, Dr. Herbert." As Jeff was still unconscious, Olivia asked the nurse, "My father was quite healthy. Why did he suddenly have a heart attack?" The nurse answered hastily, "Mr. Fordham has been in good spirits recently. He even said that he craved lamb shank. I thought that Al Palfano was just 15 minutes away, so I went to buy him mushroom soup. When I came back, he had already been sent to the emergency ward. It's all my fault, Miss Fordham. Did you see anyone before you left my dad?" "No. Mr. Fordham looked normal before I left. He even said that you like the carrot cake from Al Palfano and asked me to buy a slice. I never thought that this would happen." Olivia felt that things weren't that simple. After asking the nurse to take good care of her father, she rushed to the admission desk to check the visitor records. "Miss Fordham, nobody came to visit Mr. Fordham this morning," the nurse working at the desk replied. "Thank you. By the way, have you cleared the bill for Mr. Fordham?" Olivia did her best to hide her embarrassment as she replied, "I'll pay immediately. I'm so sorry." She left the admission desk and took a taxi to the city hall, but Ethan was nowhere to be seen when she got there. Olivia called him in a panic and said, "I've reached the city hall." "Where are you?" "My office." "Ethan, can you come and settle the divorce procedures now?" Ethan sniggered and said, "Which do you think is more important? The business deal worth hundreds of millions that I'm about to make, or you? I can wait till you're done." "Ethan, I'm begging you. I need that money urgently for my father. If he dies, I'll pay for his funeral." With that, he hung up. When Olivia called him again, she realized that he had switched his phone off. The heavy rain beat down on her, and she couldn't breathe as she crouched under the bus stop sign. Olivia felt nothing but regret as she gazed at the busy street. If she hadn't gotten pregnant and dropped out of university, then she would have graduated with a degree by then. With her capabilities and academic talent, she would have had a very bright future. Who could have guessed that the Fordham family's sudden bankruptcy would cause Ethan, who had always loved her dearly, to change? She had lost everything in the blink of an eye. 1 year ago, Ethan had asked someone to take away all her jewelry and luxury handbags. The only valuable item she had left was her wedding ring. She took it off and walked into a high-class jewelry shop resolutely. The salesperson eyed Olivia, who was drenched and dressed in cheap clothes, up and down for a moment. She then asked, "Hi, did you bring the invoice and proof of purchase?" "Yes." Olivia pretended she hadn't noticed the salesperson's judgmental stare and hurriedly handed the invoice with her head lowered. "Thank you, miss. We have to send the ring to be verified. Can I contact you tomorrow?" Olivia licked her dry lips and said in an urgent tone, "I'm in urgent need of money. Can you speed it up?" "Okay, I'll try. Please give me a moment." Before the salesperson could take the ring away, a fair hand clamped down on the box. "This ring is very pretty. I'll buy it." When Olivia looked up, she found herself face to face with the person she hated the most, Marina. Comments: 1. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 2. Chapter 3. Marina wore a white cashmere coat. Her white pearl earrings made her look gentle and charismatic. Just the shawl around her neck was already worth more than $1,000. The salesperson went up to her and greeted her at once. "Mrs. Miller, is Mr. Miller not here today to pick out jewelry with you? There are some new arrivals. Each one of them would suit you great, Mrs. Miller. The emerald piece you asked me to reserve for you is here. Try it on later. I'm sure it would suit your complexion very well." The salesperson punctuated almost every sentence with Mrs. Miller just to butter Marina up, even though she and Ethan weren't legally married yet. Marina looked at Olivia with a smile and a proud look in her eyes that showed off her victory. Everyone knew that Ethan treated her like the most precious treasure, but they did not know that Olivia was his legally married wife. Olivia clenched her hands into fists. Why did she have to bump into the person she least wanted to see in her most embarrassing moment? Marina said mildly, "You'll lose a lot of money trading in a good quality ring like that." Olivia reached out and snatched the box away with a steely expression. "I'm not selling it anymore," she said. "No? What a real shame. I like that ring pretty much. I was even planning to offer you a higher price for it since we know each other. Weren't you in a rush for money, Ms. Fordham?" Olivia's hand stiffened. Yes, she was in need of money, very desperately too. That was why Marina was insulting her so relentlessly. The salesperson advised her. "Miss, this is the fiancé of the Miller Group's president. You're very lucky that your ring struck her fancy. She'll surely pay you a good price for it, and you won't have to wait for us to complete the procedures before you get your money." It sounded like mockery to Olivia when the salesperson kept mentioning Mrs. Miller. A year ago, she had told Marina confidently that she would never divorce Ethan and asked her to give up. In just a year, everybody, high and low, knew who she was. Olivia felt more and more convinced that her marriage with Ethan was nothing but a scheme. Noticing her hesitation, Marina smiled brightly and said, "Miss Fordham, why don't you name a price?" That bitch's cocky expression disgusted Olivia. She said coldly, "I'm not selling it anymore." However, Marina wouldn't let it go. "Miss Fordham, you're already at the end of your rope. Don't tell me that you still care about dignity. If I were you, I would sell it immediately. Has no one ever told you that stubbornness isn't a good look on you? What a joke, Miss Carlton. Robbing other people of their things has made you think you really own them. Why don't you go and rob a bank?" While they were fighting, the ring flew out of the box in a graceful arc and fell to the floor with a soft clink. Olivia immediately rushed toward it, but the ring rolled to a stop by a pair of elegant leather shoes by the door. When Olivia bent down to pick it up, a drop of water dripped onto the back of her neck and sent chills through her. She looked up slowly into a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Ethan was still holding an open umbrella, and droplets of water dripped from it onto her head. The black wool coat he was wearing complemented his figure and made him look stylish. Olivia stared at him blankly and recalled the first time she had seen him. 20-year-old Ethan had been wearing a white shirt as he stood on the sunbathed field, but it was as if he had been standing right inside her heart. That image was branded in her mind ever since she was 14. Now, she was wearing a sweater that made her look even skinnier with its fuzzy material. Her chin was sharp, and she looked thinner than she was 3 months ago. He looked grand and unparalleled, while she looked miserable and pathetic. Olivia's hand, which was about to pick up the ring, stopped in mid-air. While she was in a daze, Ethan expressionlessly raised his foot and stepped on the ring on his way past her. Olivia remained crouched. That ring had been designed according to his taste. Its design wasn't exaggerated, but it had a unique style. There was only one ring like that in the whole world. After he had put it on her, Olivia had never taken it off except when she was showering. If it wasn't because she was really in desperate need of money this time, she wouldn't have gone to such measures. However, what was a treasure in her eyes was just worthless rubbish to him. He hadn't just stepped on the ring, but also the past that she treated so preciously. Marina smiled and went to him while explaining, "Ethan, you're here. I just happened to be picking out jewelry when I saw Miss Fordham selling her ring." Ethan's cold expression betrayed no emotions. His icy gaze rested on Olivia while she tried her best to suppress her fury. He then asked, "You want to sell that ring?" Olivia held back her tears and bit her lip to stop herself from crying. "Yes. Would you like to buy it, Mr. Miller?" Ethan smirked mockingly and said, "I remember you telling me how important that ring is to you. I can see how sincere you were now. Anything that is disregarded by someone else is worthless to me." As Olivia was about to answer, she felt a burning pain in her stomach. As the tumor grew, the pain went from a slight ache to a piercing pain. She looked at the couple, who looked like a match made in heaven in their matching black and white coats under the bright lights. She suddenly lost the strength to explain herself. A man whose feelings had changed wouldn't be bothered even if she gave him her heart. Olivia fought against the pain and picked up the ring. Then, she slowly walked back to the counter to retrieve the box and certificate. She didn't want to show weakness in front of Ethan. Although the pain was enough to make her pass out, she still maintained a steady gait. When she walked past him, she said mildly, "Just like you, I treated it like a treasure last time, but now, it's just a piece of metal I can exchange for money." Ethan felt that something was off with her. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, and her face was as white as a sheet. She looked like she was trying her best to fight against some sort of pain. Suddenly, he gripped her arm and said in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Olivia shook off his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with you." She did not spare him another glance and did her best to keep her back straight as she disappeared from his sight. Ethan watched her leave. He had been the one to let her go, But why did his heart still ache? Olivia went to a deserted corner and dug her painkillers out of her bag in a fluster. She knew that all the treatments and cancer medicine had side effects, so she only bought some painkillers and regular stomach medicine, which was better than nothing. Gazing out at the heavy rain, she thought, is that the only choice I have left? That was the last person she wanted to meet, but she had no choice but to take a gamble for her father's sake. Olivia went home to clean herself up before taking a taxi to Hawthorne Villa. When she had returned to the country more than a year ago, that person had called Olivia once. They hadn't met in more than 10 years, and Olivia had no idea how she was doing. Judging by the grand villa, Olivia guessed that she had been doing pretty well. After stating the purpose of her visit, a maid led Olivia into the living room, where a graceful woman was sitting. She was as beautiful as Olivia remembered her to be. "Liv," said the woman as she looked at Olivia with her pretty eyes. However, Olivia couldn't bring herself to call her mom. Home/billionaire/even after death/Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chloe Parker had left when Olivia was 8. It was Jeff's birthday, and Olivia had been in high spirits, eager to return home and celebrate her father's birthday with her family. She never knew that what awaited her was her parents' divorce. Olivia had chased after her mother, scrambling down the stairs and falling. She did not even realize that she had lost her shoes. All she cared about was clinging onto her mother's legs and crying, "Mom, don't go." The graceful woman bent down, stroked Olivia's cheeks, and said, "I'm sorry. Mom, I'm first in my grade. You haven't seen my test papers yet. You have to sign them. Don't leave me, Mom. I'll be a good girl. I promise I won't go to any more fun fairs. I won't make you mad. I'll listen to you. Please." Hastily, young Olivia blubbered everything she could think of in hopes of making Chloe stay. In the end, Chloe simply told Olivia that her marriage with Olivia's father was not a happy one and that she had found her true happiness elsewhere. Later, Olivia watched as a man she had never met helped Chloe place her luggage in a car. And they both left while holding each other's hands. She chased after their car for a mile without wearing any shoes before crashing heavily onto the ground. Her feet and knees were scraped, and they bled as she stared at the gradually diminishing outline of the car that she could never reach. At that time, she could not understand what had happened. Now that she was grown up, she knew that it was because her mother had been caught cheating on her father and simply decided to file for a divorce, leaving him with everything, including Olivia herself. Chloe had never contacted Olivia, and the latter hated her with every fiber of her being. She even hoped that she would never have to meet Chloe again. However, fate worked in mysterious ways, and Olivia could do nothing to stop it. Her throat went dry and her feet turned to lead. Chloe knew what was on her daughter's mind. She approached Olivia and pulled her to sit beside her. "I know you hate me. You were very young back then. Lots of things weren't as simple as they seemed, so I wasn't able to explain them to you." She caressed Olivia's cheeks and continued, "Look at you, all grown up now. Liv, now that I'm back, I'll be staying here permanently. I know something's happened to the Fordham family. It doesn't matter, though, because I'll take care of you." It was then that Olivia knew the so-called hatred she harbored toward her mother was not worth mentioning at all. Her voice cracked as she called out, "Mom. My dear, since you're here already, you should stay and have dinner. Chris has taken good care of me for the past few years. He has a daughter who's older than you by 2 years. She's coming over with her fiancé for dinner. I'll introduce you to her later." However, it was not in Olivia's plans to make herself part of Chloe's new family. She hastily interrupted her, "Mom, I'm here this time for my dad. My family's bankrupt now, and Dad just had a heart attack, but I don't have the money to pay for his surgery. Can you help me? I promise I'll return the money to you." Chloe had not yet replied when they heard a familiar voice. Miss Fordham, you truly are short of money, aren't you? Going so far as to come to my house for it? It was like a slap to the face. Olivia looked incredulously over at the people standing by the door. Who else could it be except Marina and Ethan? Apparently, fate was toying around with her again. She never thought that her very own mother would be Marina's stepmother. Olivia's husband and mother were now Marina's family. To make things worse, those two had caught her in the act of asking her mother for money. Ethan noticed her uneasiness, but he remained calm and indifferent toward her. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced through the awkwardness in the air. Olivia noticed a maid pushing in a twin stroller. The moment the baby's cries started, Ethan was already picking up and soothing one of them skillfully. They formed an eye-catching picture of a happy family of 4. Olivia's child would have been this age too if it were alive. She started regretting coming here. She felt as if she was being embarrassed and humiliated over and over again. Strangely, one of the babies could not stop crying today. The maid rushed to prepare the milk, yet the cries worsened instead. Patiently, Ethan continued soothing the baby. Be good, and don't cry. The sight of a tall man like him holding a baby gently in his arms was heartwarming. Seeing this patient and gentle side of him, Olivia suddenly had a thought. In just a few strides, she approached him and picked up the child. Somehow, Ethan did not stop her from doing so. Even more strangely, the child stopped crying and started to smile the moment Olivia held it in her arms. The corner of its lips curved into a smile, and its eyes twinkled as it looked at her. The child then started chuckling and mumbling, "AMA." Its tiny hands reached up in an attempt to grab the fluffy ball-like ornament on her cap. The child was all smiles, which was the exact opposite of Ethan. It was like a blade had ruthlessly stabbed into her heart, and it was the last straw for her, crushing any bit of persistence left in her. She once thought that Ethan truly loved her. He had been kind to her during their first year of marriage. She could still remember him whispering to her, "Liv, let's have a baby." How could she refuse him then? Even though she had not completed her studies, she did not hesitate to conceive a child. Only now did she realize that for all the time he spent with her, he did the same with another woman every time he went abroad for business. Nausea overtook Olivia. She returned the baby to Ethan and darted into the toilet. Then, she locked the door behind her. She did not eat much today. When she puked, all that came out was a mixture of her blood and the medications she took. Crimson liquid filled her sight, and tears started flowing down her cheeks. Great, just great, she thought. Her marriage had been a joke all along. Everything had an explanation now. It turned out that everything had been planned from the beginning. So, this was the reason he chose to save Marina instead of her when they both fell into the water that day. It also explained why he accompanied Marina when they both went into premature labor. It was because the children in her womb were his. After quite some time, Olivia heard a knock on the door. "Liv, are you all right?" It was Chloe. Olivia cleaned up the mess, splashed her face with water, and stumbled out of the washroom. Chloe was unaware of the events between them. She asked Olivia, "Are you sick?" "I just feel sick looking at those two. I feel much better now that I vomited." "Do you know Marina?" "She's always been abroad." "Is there some kind of misunderstanding between you two?" "This is Ethan." "I know." Olivia interrupted her, her voice cold as ice. "Ethan Miller, the president of Miller Group. Who in this world wouldn't know him?" "Yes. He's a brilliant and accomplished young man." "Indeed. He hasn't even divorced yet, but he's already eager to remarry. Ordinary people wouldn't be as bold as him." This left Chloe rather confused. "What are you talking about? He isn't married, so why would he get a divorce?" The smile on Olivia's face did not reach her eyes. In a mocking tone, she said, "Who am I then, if he isn't married?" "Mr. Miller, Why don't you tell my mom just who I am? Home/billionaire/ even after death/ Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chloe looked at Ethan with a puzzled gaze. She never knew that he was married. Mr. Miller, we stayed overseas for many years and are unaware of what goes on here. What does my daughter have to do with you? Ethan's eyes were calm. His expression remained indifferent as he said, even if there was something between us, it's already in the past. I'm settling my divorce soon. Olivia never thought that he would take things so lightly after all their years of marriage. She had given him her heart, yet this was all she got in the end. Needless to say, she was furious at him. However, she felt more disappointed than anything else. It was the disappointment of finding out just how blind she had been to treat trash like him like something precious. Olivia took out the ring box and hurled it at Ethan's face. Fuck you, you scumbag. My deepest regret is marrying you. See you at the city hall tomorrow. Whoever fails to show up is a coward. The box hit him squarely on his forehead, leaving a trail of blood dripping down his face. It opened and fell together with the ring onto the ground. This time, Olivia did not look back. She stepped on the ring as she left and slammed the door shut. Too many things had happened over the past 2 years, and this was the final straw. She did not manage to go far before passing out by the roadside. It started pouring from the sky as if the world itself loathed her. Olivia thought that it would be better to just die like this. For her, there was nothing worth remembering in a world full of schemes and lies like this. When she woke up, she was lying in an unfamiliar room. The dull, yellowish light from a lamp chased away the darkness in the room. The warmth here was like a soothing breeze in spring. You're awake. Olivia's eyes fluttered open to see Keith's eyes staring back at hers. You saved me. I was on my way home when I saw you passed out by the roadside, so I brought you back. You were thoroughly soaked, so I had the maid help you change, Keith said, his eyes clear and sincere. Thank you, Keith, Olivia thanked him. I made oatmeal. You should have some warm water first, Keith told her. Olivia removed the blankets and started to get off the bed. No need. It's late, and I don't want to trouble you. She was frail. The moment her feet touched the floor, her body tilted forward helplessly, making her fall to the ground. Hurriedly, Keith rushed to her aid by supporting her with his arms. Olivia could smell the light fragrance from his clothes. It was similar to the laundry detergent she used at home. Ethan also had the same scent back then. She could not help but feel her heart break when she thought of him. You're too frail right now. Stop pushing yourself if you want to live for a couple more days, Keith warned her, yet his tone was gentle. Think of it as you're doing this for your father. Only then did her dull and dispirited eyes flicker with a sliver of hope. Sorry to trouble you. She watched as Keith busied himself in the kitchen. In truth, she and him were not that close. At most, he had given her a reward when she was nominated as the best student in her freshman year. That time, he was her senior by 4 years and had been doing his internship at a prestigious school elsewhere, so he did not spend much time in college. Later, she met him again in the hospital, and they started contacting each other more frequently. Still, their relationship was not close enough for her to always impose on him. After finishing her meal and taking some medication, her stomach finally settled. Keith then brought up the issue of her chemotherapy. Medicine nowadays is advanced, and you're only in the middle of the late stage of cancer. Even some patients in the final stage survived, so you must have faith in yourself. Chemotherapy is a highly effective treatment. Olivia lowered her head. I've studied medicine before. I know its pros and cons. Keith continued giving her advice. The chances of remission after that are high. Even if the side effects are severe, you can do it with some determination. Olivia raised her head to look at him with tears in her eyes. She was spending every ounce of her strength to force back her tears as she muttered with trembling lips, "But I can't do this anymore." Keith wanted to console her, but the words were now stuck in his throat. He stared at her red-rimmed eyes and felt himself die a little inside. After a while, he asked, "Is there truly no one else in this world that you care about anymore?" Startled, Olivia took some time before replying, "The only person I care about is my dad." "Then you should live even if it's only for him." Olivia smiled bitterly. "Thanks. I feel much better now. I'll be leaving." It was then that Keith realized that the ring on her finger she had always cherished was missing. He started to speak but swallowed back the words. Eventually, he asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll drive you there." "No, thanks. I've called a cab. It's coming soon." She refused his help so swiftly that he could do nothing but go along with it. Still, he thought that he should still be concerned. Her face was full of sorrow when they talked just now. He was worried that she would end her life, so he tailed the cab she took. The cab drove and stopped beside a river. Olivia stood alone and stared at the water. Even though it had stopped raining, the weather was still cold. Keith wanted to stop her from doing anything rash, but he saw a black MPV stop beside her. The car door opened, and out came the person whose face was always seen in finance magazines. Keith was shocked. Could that man be Olivia's husband? The wind tousled Olivia's hair, highlighting the agony on her already pale face. Ethan subconsciously wanted to raise his hand and tuck the strand of hair behind her ear. However, he quickly retracted it and asked, "What is it?" Olivia glanced over at him, her eyes cool and indifferent. She looked as if she wanted to make sure that the person standing before her was indeed him. "Were you behind my family's bankruptcy?" she asked. She did not beat around the bush, so he too went straight to the point and answered, "Yes." "Are the children yours?" This was her second question. She stared unblinkingly at him. She could have been overthinking things. However, it was never in his plans to deny this. "Yes," he said with his usual nonchalance. Olivia approached him and slapped him across the face. "Ethan Miller, you scumbag." He grabbed her wrist easily in one hand and brushed the tears on her cheeks with the other. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "You asshole. How could you treat me like this? What did my family do to deserve this?" The look on Ethan's face remained as calm and indifferent as ever when he spoke. "Why don't you ask your father about what he did?" Olivia swallowed before asking him. "Have you ever loved me, Ethan?" There was not even a ripple in his fathomless gaze. Slowly, he said, "Never. Since the beginning, you've always been nothing but a pawn." Her tears slid down her cheeks and fell onto the back of his hand. The breeze blew, taking away any lingering warmth that was left. "You hate me, don't you?" "Yes. This is what you Fordhams owe me. You should blame yourself for being Jeff Fordham's daughter. I'll make you suffer every day to pay for what you've done to my little sister." "Didn't your sister go missing long ago? What does this have to do with my family?" He looked at her in disdain as if he were a ruler laying down judgment. "Did you know that my sister was being tormented while you were enjoying the affection of the people around you? Take a guess." "I won't tell you the truth. I want you to suffer and live a miserable life without ever knowing what happened. You'll get a taste of what my sister went through." Ethan got in his car after saying, "I'll be waiting at the city hall at 9 tomorrow." Olivia rushed over to his car and started hitting the car door. "Tell me, what happened to your sister?" However, the driver slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the car zoomed out of sight, making her lose her balance and fall to the ground. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 5. Chapter 6. The wind blew bitingly cold on her face. Olivia was frozen to the core, but she pushed herself up and continued chasing after the car. She overestimated the current condition of her body and only ran for a couple of feet before crashing back to the ground. The car door opened. She saw a pair of shiny, tailored leather shoes halt before her. Slowly, she moved her sight from the shoes and up the trousers until she met Ethan's cold and unnerving gaze. "Ethan," Olivia muttered weakly. A pair of slender hands reached out to her. In a trance, Olivia thought she caught a glimpse of the young man she had fallen head over heels for all those years back. She could not help but stretch out her hands to him. Just as their hands touched, Ethan pulled back, extinguishing the light in her after giving her false hope and causing her to fall once more. She had not injured herself before this, but when she slipped this time, she cut her palms on the pieces of shattered glass on the ground. Blood started trickling down her palms to her arms. A shadow seemed to flit across Ethan's face, but he stayed motionless. Olivia was stunned. Back then, he would rush her to the hospital in the middle of the night even though she merely had a cut on her finger. She remembered the doctor chuckling and saying, "Thank goodness he brought you here in time. Otherwise, your wound would have healed on its own." The man before her and the one in her memories were the same person. He had the same eyes and face. Looking back, she realized that the concern he once showed for her was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a shade of icy indifference. In a cold voice, Ethan said, "Olivia, do you really think that I don't know you? You could easily run a mile and do a somersault. Do you expect me to believe you'd fall after running just a couple of steps?" He stared at her, the mockery in his eyes like a knife cutting through her. Olivia bit her lip and tried to explain. "It's not like that. I'm not lying to you. I'm just a little weak because I'm sick." Ethan did not wait for her to finish. He crouched and tilted her face upward to face him. His rough fingers brushed her dry, chapped lips. "You truly are your father's daughter. You two are pretentious to the extreme and would put on a stupid act just for some money." Those words stung more than the cold wind, and they stabbed at her heart repeatedly. She swatted his hand away from her face. "My father is an upright person. He would never do anything to harm anyone." Ethan sneered. He decided he no longer wanted to discuss this matter with Olivia and plucked a check from his wallet instead. He carelessly wrote on the check, held it in between two fingers, and placed it in front of Olivia. "Do you want this?" he asked. $5 million certainly was not a small amount. It would spare Olivia the headache of securing funds for her father's medical bills. However, she did not take the check because Ethan would not be so kind to her. "I have one condition, though," Ethan added and whispered in her ear. "This money is all yours if you repeat after me. Jeff Fordham's an asshole." The look on Olivia's face changed instantly, and her hand shot up in an attempt to slap him across the face. Ethan stopped her by grabbing her by the wrist, and as Olivia struggled against him, she left a bloody handprint on his shirt. Ethan's grip on her tightened, and his tone became harsher. "Oh? You don't want to do it? He'll have to die in the hospital then. I've already picked a burial spot for him anyway." Tears streamed down Olivia's face as she asked, "Why did you become like this?" The man who had once swore an oath to protect her and cherish her for the rest of her life was long gone, replaced by a ruthless person who found joy in making her break down in tears. The dim light from the nearby lamppost illuminated his face, further emphasizing his annoyance and impatience. "So you're not going to say it, right?" He released his grasp on her and slowly tore the check into pieces. Olivia rushed forth to stop him, but he shoved her away and told her in a tone devoid of emotions, "I've given you a chance." The paper shreds fell from his hands, just like the hope she had had for him. "No. Don't." Clumsily, Olivia hurried to pick them up as her tears continued to flow. She looked like a child who had lost everything she valued, anxious and helpless. Ethan turned to leave, and just when he was about to get in his car, he heard a thud. He turned around to see her figure lying unconscious on the ground. "Kelvin, the driver, had an anxious look on his face as he asked, "Mr. Miller, Mrs. Miller's passed out. Should we send her to the hospital?" Ethan's gaze was unsettling when he looked at Kelvin. "Are you worried about her?" Kelvin was confused. He had been working for Ethan for a long time. It was clear as day that Mr. Miller had been head over heels for Mrs. Miller in the past, but his entire personality seemed to change after going to identify his sister's corpse. Nevertheless, this was his employer's family matter, so he dared not probe further. He simply drove away. The car drove further and further away. Ethan looked at Olivia through the rearview mirror and found that she still had not gotten up. The look of disdain on his face deepened. Apparently, her acting had improved in just a few days. Despite letting her live a sheltered life, Jeff had Olivia participate in various fitness programs since she was young to prevent her from being a target of bullying. She had a black belt in Taekwondo and was an expert in self-defense. There was no way someone as fit and healthy as her would faint so often like this. To him, Olivia was putting on an act for money. As this thought crossed his mind, he averted his gaze from the rearview mirror, refusing to spare her another glance. Seeing Ethan's car gradually disappear, Keith finally came to Olivia's side. When Olivia awoke once again, she found herself in the room she had left not too long ago. A needle was stuck in the back of her hand, and the fluid slowly seeped into it. Her left hand was bandaged. She looked at the clock that hung on the wall and saw that it was already 3 in the morning. Before she could react, she heard Keith say in a gentle voice, "Sorry. I followed you because I thought you would do something stupid." Seeing that Olivia wanted to sit up from the bed, Keith rushed to her aid by placing a pillow behind her. Then he gave her some water. She finally opened her mouth to speak. "Did you witness everything?" "I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention." Keith was so earnest and sincere, while Ethan was the exact opposite of him. "It's okay. I'm his wife. There's nothing to hide, anyway." Keith's expression seemed to freeze for a second. Olivia noticed it and smiled bitterly. "Right. Everyone thinks Marina is his fiancée now. It doesn't matter if you don't believe." "No. I believe you. I recognize the design of your wedding ring. It was an SL limited edition. That's the only pair that exists. The magazines mentioned that SL's boss designed it specially for his wife. And I know that Ethan Miller is the one behind SL." Back then, Keith suspected that Olivia and Ethan were together, but he dismissed the idea after hearing the gossip between Ethan and Marina. Ethan rarely came to the hospital after that too. Olivia subconsciously touched the place where she usually wore her ring. Her finger was bare now, and the skin where the ring had once been was a bit fairer than the rest of her hand, as if it was reminding her of her ridiculous marriage. "It doesn't matter if I'm his wife. We're getting a divorce tomorrow at 9. Does he know about your condition?" "He doesn't have the right to know about it." Comments, 1. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 6. Chapter 7. Olivia sounded unnaturally calm when she said this. It was as though she had thoroughly let go of Ethan. However, Keith knew that letting go of someone you once loved was not as simple as this. She was like an injured animal that would hide her wounds in front of others but tended to them when no one was around. Still, Keith did not probe further about it. He tried changing the subject. "I know you haven't paid for your father's surgery. Since we're friends, I'll lend you some money for now. You can pay me back in the future." It was not a simple matter for Olivia to obtain such a large sum of money. He had offered help multiple times before this, but she always refused. Today was no different as Olivia shook her head and said, "No, thanks. Olivia, your father's condition is serious. Would you rather be humiliated by that scumbag than accept my help?" "I have no conditions. I just want to help you. My family might not be as wealthy as the Millers, but this sum isn't much to me. So, Don't worry about it. Olivia was holding a glass of water with both hands. He thought she looked pale to the extreme when she glanced over at him. It made him rather upset to see her in such a state. Keith, I know you're a good person, but there's no future for me anymore. Whether it was money or his kindness, she couldn't repay any of it. Noticing the fluid in the bag was almost finished, Olivia forcefully pulled the needle free from the back of her hand. Blood gushed out from the wound since there was no gauze to stop the bleeding. However, she did not seem like she cared. Picking up her jacket, she told him, "You don't need to worry about the money. He'll give me $10 million when I divorce him. My father just had surgery yesterday. I'm going to visit him at the hospital." She was as stubborn as a mule, just as had been when she suddenly decided to give up her studies to marry despite being dubbed the college genius. Even her mentors would sigh in grief while talking about her when Keith joined them for meals. Olivia seemed to expect that Keith would suggest driving her to the hospital. Before he could say something, she was already gesturing to her phone and cutting off any chance of letting him speak. "The cab is here." Olivia then put on her jacket. As she placed a hand on the doorknob, she heard him ask, "Olivia, did you ever regret letting go of everything to marry him?" Did she regret it? Ethan was the cause of her family's misery. Her father was hospitalized after suffering from a huge shock right after a car accident, while Olivia herself lost her darling child. Logically speaking, she should be regretting her decision, but when she closed her eyes, she would remember the shipwreck and the man who had rescued and dragged her back from the storm. He was the youngster she once met at school. She forced her tears at bay and said to Keith, "I don't." Keith watched her leave with mixed feelings, and the door closed with a click. When Olivia arrived at the hospital, Jeff was still in the ICU. She could only watch him from afar. The questions she had for him were lodged in her throat. In her memories, her father was a person who was both kind and humble. Before her parents' divorce, they never raised their voices at each other. He never remarried after Chloe left. All the spare time he had, he would spend it accompanying Olivia. Ethan kept mentioning her father, which meant the person he hated was not her. When they were still together, he had mentioned having a little sister that went missing. Her disappearance took a toll on his mother's mental health, which was why she stayed overseas all the time. What was the connection between his lost sister and her father then? Olivia decided it was best to start investigating those who worked for her father. She rushed off to find Harvey, her father's chauffeur, and Victor, their butler, at their respective homes. The two of them had worked for her father for many years. Strangely, one had gotten into an accident and the other had gone overseas, and she was unable to contact them. The only thing she knew now was that her father was still unconscious. She spent the day in a daze, not knowing what to do. Still, since things had come to this, the only explanation was that none of this was a coincidence. Clearly, someone had devised this. But Olivia was no fool. Since she did not manage to obtain any clues from her family's side, she shifted her target to Ethan's chauffeur, Kelvin, and his assistant, Brent. She checked her wristwatch for the time. It was only 7 in the morning, so they should be on the way to Ethan's place. Olivia dialed Brent's number. After some time, he answered the call and said in his usual polite tone, "Mrs. Miller." Olivia tried to suppress her bitterness when she heard him addressing her that way. "Mr. Ingram, I've made an appointment with Ethan to settle our divorce. Can you pick me up so we could go to the city hall together?" Brent fell silent. Just like Ethan, he did not like any sudden change of plans. Hastily, Olivia added, "Please don't misunderstand. I don't have other intentions. I'm just afraid that something might happen and stall us from getting divorced. I still haven't settled my father's medical bills." In truth, she was pretty close with them both. She was never rude to them, so when she spoke gently, Brent did not refuse. "Where are you, Mrs. Miller?" I'll be right there. Olivia stated a location that was nearest to them. This place was along the road to Collington Cove, which was where Marina lived. Despite being reluctant to admit it, Ethan was caught spending the night here by the media multiple times. So, he must have been staying here when he and Olivia were apart a few months back. Sorry, Mrs. Miller, but we're almost in Midvale. You'll have to wait for about 20 minutes. Okay. Olivia was quite surprised. Midvale was somewhere near the Miller residence. Did Ethan not live with Marina? Olivia quickly dismissed the thought. Whether he stayed with Marina was none of her business. Calvin drove fast, and they arrived in no time. As always, Brant opened the door for her. Sorry for the wait, Mrs. Miller. Olivia nodded and got in the car. No worries. Brant was a rather stoic person. Compared to him, Calvin was more lively and talkative. Why didn't you sleep in, Mrs. Miller? It's so cold today. The sun isn't even up yet, Calvin said. Brant shot daggers at Calvin to shut him up. Olivia tried to exaggerate things by speaking slowly. Initially, I thought Ethan had a change of heart because of Marina. But now, it seems it's not just because of her. You two have been working with him for so long, so you should know something about his sister. The car came to an abrupt stop with a loud screech. Calvin took his hands off the steering wheel and gestured to dismiss what she said. You can't just say things like that, Mrs. Miller. Calmly, Brant answered, Mrs. Miller, you know that we usually won't ask Mr. Miller about his personal matters. Even if we know something, we can't disclose anything to you. Please understand. Olivia covered part of her face with one hand. A tear slid down between her fingers as she said, I know I'm making things difficult for you too, but I have no choice. Ethan wouldn't tell me about it, and my dad is still unconscious after the surgery. My family has fallen into such a hopeless state, and I have no idea why. Even if I were to die, I'd want to know the truth. I don't want to suffer from ignorance every day. Mrs. Miller, what happened to Mr. Miller's sister is taboo. We don't know much about it. As if knowing that Olivia would continue asking them for help, Brant started writing an address on a piece of paper and passed it to her. Mrs. Miller, since we're friends, this is the most I can do to help you. /billionaire/ even after death /chapter 7. Chapter 8. Olivia looked at the paper in her hand. It was the address of a cemetery. Was Ethan's sister dead? Even so, what did her father have to do with her death? If anyone were to know what kind of person her father was, it would be Olivia. And she knew he was not one to harm others, let alone a young woman. She knew that Brant and Calvin would not disclose more information and decided to stop probing them. It was silent all the way to the Miller's residence. Olivia had mixed feelings when they arrived. Brant politely asked her, Mrs. Miller, would you like to go inside? No, thanks. I'll wait for him here. This was the final time she would meet him, and it was only to settle their divorce. She did not want to cause more trouble for herself. Besides, every single thing in there would remind her of their time together, and she refused to reminisce about the past. He was to blame for cherishing her so much back then. Even though he had become colder and more indifferent to her over time, she would never forget how kind and loving he had been. He should have been someone she hated to the core, but she could not find it in her heart to do so. The ignition was not turned off, and the inside of the car was warm and comfortable. She was the only one left in the car now. Her stomach started to hurt again, and she curled up into a fetal position and waited for the sky to brighten up. After that, she shifted into a position where she hugged her knees tightly to her chest. It was winter, so the days were short and the nights long. It was already 7 in the morning now, yet the sky was still rather dark. The leaves had fallen from the apple tree in the garden, making her thoughts drift off to some time in the past. During the apple season, she yearned to have a taste of apple cider. Knowing this, Ethan helped to pick the fruits for her. Back then, the Ethan she knew was amiable and approachable. He was an excellent cook, and he spoiled her like a princess. As her thoughts wandered, she found herself walking alone toward the tree. It was still there, as it had been back then. But everything had changed, including the man she'd been with. Even the tree had changed, only a couple of dried leaves hung from the branches now. Its sorry state resembled her current relationship with Ethan. As Ethan walked out of the mansion, the same sight greeted him. A woman wearing a thin knitted shirt stood watching the apple tree from below. A gentle breeze blew, gently tooling her hair. The weather was way better today than the past few days. The first rays of the sun cast its glow on her face. Her fair skin glowed under it, making her look like a fairy who would vanish into thin air in the blink of an eye. Her hands were bandaged, but her countenance was pale, and she still wore the clothes she wore last night. Ethan. She did not look at him but was able to sense his presence. He hummed. Slowly, Olivia turned to face him. They stood close to each other, yet their hearts were far apart. I want to drink the apple cider you made one last time. Ethan was taken aback and took some time to respond. The apple season has passed. Stop wasting your time, he said, emotionless. Olivia's eyes looked a little puffy as she muttered, can you treat it as my last request before our divorce? She seemed to have changed a lot in just 3 months. He turned to look at the barren tree. In a slightly softer tone, he told her, the frozen ones from last year aren't fresh. Let's see how it goes next year. Next year. Olivia brushed her fingers on the rough bark of the tree. She wouldn't be able to wait for another year. You must hate me a lot, right? Yes. Then, will you be happy if I die? She turned to face him and spoke softly. His heart skipped a beat at her words, and his thoughts became empty. For a moment, it felt like he had lost his mind. After some time, he recomposed himself and calmly said, fine. It's just some apple cider. Come on in. Olivia watched as he entered the house, the corner of her lips turning up into a smile. Are you afraid of me dying? She thought to herself. All of a sudden, she thought of taking revenge on him. She wondered what kind of expression he would wear when he received the news about her death one day. Would he be glad or upset? Ethan took out the box of frozen apples from the fridge to defrost. Olivia watched as he busied himself in the kitchen, thinking ruefully that this was probably the last time he would cook for her. At least it was something worth remembering. She crouched by the fireplace and started roasting marshmallows. The sweetness permeated the air, reminding her of how Ethan's grandmother would never fail to rush over when she smelled roasted marshmallows in the winter. The old lady treated Olivia really well, as if she were her own granddaughter. Sadly, she passed away 2 years ago. Ethan's grandfather then moved overseas to prevent himself from being constantly reminded of his loss. The once cozy mansion now stood cold and empty. Ethan's grandmother was no longer here to rob Olivia of her roasted marshmallows too, and that made Olivia feel empty inside. After finishing the roasted marshmallows and gulping down a glass of warm water, she felt that her stomach did not hurt as much as before. She could smell the pleasant scent of food from the kitchen. Olivia walked over to find Ethan pouring some of the soup into a thermos flask and into a bowl. Since when had she fallen from being his priority and one and only? She asked herself that question. Yet, she continued to turn a blind eye to the truth of their relationship by reminding herself of how sweet he was to her in the past. The apple cider is ready, Ethan said, unaware of her dampening mood. Thank you. Olivia stared at the mug in her hands. It tasted just the same as before, but she had already lost her appetite for it. It's late. Let's head to the city hall. Ethan looked somewhat annoyed. Aren't you going to drink it? I don't feel like it, Olivia said. Back then, he would have coaxed her with all the patience he had. Now, he simply glanced at her and poured the cider into the sink. His face was like a blank slate when he walked past her and said, "Let's go." "Send this to Collington Cove," Ethan said as he passed the thermos flask to Brant. "All right, Mr. Miller." It was at this moment that Olivia knew that there was nothing she could do to mend the tear in their relationship. The year she spent trying to fix things was nothing but a joke. Olivia quickly walked to the car. As she passed the apple tree, the wind blew, and the last leaves of the tree fell from its branches. Olivia raised a hand to catch one of the leaves. Softly, she said to herself, "What are you even holding on to?" Then she tossed it to the ground and crushed it beneath her feet. She closed the door of the car. Even though it was warm inside, just the way that she and Ethan sat at both ends of the passenger seat like the North and South Poles was enough to have the air feel as chilly as the weather outside. The journey to the city hall was smooth and without much traffic. It was as if God was paving the way for their divorce because the traffic lights were green all the way. As the car was taking a turn at the intersection, nearing their destination, Ethan's phone started ringing. Marina's voice came from the other end of the line. "Ethan, Connor's down with a fever. I didn't want to disturb you, but his fever is now at 103 degrees. I'm so scared. Hurry over." "I'm coming." Ethan hung up, his eyes meeting Olivia's gaze. Her eyes were glassy, but the hatred in them was as clear as day. She spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "What's the child's name?" Comments, 3. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 8. Chapter 9. It was dead silent in the car. Marina's voice was loud as she was anxious, so Olivia managed to hear her say the name Connor. She remembered the day she received her pregnancy report. She had run into Ethan's embrace and told him about it. "Ethan, you're going to be a father. We're having a baby." Her voice was filled with enthusiasm. "I've thought of our child's name. It'll be Colette if she's a girl and Connor if she's a boy. What do you think?" Oh, how she wished she had misheard Marina, but Ethan looked her right in the eyes and told her, "His name's Connor." "You asshole." Olivia's hand was already in the air. She slapped him, yet he did not flinch, letting her do as she pleased. "How could you name her child after our own?" The thought of her child was Olivia's final straw. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, and she pounced on him as if she had gone crazy. "You devil! Why did God take away my child from me? Why weren't you the one who died?" She landed hit after hit on him as she yelled, "He doesn't deserve that name." Ethan grabbed both her hands and told Calvin, "Head to Collington Cove." This made Olivia go berserk. "We're close to the city hall already. Settle our divorce first before you head elsewhere. His fever won't go down. I must go back now. My father's lying unconscious in the hospital, yet the nurses wouldn't even let me anywhere near the hospital because of the bills. Are you saying that your child's life is important, but my father's life is nothing?" Olivia yelled in his face. Ethan's face darkened at the mention of Olivia's father. "How dare you compare your father to Connor?" In a fit of rage, Olivia raised her hand to slap him again, but he gripped her wrist tightly. "Are you done?" he shouted. The car took a turn, and Olivia watched as they moved further and further away from the city hall. Ethan locked her tightly in his arms, restraining her movements and preventing her from struggling free. Long ago, she would be happy and content in his arms, but they were nothing more than shackles to her now. His arms were strong, and with how frail she was right now, she could not break free. Helpless, she hollered, "Do you love Marina that much?" However, Ethan was stunned, for when he held Olivia, he found that she had not only gotten just a bit slimmer, she was way bonier than she was a year ago. She was paper thin, and he could feel her bones prodding him through her clothes. The woman he once pampered so much was now so skinny and frail. Was this truly what he wanted? He was just starting to doubt himself when the image of his sister's corpse flashed across his mind. His grip on Olivia's waist tightened a little. When he raised his head to look at her again, all that was left in his eyes was an endless pool of darkness. "Believe it or not, I'll have someone remove your father's breathing tube right now if you continue making a fuss." Olivia fell silent then. Her hands clutched his clothes tightly as her tears soaked his shirt. It was funny how he was the one who used to say that he would never make her cry, but he was now the reason behind all her tears. The silence in the car was suffocating. Olivia finally managed to calm herself down, pushing him away before straightening her back. She then sniffed and said, "It's your business if you want to go to your child. However, you can't ruin our plan. Stop worrying about me not letting you go because I'm going to divorce you no matter what. I don't have the habit of keeping someone else's trash." Ethan frowned at the word trash, but Olivia ignored him and carried on with her speech. "I admit that I've been too naive in the past to pin my hopes on you. I've seen everything now. Holding on is meaningless, so I'll let things go. Give me the money, and we'll deal with the formalities later on. I promise I'll be there in a call. I won't go back on my word." "What if I don't want to?" Olivia looked into his dark, unsettling eyes. The tears that she wept just now made her eyes clearer than ever. Coolly, she met his gaze and said, "Then I'll jump out of the car. I'd rather die if I couldn't save my father." Only then did Ethan take out a check and write on it, "I'll wire you the other $5 million after we're divorced." Olivia laughed mockingly at him. "Are you so afraid that I wouldn't divorce you? Don't worry. I'll sooner take my own life than stay beside a man like you. Stop the car." She grabbed the check from his hands, slammed the door shut, and left without looking back. Finally, she could save her father's life. She went to cash the check and rushed to the hospital to settle her father's medical fees. She then called a cab and headed to the address Brent had given her. It was a private, high-end cemetery. Those buried here were either affluent or filthy rich. Ethan's late grandma was buried here. Olivia bought a bouquet of his grandma's favorite bluebells. It was not long before she managed to find a grave that looked fairly new, which was surrounded by a circle of plum trees. The trees were full of flower buds that would bloom very soon. A name was carved on the gravestone, Leah Miller. Olivia knew Ethan adored his sister and that her going missing had been a topic of taboo to everyone around him. It was exactly why she did not know anything about his sister. Leah. Was this her name? Olivia had never heard of it. She crouched down to look at the photo on the gravestone. It looked like it was taken before she went missing when she was 5 or 6 years old. Her face was chubby and cute, and her eyes were somewhat similar to Ethan's. Olivia had no idea what she could use this information for. She took a picture of Leah's photo with her phone, considering it a clue. Then, she placed the bouquet of flowers that she had bought for Ethan's late grandmother, Eugenia Miller, on the ground. She knelt by the grave and started rambling. "Hi, Leah. I'm Olivia, your sister-in-law. Scratch that, it should be your ex-sister-in-law now. Sorry for meeting you in such a state. I promise I'll help you find the real culprit who did this to you." Olivia then went to Eugenia's grave, which was not too far away. In her photo, the old lady looked as amiable and kind as ever, her smile warm and comforting. Olivia fished out some roasted marshmallows from earlier in the morning and placed it in front of the grave. "Grandma, I'm here to visit you. It's winter now, but since you're no longer here to steal the marshmallows from me, they've all become tasteless." After standing for some time, Olivia started feeling tired, so she ended up sitting by the grave. It was as though Grandma was still alive, and Olivia was reminiscing with her. "Grandma, I'm sorry I couldn't keep the child. But that bastard Ethan has had 2 more children already. So you don't have to worry about the bloodline anymore." Olivia continued, "He's changed. He's no longer the person I knew. Back then, he told me that he would defend me from anything and everything, but all the sufferings I face now are brought by him. If you were alive, you wouldn't let him treat me like this, right? She forced a smile and said, Ethan and I are getting divorced soon. You always said that if he wronged me, you'd crawl out from your coffin and kick his ass. My days are numbered, so I'm coming to find you soon. Then we can crawl out from the ground and kick his ass together. What do you say? Once again, Olivia looked at the photo of the old lady with a kind smile. What does it feel like to die? Is it dark? I'm scared of bugs that would bite me. What should I do? How about I bring you lots of flowers now, and you'll help me to chase the bugs away when I join you on the other side. She looked up into the sky. I miss you, Grandma. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 9. Chapter 10. Olivia stayed before the grave for quite some time before leaving. She did not have time to wallow in sorrow for too long. She had an investigation to carry out now that she had the photo. Most of the women her dad was in touch with worked in his company, so it was natural that Olivia started from there. But just as she started to search for a way to contact them, her phone started ringing. It was one of the children from the countryside whose education her father had sponsored back then. His voice was rather anxious. Ms. Fordham, I just returned from overseas and heard that Mr. Fordham is gravely ill. Is he all right? Thanks for your concern. My father's still getting treatment at the hospital. Gosh. How could someone as kind as him get into such a situation? If it wasn't for him sponsoring our studies years back, we wouldn't be where we are today. A thought flashed across Olivia's mind. In the past, her father had helped children in the countryside to move to the city for their studies, so Leah could have known him since she was abducted and taken to the countryside. Ryan, do you know those who were sponsored by my father? I've been helping Mr. Fordham contact them all along. I know most of them, but I've lost contact with them after going abroad for the past few years. Is there anything I can help you with, Ms. Fordham? I'll do everything in my power to help you. Olivia felt as though she just found herself a sliver of hope. Immediately, she told him, I have a picture with me. Can you see if she's one of the students my father sponsored before? Sure thing, Ms. Fordham. In just half an hour after sending him the picture, Ryan had sent Olivia the information she wanted. The girl in the picture he sent had bright eyes that were similar to Leah and Ethan. Her name was Jody, and she came from a poor family. Olivia's father had sponsored her education 12 years ago. She had been a brilliant student from a young age and managed to get a spot in many of the top universities in the nation, so she chose to further her studies in the country. Perhaps this was the person Olivia was looking for. In a hurry, she asked Ryan to meet up with her in a cafe. Ryan arrived on time. This was the first time in 10 years that Olivia met him in person. Back then, he was still a bashful boy, very unlike the smart-looking man in a suit who was the president of his own company sitting before her. Even though the Fordhams had fallen into bankruptcy, he still addressed her courteously. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ms. Fordham. I've only just arrived. I won't beat around the bush. Are you still in contact with Jody? I used to be. I seldom contacted my friends in the country when I stayed overseas. We haven't talked in at least 2 years. Do you know how she's doing these days? I've only just returned a few days ago. I wouldn't have known about your family's situation if it weren't for my friends. Jody and I aren't close, though. At most, I only contacted the others because of Mr. Fordham. Ryan took a sip from the cup of coffee and cleared his throat. But since you requested it, I tried asking around in her circle. Sadly, she's dead. What a shame. Her grades were excellent, and she would have had a bright future ahead of her if she were alive. How did she die? I'm not sure of the cause of her death, but I heard that she was fished out of the sea. Olivia frowned, her forehead wrinkling. Not only did she not find the answers she was looking for, but more questions also began to come up. Leah was kidnapped when she was almost 6 years old, so she should have remembered what had happened to her. If her father had sponsored her studies, why didn't she ask for help? Why did she not return to the Millers when she came to the city? Besides, what did Olivia's father have to do with Jodi's death? Was my father kind to her? Olivia asked tentatively. Jodi came from a poor background and was orphaned at a young age. She scored well in her exams and made her way into the city all alone. Mr. Fordham was very kind to her. I heard that she was rather reserved and was ostracized by her roommates, so Mr. Fordham rented her a small apartment so that she could excel in her studies, Ryan explained. Then, he set his cup down and asked, "Why are you so curious about her?" "I just want to find out the cause of her death so that she wouldn't die in vain," Olivia explained. She had planned to leave this world peacefully after getting 10 million from her divorce to settle her funeral. Now, she had something else in mind. She wanted to clear her father's name and take revenge for her family. Even if Ethan refused to tell her the truth, she would find it out herself. Ryan looked as if he suddenly recalled something. He took out a name card from his wallet and passed it to Olivia. "One of my friends is a renowned private detective. He could be of help if you wish to find out about anything." "Thank you, Ryan." "No worries. I know Jodi, and I wish for her to go peacefully too. I'll be staying in the country for some time, so just message me if you need anything. I have a meeting soon, so I'll be taking my leave. See you later." After seeing him off, Olivia called the private detective and sent the information she got over to him. Presently, she was in high spirits. When she arrived at the hospital, Dr. Freeman called her to his office. Olivia had an ominous feeling about this. Anxiously, she asked, "How's my father's condition? When can he wake up?" "Ms. Fordham, you need to be mentally prepared. Even though Mr. Fordham's surgery was a success, he hit his head during the car crash, which triggered an after effect. He shows no signs of waking up, and he may not ever wake up again." Olivia thought her heart had fallen into a perpetual abyss. Her grip on the disposable paper cup loosened, and her hands started to tremble. Seeing her reaction, Dr. Freeman could not help but let out a sigh. "Don't lose hope. I'm just saying that it's a possibility. He should be fine if he wakes up by the end of this month." When she raised her head, Olivia's eyes were clouded with tears. She croaked, "He'll be in a coma if he can't wake up, right?" "Yes. So, I hope you'll be prepared for this and have things planned out." Dr. Freeman knew that it was not easy to earn money these days and that spending it on a person in comatose was not necessary. Olivia abruptly shot up from her seat and slammed her hands on the table. "No matter what happens, I won't give up on my father. I believe that miracles do happen." Then she dashed out of the office. She never thought that things would take a turn for the worse. If her father couldn't wake up, she'd never get to hear him speak the truth. If so, she could not die just yet. She rushed off to the oncology department. Keith had just finished diagnosing one of his patients when Olivia barged into the room. "Keith, help me." Keith looked at her anxious face and her hands that tugged at his sleeve. Olivia spoke calmly and firmly as though she had found her salvation. "Be it chemotherapy or surgery, I'll do anything as long as I can have more time to live." Only by living would she have the time to find out the truth and accompany her father for a longer time. Keith did not understand what she had been through, but as long as she had the will to live, he, as a doctor, was positively delighted. "All right. I'll arrange your first chemotherapy session right away. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 10. Chapter 11. Keith scheduled Olivia's first round of chemo for the day after tomorrow to prevent her condition from deteriorating. The chemo would come with a plethora of side effects. In the first 2 weeks, the patient would feel weak and experience hair loss. That was why Olivia would have to get everything sorted out before the session. Although Jeff was still in a coma, at least Olivia didn't need to worry about paying off his medical bills. She made a payment at the hospital before heading back to the home that she used to share with Ethan. She was worried that she might be too weak after chemo. Hence, she booked the services of a moving company before starting chemo. She was planning to move out of this place anyway. Olivia's best friend, Everly Hilton, showed up in office wear. She strutted around in heels while clutching a crossbody. At the same time, she happened to be carrying 2 bags of chips as well. Olivia immediately heard her friend's loud voice from afar. "Liv, you are finally free of suffering. I just received the commission from my property sale last month, so let me treat you to a fun night at the Dark Horse Clubhouse today. There are so many guys out there for you." Everly did not know about Olivia's diagnosis because she went abroad to visit her boyfriend in the same week Olivia hid away. She simply thought that Olivia had given it a good thought and decided to go for a divorce. Olivia chuckled in response. "No, that won't work. I'm scared that your beau might show up and knock on my door right away when he hears about that." "Oh, drop it. I will never believe in long-distance relationships anymore. I wanted to show up and surprise him, but guess what? That fucker took my hard-earned commissions and spent it all on another bitch." Everly looked vicious, yet her eyes were filled with pain. Her 7-year relationship was over, all because they went long distance. Olivia wanted to offer words of comfort, but at the thought of her messy marriage, she felt that she didn't have the right to reassure others. Instead, she remarked, "Knowing you, you must have caused quite a scene." Everly led Olivia over to the bench by the flower garden and took a seat. She gave Olivia a bag of chips while she started eating out of the other. "My temper has long mellowed after all these years of a long-distance relationship. I had a bad feeling about this whole thing anyway. You can fall in love for many reasons, but you only need one to fall out of it." She stared into the misty sky and went on. "At the beginning, he'd fly across the globe just to see me on Valentine's Day, even if he only had a few days off. Now, he hasn't come home once in 3 years. He'd wished me good morning before he went to bed, but he didn't text me as much in the last few years. I thought he was busy with his PhD studies, so I started working part-time as a property agent just to support him financially, all while studying full-time." Everly's sadness intensified. "What haven't I done for money? And with the money from my commissions, I even bought him a house abroad. Liv, this storyline is right out of a soap opera." She continued to lament. "At one point, I thought I'd go mad. It was quite ridiculous, catching him cheating in the boxers that I bought for him." Everly was grinning, but tears rolled off her cheeks onto the bag of chips in her hand. "I had to think twice before buying coffee. I lived so frugally just to support him. But what did I get in the end? I'm a prestigious med school student who was rushing between apartment viewings just to support a trader. He might have even bought the condoms with my card." Olivia reached out to hug her best friend. "Oh, please don't cry. He isn't worth your time." "That's what I think too. Do you know how nice I was to him? I did not make a scene. I lit a cigarette and started calculating the money he had to pay me back. Thank God I put the house under my name. I evicted him and that bitch that same night." Olivia was rather taken aback by Everly's decisiveness. "So, did he agree to everything?" "Of course not. He immediately fell to his knees and wanted me to forgive him when I asked for the house and money back. When I saw him crying in front of me, I wondered what made me fall for him in the first place. Anyway, I stayed around for a couple of days to sell off the house and cut all ties with him before I came home." Everly quickly wiped away her tears and continued, "Liv, we're long past the age of believing in romantic love. We have to choose between love and bread, right? You didn't like it when I told you to get a divorce a year ago, so I'm glad that you finally thought it through. Just from your divorce settlement with Ethan Miller alone, you would be able to last for a few lifetimes and then some. Everly smiled once she finished her last chip. Look, even if you lost your man, you could spend his hard-earned wealth on 10 different smoking hot dudes. Isn't that awesome? Olivia coughed awkwardly. I only got $10 million from Ethan. What? The audacity of that cheating bastard to offer you only 10 million. Everly gasped in disbelief. Wasn't he very generous to you? Since when did he become so stingy? It's not like he's short of money. Olivia didn't explain further. When a man's in love, he'll give you the moon. When he's no longer into you, you're worse than trash. Let's not talk about him. I wanted you here to help me with moving out. Sure. I'll treat you to a nice dinner after this. Olivia smiled. Okay. Almost everything in the villa belonged to Ethan, so there wasn't much for her to pack. It was less of a move out and more of a dropping by to pick up her belongings. A wedding photo was hung on the wall. Olivia could be seen smiling brightly in the photo. Even Ethan, who always looked serious, managed to crack a smile too. The thought of Ethan and his affair pissed Everly off. How are you going to deal with these wedding photos? I mean, you can always recycle them in exchange for some money for chips. Or maybe set them on fire. Olivia shook her head. It's okay. Everything should be split into half in a divorce. She ordered a housekeeper to take out all the photos from their frames, cut out her images, and put the photos back. The only room that she was reluctant to leave behind was her self-designed nursery that Ethan helped decorate. She didn't want Marina's child to move into that nursery. 1 year after setting up the nursery, she finally decided to move the cot out and had the movers remove all the decorations in there. Surprisingly enough, it only took a few hours to remove the things that took countless days and sleepless nights to create. The memories that had accumulated over the entire year went into the trash can alongside those things as well. Standing at the entrance to the villa, she recalled the excitement when she had first moved in. Her sorrows were a vast contrast to the joy on her move-in day. She probably hadn't imagined her marriage headed toward destruction. Taking a final look, she bid goodbye to her past self and left. She then walked up to Everly. Eve, come with me to the salon. Everly patted her on the shoulder. Great. Let's celebrate your new start with new hair. Time to put those bastards behind us. I'm going to dye my hair a nice shade of pink. What about you, Liv? Olivia replied without hesitation, I want it short. Liv, you look good either way, but don't cut it too short. I'm worried that you might regret it. Little did Everly know that Olivia wanted the short hair because she was worried about the extensive hair loss post-chemo. Olivia smiled. No, I won't regret it. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 11. Chapter 12. Everly and Olivia, both having suffered from disastrous relationships, went to the salon. Everly picked out 2 male hairstylists for them. One of the hairstylists lit up with excitement at the sight of Olivia and immediately recommended some trending hairstyles. She outright rejected the suggestion. I want it short as possible. Darling, I know the cool girl look is trendy, but getting a pixie cut might limit the outfit styles you can pull off. Why don't I give you a shoulder-length cut? You'll look younger and can rock it at any event. It's fine. Your hair is long and luscious. I can tell that you have kept it for years. It's really a pity to cut it off. The stylist shook his head regretfully. Olivia stared at her reflection in the mirror. Despite her lack of rest, her features still looked as exquisite as ever. Her tresses, which she hadn't taken care of, tumbled across her shoulders. It made her look demure. She hadn't cut her hair in years because Ethan loved her long hair. Since the stylist was reluctant to cut it off, she grabbed the scissors and said, I'll do it myself. She cut off her hair without hesitation, sending the long locks fluttering onto the ground. It somehow symbolized her parting ways with her lovely youth and innocence. She returned the scissors to the guy and allowed him to proceed with styling her. "All right, I'll leave the rest to you." When Everly emerged with her new pink hair, she was shocked at Olivia's new hairstyle and marveled at it. "Wow. It's true, you can really rock any style if you're good looking. Liv, you look so cool." Everly's next order of business was to hurry to the supermarket and buy some gender-neutral clothes for Olivia to match the new middle-part pixie cut. Their new styles attracted lots of attention when they walked down the streets later in the day. When night fell, Everly took a selfie with Olivia by a storefront and uploaded it to her Instagram. The post was captioned, "Reborn." She also splurged on a fancy steak dinner with Olivia. It was something she had wanted to devour for a long time. The nice meal put a smile on her face. "Liv, doesn't this feel like we're back in high school? Our biggest worry at that time was solving calculus problems. Now that you think about it, that isn't tough at all. Just use the right formula, and you have your answer, unlike men. You give your all to men, and all you get in return is heartbreak." Olivia had not drunk in a long time, but she decided to let it go just for that night. She took a sip and joked, "That's because you sucked at math. I never thought calculus was hard." Yeah. No one can beat you, genius. You were only 13 when you joined us in high school. I thought someone from middle school got lost on their way to class. I wasn't expecting a gifted kid." Then, Everly poured Olivia a drink and lifted her glass. "Genius or idiot, it doesn't matter. Let's raise a glass to our singlehood. I can finally buy whatever I want now that I've kicked that weasel out of my life." However, tears streamed down Everly's face as she was celebrating her newfound freedom. "Liv, did you know that I used to buy the lowest grade steak on sale at the grocery store? I saved my ass off to support his studies, and I gave my all to build our future. I'm only 24 this year, yet I've never even gotten myself a proper dress. How could he do this to me?" They all faced challenges in their lives. Olivia, who was struggling with troubles of her own, had no better advice for her friend than to gently advise Everly to look to the future. She had wanted to send Everly home, but that tipsy girl forcefully dragged her to the Dark Horse Clubhouse. She sighed, knowing that Everly just needed an emotional release. After all, she had one full year to process the breakdown of her marriage, but Everly only had very little time to wrap up the loose ends with her boyfriend abroad and rush home. She must have needed more time to get over it. Olivia did not object to the detour because she knew that she couldn't have fun with Everly for a long time after chemo, and that was if she survived it. That night, she went to a clubhouse for the first time. The overexcited Everly patted her hand and squealed, "Look at the usher. Isn't he handsome?" However, her attention was on the painting of a dark horse in the center of the lobby. "Yeah," she absent-mindedly agreed with Everly. "Just let loose and have fun. If I have to pay for a man, I'd rather it go to a hot one that's good at sweet talk. Don't you think so?" "You're absolutely right." Everly, who wouldn't even pay for a cab in the past, transformed into a generous millionaire overnight. She led Olivia into a spacious lounge, where she ordered 10 bottles of Armand de Brignac in one go and ignored Olivia's attempt at stopping her. The clubhouse manager politely introduced 10 male models to them, each with a distinct style, ranging from sweet to chic. Everly declared boldly, "Pick whoever you like." The men openly flirted with them, and some even showed off their abs. Olivia was too shy to even look at them. "It's all right. I'll just have a few drinks." Everly picked 2 men and slammed a wad of cash on the table. She ordered, "Come here. Keep her happy tonight." The 2 men looked like boys next door, which was very different from Ethan's cool image. They took their seats beside Olivia, sandwiching her, and one of them poured her a drink. She felt uneasy and wanted to leave, but Everly slapped her on the thigh. "What's wrong? Are you really going to save yourself for Ethan? Has he ever thought of you when he was sleeping with other women? What are you worried about now that you're divorced? Just let go and have fun. I'll foot the bill." It was general knowledge that property agents marked up prices for a better profit margin. On top of that, Everly sold villas, and she'd frequently receive hundreds of thousands in commission from her deals. Since she was young, pretty, and a smooth talker, she raked in a lot of money from her commissions. Had she not spent that money on her ex, she would have been considered a self-made millionaire. Therefore, she could totally afford a night of extravagant spending, and that was what she had decided on. Meanwhile, at Collington Cove, the baby's fever finally wore off after the doctor's close supervision over the day. Ethan let out a sigh of relief and tucked the baby in before tiptoeing out of the bedroom. Marina went up to him with a warm smile. "Ethan, it's late. Why don't you stay the night? I'm worried that the baby will wake up at night. You know he doesn't cry much when you're around." He rubbed his temples, looking worn out. "I still need to attend an engagement. Dr. Garcia will be around, so get him if you need anything." Marina looked like she had something to say, but she knew she couldn't force him to stay. She had thought that he'd have gotten divorced when she called him at 10:30 p.m., but things didn't go her way. She reminded herself to take it slow and replied thoughtfully, "Sure. Just be careful on your way back." He nodded and got into the car. Brent immediately handed him a key. "Mrs. Miller has returned the key to the villa." The look in Ethan's eyes hardened before he snorted. "She sure moves fast after she's paid." Brent didn't want to continue the conversation, but the thought of Everly's Instagram post bothered him. After a moment's thought, he blurted out, "But Mr. Miller, she seems to have completely given up on you." Billionaire / even after death / Chapter 12. Chapter 13. When Brent felt Ethan's chilling gaze on him, he had to explain. "Mr. Miller, she's with Everly." It wasn't unusual for Olivia to hang out with her best friend, Everly. Ethan had asked Brent to follow Everly on Instagram to monitor Olivia's move. While explaining, Brent showed his boss Everly's Instagram post. In one of them, Everly showed off her eye-catching pink curls, but Ethan was instantly drawn to Olivia, who was rocking a different style in the photo. She had gotten a middle-part pixie cut, which coupled with her tiny face made her look more morose than her usual sunny disposition. Her eyes were looking downward, and her collarbone was visible through her Oxford shirt in the photo. Her beauty was almost sacred. The caption read "Reborn." Ethan hadn't realized that his fingers were trembling slightly. After a year of being pestered by her, he should have felt relieved that she wanted to let go. But why did he feel suffocated instead? He reminded himself that his sister was gone. Olivia did not have the right to declare her rebirth. He convinced himself that he wasn't feeling bad for Olivia, he just wanted revenge. He wasn't done with torturing her yet, and he would not let this slip. Deep in his thoughts, he was interrupted by Brent's remark. Ms. Hilton brought Mrs. Miller to the Dark Horse Clubhouse. Brent clicked on an Instagram post that showed Olivia lazing on a soft couch in a dimly lit room while a handsome young man in white kneeled on one knee and fed her grapes. Ethan almost crushed the phone after seeing the photo. Go to the clubhouse. The air turned frosty, and he couldn't take his mind off the young man in white. He knew he'd make Olivia weak in the knees when he put on a white shirt, and she'd sometimes sketch the image of his teenage self in a white shirt. It was at that moment he realized that he didn't want a divorce at all. Not only that, but he also wanted to keep her by his side forever. He wanted to subject her to daily torture to atone for Jeff's sin. While Ethan was fuming, Brent held his breath in the car. He was confused by the situation. In the past 2 years, Ethan was good to Marina and fulfilled all her demands, but he didn't seem to have any affection for her. On the other hand, Ethan gave Olivia the cold shoulder, but Brent could tell that she was Ethan's one true love. Alas, Ethan, blinded by hate, would do anything to hurt Olivia. When Ethan rushed to the Dark Horse clubhouse, the two women were nowhere to be seen. Apparently, Olivia had to bring Everly home because the latter was making a scene after getting drunk. Not knowing that he missed them, he ordered his men to look around but found no one. Brent called up the hotels across the city and got nothing too. Mr. Miller, she must have found a new place to stay in advance. It'll take some time to find a rental if you're doing it without an agent. The look in Ethan's eyes darkened when he realized that she planned to leave for good once she received the compensation. Look into it. Find her, no matter what it takes. The good news was that Olivia hadn't left the premises with a male escort. Still, those who entertained Olivia were tied up and brought to Ethan, who lit a cigar and stared at the two trembling men through the wisps of smoke. Lift your heads. The poor men never thought that they'd get into trouble with a big shot. Shaking violently, they stammered, "Mmr Miller. Where did you touch her?" "And no, we didn't. The lady did not like touching and kept a distance from us. She had a few drinks before leaving with her friend." Ethan snickered and lifted the chin of one host. He examined the young man's face, which was caked in makeup. The man also smelled of cloying and cheap perfume. Ethan remarked, "Why would she eat the grapes fed to her by a cheap, trashy man like you?" The young man was on the brink of tears. Ethan made it worse when he announced, "Cut his fingers off. Mr. Miller, please spare me." Thankfully, Brent intervened and showed Ethan the surveillance footage of the lounge. Mrs. Miller did not have physical contact with them. Two of the men were already sobbing. They hadn't expected to have their fingers cut off just because they fed their client grapes. All they wanted was to latch onto some rich lady, get their share of the money, and retire comfortably. They finally welcomed a beautiful and stylish young lady today, but sadly, she didn't even look at them despite their best efforts to woo her. Not only that, but they also had to deal with the devil after she left. Talk about unlucky. Ignoring them, Ethan went back to his car and drove around the city aimlessly. Where would Olivia go when she had no place to crash at? After Jeff was placed in the ICU, she did not need to be at the hospital to take care of him. Her phone was turned off. Clueless, he went to almost all the places they had visited before. After a futile search, he returned to their newlywed home. He had only stopped by shortly on that night. It had been a while since he visited the villa. Only the furniture was left behind, the interior seemed spotless and devoid of human touch. It was her habit to arrange fresh flowers on the dining table daily, but even the vase was gone. In the empty and lonely master bedroom, her presence was removed from all their wedding photos. Only Ethan was left in the photos, looking both eerie and lonely. Even after the Fordhams went bankrupt, she never took any of the branded clothes he bought for her and only packed some cheap clothes to go. He then remembered that he had ordered the luxury bags and jewelry to be collected from the villa. She had also returned her diamond ring to him. It was her only possession that was worth something. Her toothbrush, cup, and towels were gone from the bathroom. His electric toothbrush looked lonely on the shelf. Next, he shuffled to the nursery that was once Olivia's faith, not noticing that the palms of his hands were slightly sweaty. The door clicked open, and he was greeted by an empty nursery, a sight that made his blood run cold. She had cut off all her ties to him. "Mr. Miller, don't worry. I checked with all the airline, train, and bus operators. There was no trace of Mrs. Miller purchasing tickets anywhere. Since Mr. Fordham is still warded, she won't leave the city." Ethan belatedly found out the reason he did not kill Jeff despite being fully capable of doing so. Perhaps, he subconsciously felt that Jeff was Olivia's Achilles heel. By keeping Jeff alive, he could keep Olivia under his thumb. "Find her and bring her to me." "Roger that." Ethan lay on the bed in the master bedroom. The nights when they slept separately were difficult for him too. Even though he knew that Olivia was innocent, he could not get over the fact that she was related to Jeff. Her happiness reminded him of his poor sister. It was Olivia's fault for being born as Jeff's daughter, and she should be held accountable for her father's sin. He had an equally intense love and hate for her as he released his pent-up grief and anger by torturing her. Perhaps, it was time for a new punishment. Home/billionaire/even after death/Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Everly was an exceptionally bad drunk. If it wasn't for Olivia, she would have gone at it with the men in the lounge. It was the first time Olivia saw her friend hugging a man and wailing about being an empty nester. Olivia had no choice but to bring her drunk friend back to her new rental. A while back, Jeff's caregiver found out that Olivia was looking for apartments for rent and recommended the apartment of a relative to her. Olivia settled on the apartment because she could save on agent fees. Moreover, the deal was backed by the caregiver, whom she trusted. Since her landlord wouldn't be back in the country anytime soon, Olivia had not officially signed the lease, but she received his approval via WhatsApp and moved in. Without signing any lease, she left no records behind for Ethan to track her down. The tiny apartment was a far cry from her family home at the height of their fortune, and it was no match for the villa she shared with Ethan. Still, it was cozy, and she liked it enough. She even kept her dad's favorite tropical fish in the apartment. Whenever she opened the windows, she'd have a full view of the ocean. Once, she thought that Collington Cove was Ethan's gift for her. Later, she was aghast to learn that Marina had returned to the country and moved into that place right away. The fact made her miserable for a long time, but she was finally over it. Be it living in an expensive or affordable apartment, she could still enjoy the same ocean view. The apartment came with a small balcony, where she lay down some thick rugs. She had initially planned to bring Jeff home when his condition stabilized. She'd like him to spend his retirement at her place, sunbathing on the balcony and enjoying life. Too bad things took a turn for the worse. The cancer diagnosis came out of the blue, and she never thought that her dad would remain in the ICU. The drinking made her feel a little queasy, so she took some medicine and lay on the mattress by the cot she placed in her room. It wasn't the most comfortable arrangement, but that was the only way she'd get some shut-eye. Thanks to the alcohol, she had a good sleep and woke up late. Everly woke up earlier and made her some breakfast. No one breached the topic of the wild night. Adults seemed to be good at hiding their insecurities during the day. After breakfast, Everly rushed to the entrance with a pair of heels in her hands and a piece of toast in her mouth. She mumbled, "Breakfast's ready. I'm running late. Liv, I gotta go now." Olivia called out to her, "Eve, I probably can't keep you company for the next few days because I'll be busy. Don't sweat about it. Do you really think I'm so into splurging? Yesterday's celebration was a grand farewell to our youth. I woke up a new person today, ready to work. I'd take money over men any day. But you have to tell me if you need help, all right? I don't want you struggling to juggle a few jobs." "Yeah. Got it?" Olivia saw her friend at the door, where they gave each other a soft hug. "Eve, you'll find a better man. You have to go through the pain to find your real happiness." Everly scoffed. "Oh, that's a bit rich coming from you. You can't even keep your perfect husband. Let's see if you'll find yourself a man as good as him in the future." "In the future?" Olivia looked at the sun and smiled gently. "Who knows?" Everly was ready to leave but was stopped by the sight of Olivia's lonely figure. She gave Olivia a back hug and said, "I'll be busy for a couple of days too. When things cool down, I'll catch up with you. Take care, okay? It's going to snow soon. Even if no one's keeping you warm, you need to look out for yourself." "All right." After sending Everly, Olivia cleaned the apartment before switching on her phone. To her surprise, she found a missed call from Ethan. She assumed he had called to discuss the divorce, but unfortunately, she wouldn't have time for that in the next few days. Aside from Ethan, Chloe also made a lot of calls to her. Olivia called Chloe back, who picked up the call quickly. She sounded concerned. "Liv, why didn't you pick up my calls? I was worried about you for days. Do you need more money? I'll make a transfer." Olivia calmed down at the sounds of the ocean waves slapping against the rocks. In the many years after Chloe left, she felt very aggrieved, wondering why she was abandoned. She was in denial when she learned that Chloe was Marina's stepmother. Of all people, why Marina? But no amount of pain would change the reality. Olivia was helpless. She answered, "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. Ethan gave me some money. You don't have to think about Dad's hospital bills." Still, Chloe couldn't shake off the image of Olivia leaving in the rain. "Liv, where are you? I need to see you, and I'd like to make up for the years I wasn't around." Staring at the blue of the ocean, Olivia replied flatly, "Mom, you wouldn't have disappeared for years without a call if you had cared about me. And you would have visited Dad when you came back if you still cared. It's my fault for going to the wrong person out of panic. I reached out to you, forgetting that you've remarried. I will not repeat this mistake anymore. Liv, Mom, let's stay the way we were before. I'll take care of Dad. You never had a daughter like me, and I never had a mother like you." Rather than blaming Chloe for making her feel ashamed in front of Marina, she was angry at how Chloe went abroad and never kept in touch. When Olivia was at her worst, Chloe was by Marina's side, taking care of the daughter of another man. She couldn't blame Chloe for the decision, but she would never let it slip. After hanging up, Olivia called her workplace to quit her part-time job. Finally, she texted Ethan, telling him to discuss the divorce another day because she'd be busy. No matter what the truth was, she and Ethan were over. They'd never remain friends, much less rekindle the relationship. When she took care of everything, she departed for the hospital. Keith noticed that she came alone. Her shadows were elongated under the sunlight, and that made her look more vulnerable. He suppressed his feelings and asked her gently, "Are you scared?" "A little, at first. But I'll feel reassured if you're around. Don't worry. I'm the one who worked on the drugs for your chemo. I'll try my best to make it effective with the least side effects." "Thank you, Keith." When she arrived at the inpatient ward, she felt as though she was in a war zone. She had never seen that many patients, who varied in gender and age but shared a similarity: each wore a wig or headwear. A couple of unbothered middle-aged male patients swung past the corridors with their bald heads. Most rooms were occupied by patients undergoing chemo. Some were weeping, and some stared blankly out of the window. Olivia knew that she'd join them soon. The light would disappear from her eyes, and she'd lose hope for life as she staggered toward another day. With Keith's help, she secured a single room. The young nurse was polite to her. "You're Miss Fordham, right? Dr. Rogers told us about you. Please get ready over here. And have your family help you with the hospital admission and make payments at the pharmacy." Most patients at the hospital had at least one family member with them. She was the only one who showed up alone, which attracted many sympathetic looks. Those people must have pitied her for battling cancer and going through chemo alone. She bit her lips and said embarrassedly, "I don't have a family member with me. Just get me a caregiver." "That won't work. We need a family member to sign off." The nurse looked troubled. "How about your partner? Any parent or sibling?" Olivia stood there pitifully like a child whose parents skipped the parent-teacher conference. That was when Keith came forward and announced, "I'm family. I'll sign her forms." Comments: 1. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 14. Chapter 15. Olivia shot Keith a grateful look, and he nodded at her in acknowledgement before turning around to help her with the hospitalization matters. The nurse patiently explained the process to her. "Ms. Fordham, you will need to receive treatment over the long term. We will inject the chemo drugs into your body each time, but all the injections and the drugs will further harm your veins. In some serious cases, you will experience exosmosis. Just so you know, the drugs used are corrosive. To avoid those complications, we'd recommend inserting a medical port in your arm. We usually insert the port in advance to make sure that the drugs travel through your veins and into your organs. She continued, the good thing is that the nurses won't struggle to find your veins down the road. It's convenient and safe. But on the flip side, you can't lift heavy weights with this arm in the future. Olivia agreed with the nurse and went under a minor surgery to insert the port in her arm. As she was allergic to anesthetics, she turned down anesthesia. When the blade slit through her thin skin, she merely frowned without so much as making a sound. The doctor couldn't help but comment, it's rare to see someone who can take the pain. To that, she sighed. Well, it's not like I have anyone who would care if I was hurt anyway. The conversation brought her back to a year ago when she had to undergo emergency surgery after falling into the water and suffering premature labor. Even after she was given anesthetics, she could vividly sense the pain when the blade sliced through her abdomen. That day, she fainted from the excruciating pain, only to wake up to the same sensation. Throughout the ordeal, her screams fell on deaf ears because Ethan chose to stay guard in front of Marina's delivery room. From then on, she learned not to make a sound even when she was in pain. The second day after chemo, she was besieged by an array of side effects. It was Keith who helped her to get discharged. Even the short distance from the inpatient department to the underground garage made her gasp for breath, resulting in multiple breaks in between. Any slight movement would make her dizzy and nauseous, and all her energy seemed to seep away. Keith sighed and got down on his knees to scoop her into his arms. Panicking, she rejected his help. Keith, don't. This time, he sternly insisted on helping. Your body is weak now. If you refuse my help, I will have no choice but to call your family for your safety. And right now, Ethan Miller is your only family who could drop by. Am I right? It was an absurd situation. Without the signed divorce papers, Ethan remained legally her spouse and the only family member who could take care of her. Don't let him know about my condition. Olivia was already a mess. Ethan would only feel gleeful upon hearing about her diagnosis. The last thing she wanted was to be laughed at. Keith cautiously saw her back to her apartment and advised her, Olivia, you need a caretaker. You can't even take care of your meals now. She nodded. I know. My friend's going to return from abroad. She'll take care of me. Keith, you still need to work your shift, don't you? I shouldn't take up too much of your time. He checked his wristwatch and agreed it was about time to head back to work since he had some major surgeries scheduled. He gave her a few words of advice before leaving. After he left, Olivia lay in her bed alone as she grappled with the indescribable pain. She felt pain in every inch of her body. As she fought her dizzy vision, her abdomen roiled, and she was suffering from nausea. Even the wound on her arm was thudding in dull pain. Hellish was the only word she could describe it with. To her dismay, the only person she missed was Ethan. Back when she was suffering from acute appendicitis, he rushed her to the hospital in the middle of heavy snow. Still fussy and squeamish, she cried when she was wheeled into the operating theater, but he held her hand tightly and followed her into the room. In the end, the doctor performed the surgery under Ethan's gaze. This many years later, and she still recalled his expression when he soothed her. He said to her, "Don't worry, I'm here." After the surgery for her appendicitis, she could not walk for a month. Ethan was next to her the entire time and was attentive to all her needs. Years later now, he was with another woman, taking care of the children she bore for him. Olivia had to repeatedly remind herself of his infidelity and his cruelty to forget all the lovely memories she had of him. Fighting the debilitating pain, she stumbled down the bed and gritted her teeth, telling herself that she could do this. She would not let death get in the way of her pursuit of the truth. Her tears fell onto the pasta she took out to boil. The worst pain wasn't physical, it was the pain that he had inflicted on her. It felt like thousands of blades were cutting through her body, and the pain was suffocating. For 3 whole days, she writhed in pain on her bed. When she woke up on the 4th morning, she was glad to find that the pain had decreased, and her nausea seemed to have died down a little. Suddenly, she heard someone drawing the window curtains. It was Keith, who had regularly dropped by after work to take care of her. He brought some fresh produce and a bag of chips that she had been craving. His black wool coat was a little damp when he showed up in a hurry. Even his hair was a little moist. When he lowered his gaze to check on her, she spotted a snowflake in his thick and long lashes. "Is it snowing?" she muttered feebly. He nodded. "Yeah, it snowed for the whole night yesterday. When you feel better in a few days, we'll go check out the snow." "Great. I'm not in much pain today." Olivia sat up in bed, all huddled up in her thick pajamas. However, she was devastated to see a bunch of hair on her pillow when she turned around. Even when she had cut her hair short to prepare for this moment, she was taken aback by the sight. She hurriedly pulled her blanket to cover the pillow to avoid exposing the sad and embarrassing truth. A little floored, she mumbled, "I'll wash up." Keith had seen countless cancer patients who found it harder to cope with the loss of dignity than death itself. "Sure, take your time." She shut the bathroom door and stared into her sickly face in the mirror. A chunk of hair easily fell out when she pulled on it tentatively. As a young lady in her prime years, she felt grim when she witnessed the hair loss. Before she knew it, she'd lose all her hair. That was when Olivia decided she had to finalize the divorce as soon as possible. It would be a nightmare to meet up with Ethan to settle the divorce after she went bald. Finally, she switched on her phone and, ignoring the piling messages, went on to call Ethan. Little did Olivia know that he had been searching high and low for her in the past few days. She did not even have to wait more than 3 seconds for him to pick up. She could hear his seething voice from the other end. "Olivia Fordham, where the fuck were you?" Ethan had tried to locate her for 4 full days. Instead of explaining herself, Olivia said to him with urgency, "Ethan, I'll wait for you at the city hall in an hour. I don't want to drag this out. Let's get a divorce." Comments, 2. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 15. Chapter 16. Before the meeting, Olivia put on some makeup for a healthier complexion. Looking at the flurry of snow out there, she wrapped herself up in layers of clothes for warmth. After chemo, her physical functions, which included her immune system, had deteriorated, and her body was as brittle as glass. She had to test her complete blood count for the ratio between her red and white blood cells every 2 days. If the ratio dipped below average, she would need to take medicine to boost it. Otherwise, her life would be in danger if she caught any illness because of how she was immunocompromised. She'd rather be safe than sorry and pick warmth over style. After touching the thinned hair at the back of her head, she carefully put on a black beanie. Keith wasn't keen about Olivia going out and protested, "Olivia, you're not in a condition to leave home. You did the complete blood count test yesterday, and your ratio is below average. As your leading physician, I'm responsible for your health." Olivia pleaded with misty eyes, "Keith, no one wants to show up in front of an ex looking miserable. I just want to part ways with him when I still look decent." He recalled the furtive manner she hid the hair on her pillow and sighed. "Just stay warm. I'm only finalizing the divorce. It'll be quick. I'll drop you off." This time around, she did not turn down his help. She was too preoccupied with getting the divorce done as soon as possible. Checking her messages in the car, she came across one from Everly, whose boyfriend flew home in an attempt to save the relationship and even made a scene at her workplace. Everly had no choice but to take a long leave to avoid his harassment. That explained why she was nowhere to be seen for the past few days. Much to Olivia's surprise, Ethan sent her a bunch of text messages as well, and in some of them, he resorted to threatening her with Jeff's well-being if she did not reply to him. She dismissed his actions as his urgency in seeking a divorce, which she'd soon grant him. At the same time, the private detective Lee Coover did his job and sent files he'd organized to Olivia. The information showed that Jeff had been very close with Jody Ferguson because he spent a third of his time meeting up with her monthly. Surveillance footage captured him staying the night at Jody's place frequently. Not only that, he transferred money to her on multiple occasions and even registered a car worth $1 million under her name. Olivia was rather disturbed by the information. The interest that Jeff showed in Jody and the amount of money he sent her were inappropriate. It was odd for a wealthy middle-aged man to show such concern for a female who was young enough to be his daughter. On one hand, Olivia acknowledged that Jeff, who did not remarry, needed his needs met after her mom abandoned them, and she never questioned him on that. Just like other children, she revered her dad. Even when she knew that Jeff had his desires, she couldn't picture him sleeping with that young woman. From then on, her opinion of him changed a little. Since Jody was dead and Jeff was in a coma, Olivia had no choice but to assume they were lovers. Given that Jeff had always been kind and generous, he must have cared for and doted on Jody, who was way younger than him. Logically, he wouldn't have hurt the young lady. If so, why would Ethan want revenge against the Fordhams? Lee proved his capability with the extensive information he gathered within 3 days. Olivia paid part of the deposit and asked him to look into Jody's cause of death. After staring at the phone for a while, she felt a little nauseous, her head filled with images of the surveillance footage. Before this, she had faith in her dad's moral character, but after viewing the footage, she started having doubts. The city had been enveloped in snow, where darkness lurked underneath the pristine sheet of white. When they arrived at the city hall, Keith pulled over and held the car door for her, like the gentleman he was. In his eyes, she wasn't doing much better than she was days ago, she was as fragile as a porcelain doll. Be careful now. Go slow. The streets are slippery, so be on a lookout so that you don't slip. Olivia flashed him a grateful smile. Keith, you're fussing over nothing. I will be careful because I want to stay alive, more than anyone else. At least, she wanted to hang on until she arrived at the truth. Letting go of his hand, she turned around and immediately locked eyes with a man seated in a black car across the street. Ethan's piercing gaze was fixed on her hand that was held by Keith moments ago. The death stare sent a shiver down her spine, for she knew what he was capable of. Even if he hated her, he would never allow another man to touch her. That was why she refused Keith's offer to help. Sensing Ethan's burning gaze on her back, she hurriedly dismissed Keith. Don't you have a surgery to perform? I'll get a cab home when I've settled the divorce. You should leave. There's no rush. The surgery is in the afternoon. I'm worried about leaving you alone. Panicked, she put on a sour face. I'm not related to you in any way. Aren't you worried that people might gossip about us if you keep helping me out? I wouldn't have helped you if I were concerned about gossip. Well, I am. Keith, even if my relationship with Ethan has ended, I am still legally married to him. I don't want to be the center of gossip. Please leave me alone. My life is none of your business in the first place. Then, she left him behind with an air of indifference. Although Keith came from a family of doctors that were quite notable in the city, the Rogers were no match for the Millers. Olivia didn't want to cause a misunderstanding, which might result in Ethan giving Keith trouble. Feeling frustrated at her abrupt departure, Keith thought over her words. She wasn't wrong. He did not have the right to stay by her side. It wasn't until he left that he noticed an ultra-luxurious car parked by the street, and he instantly put the pieces together. Smiling helplessly, he understood that Olivia, still deep in love with Ethan, did not want to cause a misunderstanding. He turned the steering wheel and left the scene. Meanwhile, in the black car, Calvin felt a pair of eyes staring at his nape. He was too afraid to turn around and take a look. He jolted in his seat when Ethan let out a scoff, and he stammered, "Mmr Miller. What an eyesore." Calvin was close to tears when he heard the remark. "I'll get out of the car and let Brant take over." Seated beside Calvin, Brant glared at his obtuse little brother before giving Ethan a slight nod. "Noted on that, Mr. Miller." With that, Ethan left the car and walked into the flurry of snow. Calvin smacked himself on the head when he realized that Ethan's remark was for Keith. Standing in front of the city hall, Olivia looked at the man who approached her with fear. Ethan's black coat stood out in the snow. His good-looking features were blurred by the torrent of snow. The sight of him made her nervous. He came closer and confronted her. "Are you getting a divorce because of that man?" Comments, 1. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 16. Chapter 17. Olivia lifted her head with a sarcastic smile on her lips. "What a smart question. Did you forget that you were the one who wanted a divorce?" He ignored her jibe and inched closer with a threatening air. "Were you with him for the past few days?" At the close distance, she noticed the iciness in his bloodshot eyes, and his face contorted into an aggressive scowl. She flatly denied, "No. He dropped me off because it was hard to get a cab on a snowy day." Ethan smirked. "Olivia, don't you know that you always stare upward when you're lying? You haven't changed that habit at all. Did you suddenly agree to the divorce after 1 year of dragging your feet, all because of that man? Did you vanish and leave behind your dad because of him too?" Olivia did not bother to cook up an excuse, knowing that it'd only be an insult to Ethan's intelligence and make herself look guilty. She swiftly steered the topic of conversation. "That's not important. Let's get the divorce over with." He grasped her wrist to stop her. Even though he didn't use force, she felt the pain shooting through her arm, causing her to frown at him. There was a streak of madness in his face. He hissed coldly, "I thought that a divorce was the best punishment for you, but I have changed my mind." Caught by surprise, she blurted out, "What did you say?" He gave her a wicked look. "I don't want a divorce now." He brushed his slender fingers across her cheeks. "Mrs. Miller, does that make you happy?" She would have been happy if he had brought her the news half a month ago. After learning the truth, she merely felt sick at his touch. "Let go of me. Ethan, I want a divorce right now." He lifted her without much difficulty. She was averse to his embrace, which was once her safe haven. "Let me go." "Ethan Miller, are you crazy?" Putting aside the gender difference in strength, she was too weak from chemo to fight against him. Olivia struggled while he placed her in the back seat of the car, and by the end of it, she looked like she just had an intense workout. Panting, she confronted him, "Ethan, what exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Ethan loosened his tie, a mocking look in his eyes. "Well, I want you to live in hell. Did you think I was stupid enough to set you free just for you to date another man? I underestimated you. You swore you'd never sign the divorce papers, but in no time, you started dating another man. Are you this thirsty?" Already grappling with a headache, Olivia felt a heartache upon hearing the insult. Biting her lips, she fired back, "Didn't you want a divorce too? Why are you acting up when I want to make it happen? You were the one who had an affair first. Why would you care if I want to date someone else?" Soon, she felt him lifting her chin, telling her with indifference, "Everyone in the world deserves happiness, just not you. Got it?" She looked into his wintry eyes that glimmered with threat. Then, she heard him muttering the brutal words, "I have the final say in our divorce." When Ethan bent over her, the loose tie around his shoulders hung by both sides of her cheeks. Olivia noticed that his exquisite wool coat was perfectly smooth. He went about with his arrogant demeanor as though the people around him were nobodies. Very soon, she would bear witness to his arrogance. When their car weaved its way out of the barriers, she spotted a long queue of cars on the opposite side of the road. At the head of the traffic jam was a Porsche Cayenne that had crashed into the divider. Wasn't that Keith's car? Olivia paled when she learned that Keith had gotten into a crash right after dropping her off. She screamed desperately, "Stop!" Kelvin was smart enough not to stop the car for her. Instead, he ignored her screaming and drove on. When she attempted to force the door open, Ethan yanked her by the wrist, and she fell into his arms. He mumbled lazily, "Why? Do you feel bad for him? Are you crazy? Keith is only paying close attention to Dad at the hospital because we're alumni. There's nothing between us. Why did you do that to him?" He slowly brushed his fingertips against her cheek and said, "Oh, that's because, the more upset you are, the happier it makes me." Olivia clutched weakly onto Ethan's shirt despite her rage. She tried to keep her focus and explained, "Ethan, my dad sponsored Jody no, Leia's studies. Even if they had a relationship, I don't believe that Dad would hurt her." Ethan's expression fell at the mention of Leia. The smirk on his face instantly turned into anger as he carelessly pushed her away. "You have no right to speak her name." Olivia felt her back ramming into the hard car door. Already feeble, she now felt like she was about to fall apart. She slumped in the corner, enduring the stabbing pain in her body. There were no more fight left in her to argue with him, so she closed her eyes and calmed herself down to reduce the pain. Curling up in her seat, she felt thankful for putting on some blush and lipstick before leaving home to hide her sickly complexion. Meanwhile, Ethan merely took Olivia's silence as anger. He finally left her alone, but he struggled to calm down. When they arrived at the Miller residence, she was too frail to move. Once Ethan was gone, Kelvin opened the car door and whispered, "Mrs. Miller, are you feeling unwell?" Before she could deny it, Ethan haughtily mocked her, "It's an old trick. Did you think I'd feel bad for you if you acted like you were sick?" In the past year, Olivia had indeed attempted to gain his sympathy by acting weak. As a result, she had become the boy who cried wolf. Ethan did not have the patience to wait for her and threatened, "You'd better get out now, or I'll take it out on the Rogers family." Olivia had just texted Keith but received no response, leaving her in the dark about the extent of his injury. She gritted her teeth and got out of the car. When she stepped on the ground, she was instantly attacked by the biting cold. She felt her legs giving away, and she tumbled over. Comments: 1. Home/billionaire/even after death/chapter 17. Chapter 18. Thankfully, Olivia did not fall over because Kelvin pulled her at the last minute. She noticed Ethan standing not far away, apathetic. He was unconcerned about her condition. But again, he might have mistaken her action as an attempt to gain his pity. Given his hatred toward her, she wouldn't expect him to care. It was Kelvin who inquired with concern, "Mrs. Miller, are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's probably low blood sugar." Olivia hurriedly made up an excuse before following behind Ethan. The garden was covered in white after a night of snowing. The housekeepers were nowhere to be found, so no one was there to clear the snow. The short walk from the car to the house made her pant. Fighting against the wind and snow, Olivia craved the warmth indoors. Ethan stood by the door with a smirk on his face. "I have to give it to you. Your acting has improved." Back then, in order to keep him by her side, Olivia had used up all ideas, including crying and throwing threats, which she never thought she'd resort to. She felt the irony in Ethan's remark, but instead of explaining herself, she chuckled. "Thanks." She coldly walked around him to get indoors and immediately felt better, thanks to the warmth. Taking off the thick padded jacket, She poured herself a glass of water and leaned softly into the couch. So, are you getting a divorce or not? I'll tell you when I'm getting a divorce. You will live here for now. She sat there with a calm look on her face while toying with the hanging pom-poms on her beanie. Ethan, you asked for a divorce on the 7th day after my preterm birth. Your urgency puzzled me for a while, but I finally got it after I came across that kid who looked like you. You wanted to leave me as soon as possible to start a family with Marina. With a quiver in her voice, Olivia went on, for 1 year, I stubbornly put aside your coldness and your betrayal by reminding myself of how good you had treated me in the past. I thought keeping a woman was just a phase you were going through and that I would always be your wife. I even thought that you had an affair because I wasn't good enough. So, I was ready to change for you, and I was willing to overlook your mistakes. Come to think of it now, I was an utter idiot. When you were enjoying family time with another woman and your kids, I was hopelessly waiting for you in a lonely home. It took me a year to accept the reality and my foolishness. That's why I'm letting you go. Seek your happiness or start your new family, it's none of my business. Olivia stood up and stumbled her way toward him, tears sliding down her cheeks. She stopped in front of him and examined the calmness he exhibited. Seated upright and expressionless, he had an imposing air about him, as though he was a strict homeroom teacher who'd fly into a rage at any time. In the past, he only reserved his coldness toward outsiders and treated her with tenderness. Before she knew it, she had become an outsider to him. There was no reason to cling to him anymore. With her head hanging low, Olivia spoke with a rare despair, we should let go of each other. How does that sound? He felt a little sorry upon hearing the plea, and he noted the exhaustion in her expression, just like a solid dam that had given way after many years of enduring the raging waters. It crumbled into pieces, falling apart and vanishing into the floods. Giving up was way easier than staying one's ground. No one knew how long she had withstood the challenges before she gave up on her faith. Olivia was right, though. Ethan wanted a divorce as revenge and also to legalize the status of his out-of-wedlock children. Ethan was surprised to find that he wasn't as happy as he expected when Olivia gave up on him after a year. Giving up on you? Dream on. You will be staying here from today. Remember, you're mine forever. Olivia's tears dripped onto Ethan's face, which made him affected by her sadness. Frustrated, he took out his phone and showed her the photo of Keith in an ambulance. If you stay in touch with him, his family will meet the same fate soon. Olivia, you'd better forget about living a free life. You jerk. You should have come at me. Why did you hurt Keith? Olivia wanted to slap him, but he grabbed her wrist. With a nasty look in his eyes, he growled, you sure care a lot for him. Don't forget that you're still Mrs. Miller as long as we aren't divorced. Before Olivia could say a thing, she was scooped into Ethan's arms. He was blinded by anger as he threw her onto the bed. Thankfully, she landed on the soft, custom-designed bed she had ordered and did not get hurt. Still, she could see stars after being rough-handled. Feeling sick, she slumped onto the bed and stared at him with fear. He loosened his tie impatiently, seemingly possessed by demons. Then, he came to her with a cruel smile. Liv, you were with him for a few days, weren't you? Did he get intimate with you? He sounded more perverted when he mentioned her nickname, which he hadn't been using for a while. Goosebumps appeared over her skin. Ethan was like a shackled beast, ready to break free and lurch at her at any time. She shook her head and explained, we're just friends. Our relationship isn't as filthy as you implied. Filthy? Ha! Ethan snickered and dragged Olivia by the feet. She fought against the sickness in her body and struggled to break free, but they were like David and Goliath. Little did she know that Ethan hadn't slept well for a few days because he had been searching high and low for her. Driven by hatred, he desperately needed to release his pent-up emotions. He took off her shoes and socks. After a year without sex between them, he felt an uncontrollable desire rising in him, which was reflected in his eyes. Olivia knew that look too well and begged him with a shaky tone, "No, Ethan. You can't." Comments, 6/billionaire/even after death/chapter 18. Even after death. Even after death. Even after death. Even after death novel. Even after death novel. Read novel Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 61 to 70. Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 61. Olivia freed herself from Ethan's grip after Keith left. She replied flatly, "Oh, I'm doing just fine." After a few days of rest and recuperation, her complexion looked healthier, a huge contrast to her previous sickly self. He mumbled under his breath, "Right. You've always been as fit as a fiddle." She secretly snickered at him but did not attempt to add any explanation. Taking his jacket off, she said, "Mr. Miller, don't worry. I will stick to the terms of our agreement. I shall not remarry." Ethan had poured his heart into drafting their divorce agreement. Even though he gave her wealth, he destroyed her future by adding a clause to the agreement. It prohibited her from remarrying. If she ever did, she would need to pay him 10 times the settlement he provided her, which would stand at 10 billion. Still, she signed the agreement without flinching because her days were numbered anyway. The alcohol in her stomach made her sick. Attacked relentlessly by the sharp pangs of pain, she held it in and attempted to leave. But he held her wrist where Keith had previously grasped. She grimaced. "Mr. Miller, your fiancé is still waiting for you. Do you really want the guests to find out that I'm your ex-wife?" He ignored her words and growled quietly, "It's dirty here. You need to clean it." Somehow, Ethan felt like the sick one between them. Why did his possessiveness skyrocket after the divorce? He was acting like a psycho. He dragged her to the elevator. She wanted to argue with him, but the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. A bunch of drunkards staggered in. Frowning, he took a step back and forced her into a corner. This formed a protective wall that separated her from the drunks. She stared at his back in his press suit and the back of his head. His hair was styled immaculately. He might be a disciplined and meticulous person, but he could also be wild and extreme at times. She feared the contradiction that was him. At that time, she felt the pain growing in her stomach. Every part of her body was screaming in pain. And she badly wanted to find a space where she could gasp for breath. But she was stuck in an elevator with 4 reflective walls. She was also wearing a pair of stilettos and standing right behind her ex-husband. Even doubling over would seem like an admission of defeat. His broad shoulders were within reach. She had once leaned on his shoulders for comfort, but it was now a place that was out of bounds for her. She focused on counting the floors in the elevator. After an eternity, she finally reached their destination. The hotel was one of the many properties under the Miller Group, whose business spanned multiple industries. He stole a glance at her when he keyed in the passcode. It was the same code as his safe, a combination of numbers that was related to her. Before she could figure out his intention, she felt a force dragging her into the room. He threw the jacket aside and led her into the bathroom. Holding in the pain, she looked at him. "Mr. Miller, we are divorced. I do not need to fulfill my duty as your trophy wife anymore. I'll leave now." He had pressed on the knob of the shower, and she shivered as the icy water poured all over her. She roared, "Ethan Miller." He clasped her face underneath the shower and stared at her. "Liv, didn't I tell you before not to let any man touch you?" Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 62. The cold touch of Ethan's fingertips traveled down her cheek like a serpent. It didn't matter what they were fighting over, for he was in one of his episodes again. When they first dated, he wanted her to promise him 3 things: No cheating, no touching other men, and no leaving. She saw hints of his extreme possessiveness from the beginning. After all, he had killed off a family and turned them into ashes just because they slapped her. He'd also be cross when she shined at school. Once, she fell during sports day, and a member of the organizing committee had to carry her to the health center on his back. It was that night she witnessed Ethan's dark side as he ordered her to wash herself clean. Despite her explanations, he forced her to stand under the shower through the night. Despite his craziness, she was hopelessly in love with him. For him, she took an academic leave to keep herself out of the public eye. She didn't expect his madness to worsen after the divorce. Although the side effects from chemo went away, she still struggled with stomach pain. The room didn't have heating. And after the cold shower, she felt nothing but excruciating pain. Turn it off. I feel cold. Ethan Miller, it's fucking cold. He pushed her body against the cold tiles and flashed her a chilling smile. Liv, would it help if I warm you up with a hug? Psycho. You fucking psycho. Trembling, she reached out to turn off the shower. But he spotted it fast and held her arms over her head. The curves of her body looked perfect under the cascading water. He was similarly attractive. His abs were visible under the white shirt that was drenched. He pressed his warm body against hers in a flirtatious move. He cocked his head and whispered into her ear, Liv, you can only be mine even after the divorce. Have you forgotten about it? Let me go. I told you nothing happened between me and Keith. She kept her temper under control because she didn't want to push his buttons. He smirked. Why did you move into his apartment, then? Liv, did you really think that the Rogers could back you up after leaving the Millers? Why don't we make a bet on how long the Rogers could hold out? Ethan had made a dubious claim, confusing her apartment as Keith's. But she didn't have time to go into the details. She banged her left fist against him to express his anger. She knew that it was useless but still better than not fighting back at all. Ethan, you were the one who cheated and asked for a divorce. And you are the one who's getting engaged. Please ask your attorney for the proper definition of divorce if you're confused. What right do you have to control me? She confronted him with a teary voice, are you a tyrant or something? If you decided to leave my life, why did you barge in as you wish? If this is your new idea of torture, I'd rather be dead. He kissed away her tears and answered coldly, Liv, I gave you a chance, but you squandered it. Divorce is only a separation on legal terms. You will live under my control for the rest of your life. She suddenly recalled that, after that night of standing under the shower, he had once asked her if she wanted to leave. He was a beast that would hurt her. And he was willing to send her away to safety before he spiraled out of control. Do you remember what you said? You hugged me and said that we'd be together in sickness and health. You said you wouldn't abandon me unless death parts us. Olivia tried to make out his handsome face under the dim lighting. What if I died? She replied in a thin and unfeeling. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even After Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 63 - What If I Died? Olivia's almost inaudible mumble bounced off the walls of the bathroom, taking him by surprise. You won't die because you have me. Sure, he might have endless power and wealth one could wish for, and he had access to the top medical resources in the world. But no doctor would guarantee success in treating late-stage cancer. Ethan might appear omnipotent, holding power over the life and death of other beings. But he was a mere mortal at the end of the day and powerless to save her from the hands of the Grim Reaper. She chuckled. Ethan, since my family owed you a life, shall I atone for that with my death? Liv, I would have taken your life 2 years ago if I wanted to. I hate you, but I love you at the same time. That's why I'm keeping you alive to punish you. Did you just say you love me? She snorted. If that's true, you Wouldn't have betrayed me. I told you I wanted to build a mega hospital with express access for the needy. So, you built a hospital worth a few billion and named a wing after Marina. She went on, I said I loved the ocean and picked a spot for our future home, but you ended up building Collington Cove for Marina. I wanted to name our child Connor, but you stole that name for your child with Marina. Ethan, do you call that love? The icy water trickled down his jaw. It was hard to see the emotions in his eyes because he was staring at the ground. He seemed to have a lot to say and opened his mouth. But nothing came out in the end. At first, she had wondered if he had a good reason for treating her in that manner. If not, given his character, he wouldn't have kept the passcode around. Upon second thought, she concluded that he was a conflicted man who could love and hate someone simultaneously. Perhaps, that was his way of taking revenge. He wanted to keep her alive, and he knew where it hurt most. Her eyes dimmed. Grabbing his collar, she hissed, "Your love is revolting. Liv, do not anger me. That wouldn't do you any good." He unbuckled his belt, a move that set her alarm bells ringing. What do you want to do? Liv, you need to be punished for your mistake. He enunciated each word of his threat before tying her hands behind her. No, Ethan, you can't do this to me. Olivia panicked, but he was in no mood to listen. He swiftly tied her up and positioned her under the shower with the help of a towel, all while she struggled futilely. He had a unique way of tying the knot, which made it impossible to be undone. Her soft skin reddened under the rough handling. He lifted her chin in his fingers and mumbled into her ear, "Liv, I've seriously considered giving up on you." Despite the tenderness in his voice, he gave her the creeps. He went on, "But whenever I see other men near you, I want to tear them into pieces. Tell me, where else did Keith touch you?" His mania grew with his increasing tenderness. Reminded of Keith's car crash, she frantically cleared Keith's name. "I only ask that he pay extra attention to my dad at the hospital, that's all. I don't know why you said that about the apartment. Dad's caretaker introduced that place to me. My landlord is abroad. Liv, I wanted to trust you, but he visited your place for a few days. With stuff for you. Care to explain?" Tears filled her eyes as she suffocated under his craziness and possessiveness. "I couldn't get out of bed because I was sick for a few days. He was worried about my health and brought groceries to cook for me. Can't you tell that he's only stayed for 2 hours tops each time? He'll leave after cooking for me." He furrowed his brows and played with her cheeks. "Are you really sick? Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 64. Gently, Ethan loosened his grip on her body. "Liv, remember the punishment from today. Ethan, I'm begging you. Just come at me if you're angry. Don't you do anything to the Rogers family. Hey, untie me. Don't leave me alone here. I'm scared. Ethan, turn off the shower. I'm freezing, and I can't fall sick now." She saw him leaving and heard the click of the door shutting behind him. "Don't leave me alone. I'm wrong. You can torture me in any way you want, just don't leave me alone here. I'm feeling cold. Please let me out. I'll listen. No, don't turn off the lights. I'm scared." There was a moment when he almost caved in after hearing her desperate pleas, but it was a fleeting feeling. He lazily changed into a new outfit and gracefully made his way to the lobby. There, Marina was searching around for him. She felt relieved when he showed up without Olivia by his side. "Ethan, where were you? I was looking high and low for you. I went to the restroom for a bit." "Why?" Ethan concealed his emotions well. She took his arm, but he silently freed himself from her grip and informed her, "I have another appointment at night. Get the driver to send you home after the event. Okay. Don't drink too much, and don't get home too late." she reminded him while putting aside her displeasure. He had not agreed to register their marriage at the city hall that day. She had no choice but to put on a show as his understanding partner and soulmate to get her hands on that marriage certificate. K. After Ethan left, Marina wiped the smile off her face. His new outfit did not escape her keen eyes. Did he change for the engagement that he would attend later, or was it for Olivia? Hello, out of my way, now. Everly suddenly strutted over in her heels and recklessly bumped into Marina. Everly Hilton. That did not stop Everly. Oh, my bad. I totally didn't notice you at all. Marina was speechless at Everly's jab. She wanted to bicker with Everly, but one of the guests at the scene dragged her back to the venue. Meanwhile, Everly was spamming Olivia with calls. She had wanted to get some gossip from Olivia, but her calls went unanswered. When she recalled how Ethan was on Keith and Olivia's heels, she felt uneasy and dialed Olivia's number once more. No one picked up, and in the heat of the moment, she cursed, "Ethan Miller, you fucker. What the hell is going on? Are you looking for me?" She jolted when she heard a cold male voice in her ear. She looked over and found Ethan smoking a cigarette under the tree. The flicker of the lighter danced between the shadows on his face. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even After Death by Lilting Champ. Chapter 65. Everly's first reaction upon seeing Ethan was to cower. She might have been bold and outspoken at the event, but she was only bolstered by the effect of alcohol and Olivia's presence. She bore witness to Ethan's deep love for Olivia, and she knew that he could be deeply cruel toward outsiders. 2 years ago, she brought Olivia to a bar. When Ethan picked up Olivia, he shot Everly an icy look when Olivia wasn't looking and warned, "This is the last time." She was drenched in cold sweat when Ethan left, and she was haunted by the look in his eyes for a few nights in her dreams. Back to the present, Ethan shut the lighter and casually glanced at her, but it was enough to make her tense up. She gulped and said in a hushed voice, Mr. Miller, I'm looking for Liv. I'll excuse myself now." He shook off the cigarette ashes and gave her a look from the corner of his eye. "Let's chat." She knew it wasn't going to be a casual chat, and as a result, she was reluctant to engage with him. "Well, it's very late at night. How about we chat next time? Promise." She was ready to flee but turned around and bumped into Brandt, whom she secretly described as Ethan's hitman. Brandt said to her, "Please, Ms. Hilton." Close to tears, she followed them to a nearby cafe. She couldn't stop shaking her legs after she was seated, causing the table to rattle as well. When Ethan reached for his cup of latte, he was momentarily surprised by the messed up latte art, all because of Everly's leg shaking. An awkward moment passed between them. She smiled politely at him and handed him the latte. "Mr. Miller, have a latte." Then, she immediately chastised herself in secret for falling into the habit of her line of work. The situation grew awkward. He put the latte aside and spoke to her, "I want to learn more about Olivia and Keith." Everly might have no idea about the brand of Ethan's mental disorder, but she knew about his possessiveness. Olivia's ex-husband couldn't let her go, judging from how he was prodding around about Olivia's life. Everly said bluntly, "Keith probably has feelings for Liv, but she isn't interested in him. Why else would I put in the effort to matchmake?" Hearing that, Ethan grew a little hostile. She recoiled and stole a careful glance at him as though she was meeting her boss. Mr. Miller, are you still interested in Liv?" She had overstepped the boundary. He dodged the question and rapped his knuckles on the table. "What base are they on?" "Oh, God, no. I swear they haven't done anything." Liv was upset after the divorce and didn't even step out of her place for a long time. "I had to talk her into coming to the event today. I don't know why Keith showed up, but he probably attended at Calvin's invitation. Liv had nothing to do with that." Ethan's suffocating silence and his unreadable eyes spooked Everly. She couldn't tell if he trusted her words, and she wondered how Olivia managed to live with a man who barely showed his emotions. "Well, I can swear on my life. If there was something between Liv and Keith, I'd be crushed by a car." He finally looked at her but remained expressionless. She gritted her teeth and swore, "I'd be forever alone if that happened." He seemed to think that wasn't brutal enough and added to the curse, "You'd be broke for life." Ethan was shrewd enough to hit her where it hurt. She clenched her jaw and said, "Fine. I'd be broke for life if that happened." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 66. Ethan finally took Everly's word for it. She wouldn't dare to lie to him. Was she sick before this? "Yeah, I was going through a breakup with a bastard, so I didn't pay her much attention. Thank God Keith was there to cook for her." She had wanted to tell Ethan the truth about Olivia. But she wouldn't know the consequences of doing so, given that Olivia couldn't even put a name to her relationship with Ethan at the moment. She decided to respect Olivia's wish. Ethan thought of Olivia's pale face and asked, why was she sick? Her heart skipped a beat as she fought to maintain a neutral expression under his keen gaze. It was just the flu. Just the flu. What else could it have been? Liv has always been healthy. That's true, Ethan concurred and concluded that Olivia might have sought pity through her show of weakness to avoid the divorce. After he received the answers from Everly, he dropped a remark before leaving. "If you're interested, you may report to the Miller Property Corp Tower for work tomorrow." Her eyes lit up, knowing that the Miller Property Corp Tower was the property business of Miller Group. It'd be an instant status boost to work there. "I can't thank you enough, Mr. Miller. You're the best." As Ethan walked away, she suddenly thought of something and ran up to him. "Mr. Miller, have you come across Liv? I can't reach her on her phone." He turned around. "What do you think?" Everly scratched her head as she realized the pointlessness of her question. Ethan couldn't have seen Olivia because he was standing right in front of her. "Oh, please ignore my dumb question. I was worried for her." He ignored her and proceeded to leave. After some thinking, Everly gathered up her courage and said to him, "Mr. Miller, please be nice to Liv if you still love her. Don't hurt her anymore. She still cares about you." Although he cheated on Olivia, he seemed to have lingering feelings for her. Everly's only wish was for Olivia to live out her final days without regret. She felt more relieved after confirming that Ethan wasn't with Olivia. She assumed that Olivia might have put her phone on silent mode on her way home with Keith. Little did she know that her friend was imprisoned in a dark bathroom after Ethan turned off the lights and left. In the past, Olivia had nothing she feared in particular. However, after she almost drowned, she developed a trauma. She recalled watching Ethan leaving with Marina as she sank into the darkness. Her hands were on her belly, fearing that she might lose her baby. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in an operating theater with a sterile and blinding light right on top of her. There, she parted with her baby in pain. Since then, she had been scared of complete darkness and blinding lights. At that moment, the bathroom was filled with cold water. It wasn't enough to drown her, but it brought back memories from the day she fell into the water. In the bathroom, she continuously pleaded for help, hoping that someone would show up and free her. Alas, the soundproofing on the 38th floor drowned out her calls. The situation was eerily similar to the fateful day she. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 67. Staring at the door that seemed shut forever, she lost hope. No matter how many times she got trapped, the ending was the same. Last time, she lost her baby. Would it be her turn this time to die? She remembered that Ethan had arrived half an hour late to her room from Marina's room. Hopeless, she demanded to know, why did you choose to save her? Because you know how to swim. The tears that had welled up in her eyes finally rolled down her cheek when she heard his answer. She was a pregnant woman, not an immortal. When she fell into the water, her legs were tangled in a web of fishing nets as well. He always thought she was indestructible. That was why he must have believed she could withstand the cold shower. She'd at most fall sick from the flu. He had no idea that an insignificant flu might be deadly for a cancer patient post-chemo. Thinking he was in control of everything in this world, he shall pay for his hubris this time. She was no longer concerned about a thing in this world except for Jeff. Like a crucified prisoner, she held on, head hung low, waiting for death to knock on her door. An eternity later, the door creaked open. She looked up and saw a tall figure appearing before her. Forcing herself to stay awake, she watched as he advanced and stood right in front of her. He questioned, "Liv, have you recognized your fault by now?" How was it her fault? She wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it, but she was numb all over. What else could she say? She asked for this. She moved her lips like a dying fish. "Ethan, I was wrong." His lips curled into a smile in the darkness as he untied her in no time. What followed was her body hanging limply and her frigid remark. "Meeting you in this life was a mistake." When Brent switched on the lights, Ethan noticed the bloody mess on her wrists. She would rather injure her wrists in an attempt to free herself. It was different from her past self, who would whimper and complain about the prick of a needle. He lifted her in his arms. Strands of her dark hair were plastered across her lifeless face. She looked like a porcelain doll. He felt his chest tighten. He was confused by her weak condition. She was once strong enough to go swimming in the winter. How could a cold shower wear her out? "Olivia, stop acting." He stared at the lifeless body in his arms and touched her cheek. She was cold. Shaking, he screamed, "Call the doctor." A terrified Brent quickly called the family doctor. Ethan was distressed. He thought that half an hour of standing under the cold shower was enough punishment without pushing her to her limits. Why did this happen to her? He started taking off her clothes to administer first aid. Thankfully, she was still breathing, albeit her breaths were shallow. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 68, Ethan thought he was familiar with every nook and cranny of Olivia's body, but it was his first time seeing the scar on her lower abdomen. He was aware that she went under the knife without anesthesia due to her allergy. Waiting outside the operating theater, Ethan heard her screams of pain from within. He knew of the layers of her skin that were sutured and the amount of stitches she received on that day. Apart from the wound on the abdomen, Olivia suffered a new injury on her inner left arm. He suddenly recalled that she once visited the hospital on the day Marina made a scene. He thought Olivia merely suffered from some minor abrasions from that day, but he was shocked to discover the long scar. For someone who had a fear of pain, how did she manage to suffer in silence and brush it off later? Pursing his lips, he remembered Olivia's words before she blacked out. Her words felt like a stab to his heart. He changed her into pajamas and ramped up the heating in the room as he hugged her tightly. Soon, Brent arrived with Chris Atkins, and the two men instinctively backed out when they saw Ethan hugging Olivia. Ethan barked, "Get the fuck back. Check up on her." "Of course, Mr. Miller." Chris was Ethan's family doctor. His presence was only required for minor issues, such as a bruise on the arm or a twisted ankle, because Olivia was always in good shape. He always joked that she was as fit as a fiddle, but after 2 years of not seeing her, he found her lying feebly on the bed, looking as pale as a ghost. Chris summed up the diagnosis, "Mr. Miller, based on my initial assessment, Mrs. Miller passed out because her body was too weak. She was exposed to the cold just now, so she had to be kept warm to avoid running a fever. The wounds on her wrists are superficial injuries, but they need to be treated carefully." She's weak. Olivia did appear quite unwell some time ago, but she should have recovered from the flu by now. That's right. Her heart rate and pulse are below average, and she shows symptoms of heartburn too. I'm not an expert like my mentor, though. If you are free, you should send Mrs. Miller to the hospital for a detailed check-up. Then, Chris pulled out the needle that he had inserted for blood sampling. I collected her blood to run some tests at the hospital. We'll need to find out if this is a viral or bacterial infection before we can administer the right treatment. Good. It was a torturous night for Olivia, who had a long dream. In the dream, she ran into a young man in a white shirt at the school field for the first time. It was love at first sight for her. They met for the second time when he saved her from drowning. She vividly remembered the excitement and joy that filled her body. In a moment of panic, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her body sensed the muscular build of his, which caused her to blush in embarrassment. After that, they fell in love with each other and went into a relationship. When they were together, he doted on her like never before. It would have been nice for the dream to end at that point to save her from the ensuing suffering. Ethan watched as she frowned and mumbled in her sleep, "My baby. Ethan Miller, give me back my baby." She went on, "Ethan, I will give up my life for you. Please let me go." Ethan, every single remark was related to him and full of resentment. He reached out to take her hand and mumbled, "Liv, how can I free you when nobody could free me?" He was worried that by letting go, he'd lose his only connection to her. Her hand was scathing hot. Just like Chris had predicted, she was running a fever. Ethan put a fever plaster on her forehead and prepared some pills for her. But he was interrupted by Brant, who barged in without knocking. "Mr. Miller, we got the results of the blood test. All of Mrs. Miller's indices were lower than the average. The count of her red and white blood cells was especially low. Dr. Atkins said that she could not run a fever because her white blood cell count was at 2.3. A fever can be fatal for her. She needs a Neulasta injection right away." What did you say? The pills in Ethan's hand were scattered all over the floor. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 69 to Ethan, Olivia was the symbol of vitality. Hence, he was flustered when Brant mentioned the potentially fatal condition that she was in. Brant went up to him and showed him the photos of the blood test results on the phone. Apart from the blood cell count, Olivia had a lower, than, average count for the other lymphatic cells. Ethan tried to grasp the consequences of his actions in full. He remembered her desperate screaming when he left her alone in the bathroom. Feeling disoriented, he replied, "Well, she's running a fever now. That's bad. We need to get her to the hospital. Get the car." Ethan recalled how Olivia had always shown up wrapped in a thick down jacket. That was rather unusual because she had only worn thin wool coats during the past winters to look good. It finally dawned on him. She wasn't faking her illness all this time. He clumsily wrapped her up in layers of clothing, seemingly worried that the cold air might seep in. She looked both pitiful and lovable due to her flushed cheeks. This was not her first fever, so why would it be particularly fatal for her? When he lifted her in his arms, his chest tightened because he realized that she lost a lot of weight. Ethan rushed Olivia to a private hospital in the dark of the night. Chris came over with the blood test results and opined, "Mr. Miller, I've had a better idea of her condition. Mrs. Miller needs a Neulasta injection first because she's in a critical condition." Ethan was holding on to the feverish Olivia from the moment he arrived at the hospital, and she was mumbling non-stop. With a hand on her belly, she extended the other hand to grasp at the air. "Ethan, save me. Save our baby." She was hooked to an foredrip via the back of her right hand. So he had to stop her hand from moving around to prevent the needle from coming loose. She grabbed his hand desperately. Her contorted face finally relaxed a little as her anxiety melted into a relieved smile. "Sweetie, Mommy has found you at last. Are you blaming me because I didn't protect you well? Don't you worry, Mommy will be with you very soon." Upon hearing her feverish mumble, Ethan's frown deepened. He instructed, "Brent, get Connor here. Just tell them that I missed him." "Will do." Ethan only had faith in his efforts, not fate or luck. Still, he was spooked by the ominous words from her lips. It was true that he once hated Olivia because her family was connected to his sister's death. But he never thought Olivia would die. He arranged for Olivia to undergo a series of body checkups once she recovered from the fever. "Liv, you'll be fine. I won't let anything bad happen to you." However, the reality was often disappointing. Despite Chris' best efforts, he failed to make the fever go away. If the fever went on, Olivia would be headed toward death. "Loser. You can't even treat a fever." Enraged, Ethan grabbed Chris by the collar and hissed, "If anything happens to her, I'll withdraw my funding for your research team." Chris felt it unfair and argued, "Mr. Miller, we tried our best, but this is a very tricky situation. It appears that she has lost the will to live." "Rubbish." Ethan's eyes glimmered threateningly. Olivia was a tough coldie. And with Jeff still around, she wouldn't possibly give up on life just yet. Chris explained helplessly, "Mr. Miller, we're not trying to shun our responsibility here. Look, the brain is the command center of all our bodily functions. Many medical miracles happened because the patients exhibited an unyielding will to live. I'm sure you have experienced this before. Even if you're staring at death, there will be a miracle if you are determined to stay alive." Chris added, "But Mrs. Miller has given up on life. I'm afraid that." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by Lilting Champ. Chapter 70. Ethan let go of Chris' collar and stumbled backward as Olivia's words echoed in his mind. "Ethan, I was wrong. Meeting you in this life was a mistake." She must have hated herself to the extent of giving up on her life. For the first time, Chris picked up a hint of fear on Ethan's face. After a long silence, Ethan finally questioned, "I went through her blood test results. Why are the indices lower than average?" "In situations like these, she's likely having..." Chris stopped himself from telling the truth. After a round of chemo, the patient's blood cell indices would fall under the average. Although he had not performed health checks for Olivia in the past 2 years, he highly doubted that she had cancer because she was healthy and young. Statistically, cancer patients were mostly middle-aged or older. Since the situation was tense, he didn't want to scare Ethan before there was a conclusive result. "Likely having what?" "Nothing. Did you notice anything off with Mrs. Miller lately? She fell ill a while ago, and she suffered an arm injury." "Oh, that could be the reason. Viral infections might affect the blood cell indices. She probably hadn't fully recovered when she took that cold shower. That might have worsened her condition." Ethan's heart ached when Chris made the assumptions. Chris noticed the change in Ethan's expression and added, "Mrs. Miller is immunocompromised now, so please take good care of her. She can't catch a cold and fall sick. I'll increase the dosage of her meds. The priority now is to get her fever down." Ethan's arms hung limply by his side as he muttered, "Okay." Back at Collington Cove, Marina was elated when Ethan requested to see Connor. She was not informed of the circumstances. The kid started bearing a close resemblance to his father. And she assumed that was the reason Ethan doted on him. The more Ethan was interested in Connor, the more it turned the situation in Marina's favor. She wasn't too worried about her place in Ethan's life, because she knew that he'd agree to register their marriage one day. Brent showed up at the patient room with Connor in his arms. Olivia was still in critical condition due to the fever. "Papa, I want a hug." Connor extended his chubby arms toward Ethan. Ethan took the kid and pointed at the feverish woman in bed. "Look. Who is that?" Connor's eyes lit up. "Mama. I want. Mama." Ethan gently placed Connor by Olivia's side. "Give her a hug." The kid was very smart. He wriggled his way into Olivia's arms without needing further instructions from his father. He then eagerly rested his little head on Olivia's inner elbow. Ethan wiped away the tears on Olivia's face and whispered in her ear, "Stop crying. Your baby is back." For a year or so, Olivia had been having the same nightmare, where a kid would cry and ask her for the reason she abandoned him. But she never got to see the face of the kid. This time around, she did not see any kid in her dream. Instead, she saw an endless ocean sprawling in front of her, and she waded deeper into the waters. She was in a state of tranquility. "Sweetie, you've waited for a long time. Mommy will be with you soon. Mama." Suddenly, she heard a kid's voice from behind. "Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Read novel Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 71 to 80. Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 71. The scenery in Olivia's dream changed from the ocean to a lovely sunflower field. A kid was running and giggling in the field. "Mama. Come get me. Oh, sweetie. My sweet child." When she caught up with the kid, she pulled him into a hug. "I finally found you, my baby. I'm sorry. I will protect you well now." She turned the kid around and was astonished to see Connor's meaty face. It suddenly started pouring, and she had to run to a shelter with the kid. She was drenched by the rain. At that moment, she woke up from the dream, and the first thing she saw was the kid with a meaty face drooling from his lips. The drool almost fell onto her face, but Ethan was fast enough to wipe it away. When they exchanged glances, the air became a little awkward. After all, Ethan had sported an image of a haughty company president. Nobody had ever caught him in such an unbefitting act. Olivia chuckled after she noticed the unfamiliar environment. "Is this a dream? Am I dead? Why would I dream of you both?" He frowned and said frostily, "Is that what you wish? Death? Yeah. I'll be free after I die." She still thought she was in a dream and pinched Connor's chubby face, which was pleasant to the touch. Staying alive is tiring. Unable to understand the adult's conversation, Connor, who had developed a liking for Olivia, attempted to climb onto her. Drooling, he chanted, "Mama. Mama, I want a hug." His childish talk instantly made her tear up. What did you call me?" Ethan did not stop her. If she couldn't even stay alive for Jeff, perhaps she needed something new to keep her around. In fact, he was proven right. The kid had pulled her back from the brink of death. "Mama. Kiss." Connor was at an age where he only knew a few simple words. Oddly, he had never called Marina Mama before. When they were together with the nanny, Marina got frustrated from teaching Connor how to address her. She even described Connor as an idiot who didn't know how to address his mother at 1 year old. Connor, the sweet child, kept calling out to Olivia. She hugged Connor tightly as though he was the baby she had lost. Connor wrapped his arms around her neck and rubbed his face against it after he succeeded in hugging her after a few failed attempts prior. Tears trickled down her face. "Oh, dear child, it'd be nice if you were mine." Connor stared at her with his innocent dark eyes and an adorable smile. "Mama." His drool fell onto her neck. It was a little chilly and very real, which made her snap back into reality. She examined her surroundings and determined that she was in a hospital room that reeked of disinfectant. Ethan, standing by the bed without expression, exhibited a rare look of concern in his eyes. "How are you doing? You okay?" She realized that she was neither in a dream nor in hell. Her face fell upon recalling what he had done to her. "Yeah, I'm alive. No thanks to you, of course. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 72. Ethan reached out to touch her forehead, but she dodged his move. Mr. Miller, please don't cross the line. I just wanted to know if you're still running a fever, he explained. To that, she flashed a caustic smile. Don't you think you're quite ridiculous? You were the one who tied me up under the cold shower. You're not a 3-year-old, you knew the consequences, so why did you act like you cared after I caught a fever? I didn't know you were weak. And I didn't know you'd be in critical condition after getting a fever. Her smile widened. Does that matter? Plus, we are divorced, but you keep acting like you are in love with me. That's sickening. She had no idea why Connor was in her room, but she knew that it wouldn't be wise to have him stay around her. Now that she was back to herself, she gently pulled Connor away from her. She then tossed the blanket aside and took out the 4-drip needle from the back of her hand. Droplets of blood trickled down the tiny wound, but she did not wince nor take a look at it. You, still feeble, she slowly got out of bed with a determined look in her eyes. Straightening her back, she told him, Ethan, you were the one who cheated and asked for a divorce. If you are still angry about your sister's death, I can make it up to you with my death. Without warning, she hopped up to the balcony nearby. They were on the 7th floor, and a fall might mean paralysis or death. Ethan, shocked by her extreme decision, yelled, Liv, calm down. Dressed in thin pajamas and bare-footed, she stood there in the middle of the icy winds that ruffled the white curtains. Snowflakes landed and melted on her bloodless face. Her eyes were calm and devoid of any passion for life. Ethan, you might not know this, but I have loved you for many years. I fell in love with you from the first time we met. I remembered how you saved me from drowning. At that moment, I thought it'd be nice if I could marry you. When we started dating, I had the best time of my life. But I also started worrying every day. My life has been smooth sailing from the start, and I worried that one day, God might take away my blessings. I allowed myself to carefully savor your love for what I hoped would be a long time. But karma caught up to me soon. In 2 years, I went from heaven to hell and lost everything overnight. At first, I couldn't believe that you had cheated on me. I even thought it was a nightmare and that you might return to me one day. But I woke up to see you swimming toward Marina. You abandoned my baby and me. It took me a year to get everything back on track. There was no point crying over spilled milk, so I respected your decision. I thought that we would live separate lives after the divorce. But look at what you did to me. You threatened me and even hurt the people who cared about me. I do not know if you hate me or love me more. What I do know is that you will not stop if I am still alive. This thing between us will haunt me till death. It's a miserable life that I'm tired of. Ethan, you know I was once a cheerful and free spirit. After I agreed to marry you, I felt like I lost my wings. I sacrificed my freedom to stay by your side, but you still betrayed me in the end. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued. I don't blame you for falling in love with another. I guess I have to blame fate for where we are right now. If you are still stuck in a rut because of your sister's death, I will atone for it with my death. From now on, I would love to enjoy my freedom. We're even. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 73. Olivia stared at the pale moon in the sky, which was an apt reflection of her miserable and meaningless life. She no longer wished to be involved with Ethan and sought death. In death, there would be no love or hate. Perhaps, he might give up obsessing over her if she were dead. To her surprise, Ethan jumped and grabbed her wrist when she plunged from the balcony. Connor was disturbed by the scene and hurriedly hopped off the bed. He then jogged out of the room to look for Brent. Brent was smoking outside the room but put it out when he saw the kid stumbling toward him. He crouched and patiently asked, "Hey, Connor. Why are you out here?" Panicking, Connor explained, "Mama." Cry, he attempted to communicate with gestures, but Brent had no idea what he was trying to say. Brent lifted Connor into his arms. "I'll send you back to the room. It's cold out here. You shouldn't catch a cold." Meanwhile, Ethan was holding onto Olivia's hand. She looked at him emotionlessly. "Ethan, I thought you hated me. You'll get the revenge you wanted for your sister if I die." Half of his body was dangling out of the window in an attempt to hold onto her. The veins on his arms were bulging, and his temples were throbbing. He grabbed her tighter and hissed, "Olivia, I'll kill your dad if you try to kill yourself." She flashed him a half-smile. He's in a coma anyway, and he might never wake up. Maybe death would be a relief for him. Who says he's never waking up? I tracked down Leo. If he leads the surgery, your dad will have an 80% chance of waking up. You were in the medical field, and you must have heard about his reputation. Finally, he caught a glimpse of change in her expression. He worked on coaxing her, "Sure, I hated you and your dad. But now, your family's done for, he's in a coma, and we're separated. I no longer resent you." A falling piece of a snowflake was caught in her long lashes. It looked like the brittle wings of butterflies. "Ethan, you have a new family, and I no longer want to be in this world. Please let me go. It'll be good for both of us." She knew very well that Ethan's ceasefire was only temporary. She added, "We'll never return to where we were." "Never." He stared at her bloodied wrist with fear in his face. It was rare to see him in such a state. She beamed. "Oh, looks like you're scared of me dying. Would that make you remember me forever? You cannot die without my permission. I'll hold you tight, and you can get yourself up with my help." He wanted to pull her up when Brent burst into the room. Brent almost lost his mind at the terrifying scene of Ethan dangerously hanging out of the window. More importantly, Olivia seemed dead set on dying, which complicated the rescue efforts. Brent quickly called the bodyguards on the ground to get them prepared. Then, he placed Connor on the bed and joined the rescue. "Mrs. Miller, every hardship is only temporary. Just tell Mr. Miller what's going on, and I'm sure he will agree to help. Please don't throw away your life. You're still young with a long road ahead of you." With Brent's help, Ethan managed to straighten up as they dragged Olivia further up. However, she was determined to meet her fate. Rather than getting entangled with Ethan, she chose death. "Brent, it's the end of the road for me." Without warning, she let go of one of her hands, and they went back to square one. "Mrs. Miller." Ethan was bent over the window but did not let go. He held onto her hand, which was his only hope at the moment. He truly panicked. Chapter 73 and 2/2. Even after multiple near-death experiences, he had never felt fear like this. He finally understood how much she meant to him. "Liv, if you die today, I will bankrupt the Rogers family. You know I am a man of my word. Ethan, even when we're staring at death, you are still a self-centered jackass." She flashed him a wide smile. "You cannot threaten a person who wants to die. Nothing concerns me once I'm dead. Why must you choose death? If you had wanted to kill yourself, you wouldn't have waited until today. You would have done it a year ago or even at that time when your family went bankrupt. Liv, since when have you become so hopeless?" Ethan could not read her. In the past, she would fight her way through any challenges and never back down. Why did she see no way out except for death now? She had survived the darkest period of her life. With the wealth from the divorce settlement, she could have lived a carefree life doing whatever she wanted. "I can give you whatever you want." He finally gave in. "Ethan, Did you think that I'd forgive you just because you coaxed me after how badly you hurt me? How can you go about with your life, pretending that nothing has ever happened? Do you always think you can control everything? She added, let me be frank with you, you were never in control. It was Marina who pushed me into the water a year ago. She wanted to know who you'd save if we both fell into the water. I would never gamble with my child's life. Sure, I can swim, but have you thought that I was pregnant? Or that I was suffering from cramps? My legs were tangled in fishing nets, and I almost died with the baby that day. She raged. When I was tied up in the bathroom, I begged you to save me, just like the day I was pushed into the water. But you still thought that I would be fine. Ethan, I'm fed up with your arrogance, your volatile temper, and your contradictory nature. You cannot control my life, and you won't have control over my death. Then, she swung her body hard, and her fingers slid from his palm. No, Liv. It'd be great if I hadn't met you back then. You didn't know that you were a huge part of my youth. You were on my mind for many years just because you glanced at me once. But, it's time to put an end to it today. She forced a smile. Ethan, if reincarnation is a thing, I hope I won't come across you ever. With that, she freed her hand from his grasp. Goodbye, my youthful days. Ethan, let's never meet again, she. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 74. With steely determination, Olivia jumped off the 7th floor to sever her ties to Ethan. Unexpectedly, Ethan quickly kicked against the ledge to launch himself into the air and fell beside her. Her eyes widened at the sight. She wondered, is he insane? Among the flurry of snowflakes, she locked eyes with him. Glaring, he threw himself at her with all his might like a net. She had always failed to escape him, like a moth drawn to a flame. But the flames burned her, and she regretted getting close. Ethan would not stop even after he shattered her heart. He would continue to torment and oppress her. Ethan hugged her tight, and the two intertwined bodies descended from the air at great speed. On the ground, Kelvin quickly moved a few inflatable cushions from a nearby event with the help of the bodyguards, and they managed to set it up at the last minute. With a loud thud, Ethan and Olivia crashed into the inflatable cushions before rolling onto the ground. The cushions buffered their fall, and they were free from any injuries. Seeing that, Brent let out a relieved sigh from the 7th floor. He felt thankful that he came prepared and thus averted a tragedy. Meanwhile, Kelvin and the bodyguards were flabbergasted. They couldn't bear the responsibility if something had happened to Ethan. Ethan rolled off the cushion and hit the floor hard. Despite frowning from the pain, he never made a sound. He hugged Olivia tightly in his arms to protect her from getting hurt. Even so, the first thing she did when she climbed up was to slap him across the face. Ethan Miller. How dare you take away my right to die? I thought you hated me. You should be happy to see me dead. Ignoring the pain from his back, he grabbed her tiny wrist with raging eyes. Like a provoked beast, he growled, because death is an escape. I want you to live out the rest of your life in shame and hopelessness to make up for my sister's death. She sniffled and felt chills spread across her body. Perhaps it was from the outdoor temperature or Ethan's cruelty. In no time, he stood up and towered over her. Even the dim light from the street lamp failed to add warmth to his visage. His tense jaw and features that were a blur in the snow flurry made him appear grimmer. There was a certain regal air about him that made her feel like a peasant at his feet. Panic set in as she felt that she was not in control anymore. Given the disparity between their status and power, and the fact that she had provoked him earlier, he might give her a harder time from now on. The hem of his coat fluttered in the cold winds as he lifted her chin. Olivia Fordham, this is an exception. If you try to kill yourself again, I'll ensure the people around you will join you in the afterlife. Keith Rogers, Everly Hilton, Jeff Fordham. You name it. He tightened his grip on her chin, almost making her cry from the pain. His gaze was cold. Olivia Fordham, don't ever think of dying before you fully atone for your sins. When he reached out, her first reaction was to run. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 75. Ethan snickered as he took Olivia by the wrist and scooped her into his arms. He was a little rough with her because of his anger, and he pinned her legs against his body with his arms. She tried to free herself but withdrew her hands when her fingers accidentally brushed against his neck. The warmth of his body lingered on her fingertips. Ethan, let go of me. She struggled with all her might, but it was futile. Giving up, she stayed in his arms as he walked through the snow, linen path. The snow crunched underneath his boots during the walk to her room. He did not say a word, letting the silence hang over them. The heating in the room warmed up her freezing body. Unaware of the events, Connor stumbled toward her as though he wanted a hug. She reflexively reached out to hug him when she saw the tears and snot on his face. However, Ethan lifted the poor kid by the collar and instructed his men icily, "Send Connor home." "Got it?" Brent was relieved when he confirmed that Olivia was unhurt. Chris came by and performed a checkup before hooking her to an IV drip. He advised her, "Your white blood cell count is very low. Please do not overexert your body. Or else, no one can save your life the next time." She merely grunted as she stared emptily at the ceiling like a rag doll. Now that Ethan had trapped her and taken away chance at dying, what more could she do? "Yeah. I understood. You'd better." Ethan finally looked away from her and strode out of her room. Chris cautiously followed the hostile Ethan out and almost bumped into him when Ethan abruptly stopped in his tracks. Ethan turned around with a scowl and hissed, "Find out the reason behind her low white blood cell count." He sensed that something was off from the chain of events earlier. Olivia, who had always been fit, had suffered from a low white blood cell count after a fever. Moreover, she jumped from the 7th floor without hesitation. When he recalled her feeble condition and fainting spells, he believed that the issue was more complicated than it seemed. Chris nodded. "Sure, Mr. Miller. We'll get her a full checkup tomorrow. You don't have to worry too much. She hasn't done any checkups in the last 2 years, but there's a low chance of her developing chronic diseases based on her past health records." "That better be it." Chris gave Ethan a respectful nod when the latter left the hospital. He was careful not to further anger Ethan at such a sensitive time. Then, he rushed back to his office, where he printed the list of checkups that Olivia had to undergo. That night, Olivia's fever finally went away. A nurse came in early in the morning to wake her up. "Ms. Fordham, it's time for a checkup." That immediately pulled her out of her groggy state. "What?" The nurse patiently explained, "Ms. Fordham, you must undergo some advanced checkups." That sent a chill down her spine. She wondered if Ethan had picked up any clues on her condition. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 76. Although Chris only got a few hours of sleep, he showed up looking fresh. Since Ethan wasn't around, he told Olivia, "Mrs. Miller, your husband really cares about you. Look at how he arranged all these checkups for you." Olivia wanted to scoff at Chris' assumption. Ethan only wanted her to undergo the checkups to keep her healthy and to suffer from his punishments. She was somewhat curious about Ethan's expression if he knew she had stomach cancer. Anyway, she did not have much of a choice at the moment. She croaked, "Yeah, let's do it." There was a dizzying amount of checkups to be completed. Endoscopy wasn't on the list because the procedure was more complicated. The patient would need to take laxatives after midnight to clear the bowels and go under anesthesia. Olivia wasn't in the condition to be put through the bowel prep. On top of that, she had stuck to a regular daily routine ever since marrying Ethan. Chris assumed that her digestive system was healthy and did not request an endoscopy. The results of the checkup were expedited. Olivia was taking some soup after starving for the entire morning when Ethan showed up at the door. Standing tall, he looked as indifferent as usual. Judging from his attire that commanded authority, a press suit and a black and white striped tie, he must have rushed over from work. She had bought him the tie, and the visual reminder brought back sweet memories from long ago. However, after 2 years, there was nothing left between them other than pain. He stared at her pale face, wondering why she always presented herself in a feeble condition. Was there something wrong with her body? "Mr. Miller, don't worry. I will not die. I will not think of killing myself too." She broke the silence and took another mouthful of soup. The back of her hand was all swollen from the injection earlier. She appeared rather pitiful and fragile. Ethan was no longer angry after a night away. "Are the results out yet?" No. At the mention of the results, she put her spoon down and looked into his eyes. "If something's wrong with me, will you?" He cut her off. "What will go wrong?" "Well, if I caught a terminal disease, for example." She stared straight at him. "Will you consider sparing me?" His heart sank when he heard the question. Taking a seat on the couch, he straightened his back and started rubbing the area between his left thumb and index finger. His tone remained icy. "Tell me about that terminal disease." Although she escaped the endoscopy, she did a CT scan, which might not help determine the type of tumor. However, the CT scan would reveal gastric wall thickening. If the tumor was abnormally large, it might affect nearby tissues and structures. For example, it might affect the left liver lobe. Even the swollen lymph nodes might betray her condition. Knowing that the results would expose her condition in some way, she looked straight at him. Then, they heard a knock. "Come in." Chris entered with her results in his hand. Seeing that, Olivia stopped drinking her soup. "Looks like the results are in." She stared at Ethan, her palms sweaty from the nervousness. She was curious to see Ethan's reaction to the news of her cancer. Would he feel glad about her impending death, or would he feel a little sad for her? Somehow, the anticipation of his reaction gave some meaning to her upcoming death. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by Lilting Champ. Chapter 77. Ethan silently stared at the paper in Chris' hands. Feeling pressured, Chris forced a smile. "The results are in. Mr. Miller, you have nothing to worry about. I told you she'd be fine. Take a look." "Fine." Olivia frowned. A CT scan might miss the symptoms at the early stages of cancer when even the organs function just fine. But it was odd that the scan picked up nothing when she was in the late stage of stomach cancer. While she was thinking hard, Ethan looked more relieved and grew hostile at the same time. He made his way to her with a grim expression. She squirmed under his gaze, wondering what he had picked up from the results. Anger was not an emotion she expected to see in him after he learned the truth about her failing health. He stood in front of her with eyes that burned in rage. "So," her voice trailed. He suddenly threw the papers at her and bellowed, "Take a look at it yourself." She picked up the CT results that showed no abnormalities. Even her blood test results came back normal, with the red and white blood cell counts hovering around 4. Since she took a Neulasta injection last night, she wasn't surprised by her normal white blood cell count. But the CT scan must have gone wrong somewhere. The top-notch facilities at the hospital couldn't have missed her symptoms either. The cold, hard truth was laid out in front of her. When she was racking her brains, Ethan suddenly leaned forward with both his arms by her side. "Olivia Fordham, I underestimated you." He had a mocking look in his eyes. "Your acting was perfect. I almost fell for it. Did you think I was faking my illness?" She finally put 2 and 2 together. He smirked. "And what did you think would change?" It was a ridiculous accusation. Ethan was the one who hurt her, but he still wanted to drag her through the mud. Taking a deep breath, she refused to fight with him. If he trusted her, he would not demand answers. If he refused to believe in her words, no amount of reasoning would help. True, she had clung onto him and cooked up all sorts of excuses to avoid a divorce. However, she decided to give up on the relationship from the moment she signed the divorce papers. Somehow, Ethan perceived her condition as made up, a ploy to seek attention. Her past self would have chosen to speak up, but she was long past that stage. She looked at him quietly and agreed. That's right. I cannot give up my title of Mrs. Miller. That's why I am faking my illness. My thing with Keith was an act that I put up. Even the suicide attempt was planned. That's my true color, a cunning bitch. Now, do you see me for who I really am? He was taken aback at her no-nonsense admission. After staring at her for a while, he said coldly, "Why did you turn out this way?" That was the last straw that made her blood boil. Puffing and huffing, she clutched the bed sheet and tensed up like a drawn bow. That was all thanks to you. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 78, the air froze from the tension. Chris interfered before the situation worsened. "Mr. Miller, we're all happy that Mrs. Miller is healthy." Refusing to waste any effort on Olivia, Ethan looked away and said emotionlessly, "You'd better behave." In an outburst, she let out her pent-up emotions and threw her bowl of soup at the man who thought he was always right. "Behave? Fuck you." He was the one who pursued her and asked for her hand in marriage. His possessiveness forced her to give up on her future and freedom. Not only did he land her in the current mess, he dared to claim that she was faking her illness. The soup dripped from Ethan's tailored, luxurious suit. Seeing red, he gave her a death glare and marched up to her. Sensing a huge fight, Chris jumped in and blocked Ethan with an anxious look. "Mr. Miller," the soup must have slipped from her hand. "Mrs. Miller, say something." She straightened herself and replied flatly, "Yeah, it slipped." Chris sounded relieved. "Mr. Miller, you heard her. She boldly added, "If it hadn't slipped from my hand, it would have hit you right at the back of your head, you asshole." Chris was speechless. Olivia was adding fuel to the fire. Ethan shoved Chris aside and went up to hiss at her through gritted teeth, "Olivia Fordham." Fuming, she grabbed a bottle of pills from the headboard and jumped out of bed angrily. Then, she tried to smash the bottle on Ethan's head. "Fucking bastard. I'll fight you." Ethan effortlessly caught her weak hands and pinned them behind her back. Defeated in no time, she was red in the face, and her eyes were misty. Ethan felt complicated when he saw this, and he felt more pain than resentment. Finally, he drew a sharp breath to calm his anger. He flung her onto the bed and threatened, "Remember what you did today. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands." Her behavior was no different than waltzing across a field full of landmines. He had to exert a ridiculous amount of self-control to stop himself from grabbing her neck. However, his warning only fanned the flames. She growled, "I would never ask you for help even if I had to jump off the 7th floor." Giving her a last glare, he left the room and slammed the door behind him. Then, he took his bodyguards with him. Brent caught up to him and asked, "Mr. Miller, aren't you worried that Mrs. Miller might attempt suicide again?" Ethan took off his jacket and replied with a serious face, "A woman like her would never consider death seriously. I don't want to waste time on her anymore." Brent frowned at Ethan's conclusion. As a bystander, he had a clearer view of the events. No sane person would bet on their life by jumping from the 7th floor, which might result in grave injuries or death. Olivia could have died if Ethan had not gone after Olivia and Kelvin had not placed the inflatable cushions in time. Still, Ethan was adamant that Olivia was playing hard to get, and he wouldn't have it otherwise. Back in the room, Chris requested a nurse to clean up the soupy mess. He flattened the bed and patiently advised Olivia, "Mrs. Miller, you can always talk things out calmly. You shouldn't resolve to extreme methods. Mr. Miller still cares about, even stood guard outside your room last night." So, Olivia was in no mood for his nagging. Instead, she questioned, "Mr. Atkins, could there be a mistake in the results?" Chris immediately put on a straight face. "Mrs. Miller, you can insult me as much as you want, but do not question my professionalism. We ran your results through experts in the field. How can there be a mistake?" Then, he let out a relieved sigh. "I was shocked to see your low red blood count last night. I even thought you had. Oh, by the way, did you receive any treatment before this?" He took his duty as a doctor seriously and asked an additional question. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 79. Recalling the look in Ethan's eyes, Olivia answered quickly, "No, that's great, then. It's just a viral infection. You may be discharged after a few days of monitoring at the hospital." Chris felt as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He gave her some more advice and left after she ignored him. Olivia had already done a biopsy which had confirmed her stomach cancer, but the CT scan results this time showed nothing. She had only undergone one chemotherapy session. Although it was very effective and the tumor would shrink, it would not disappear overnight. Evidently, something was off with the results, and only someone from the inside could have tampered with it. The person who did it must have been fearless if they had dared to do it right under Ethan's nose. Who could it be? Was it Marina? Was the incident at the grave not enough that this person had to alter Olivia's checkup results? Although there were no other suspects besides Marina, Olivia still felt that there was something fishy about the whole incident. If it was not Marina, then the real culprit was very terrifying. Many things that had happened over these 2 years may seem like mere coincidences, but it was strange when Olivia thought about it carefully. It was as if someone was controlling her like a puppet. By right, Ethan could get to the bottom of it easily, but she was a liar in his eyes now. He would just think that she was making up stories. Besides, the culprit would be on guard if they investigated openly. Olivia dared not alarm Chris, so she had no choice but to investigate the radiologist privately. Coincidentally, Mercy Hospital was owned by the Atkins family, so Olivia already had a plan. Although news of the previous night's incident had already been hushed, it had reached Calvin's ears. Before Olivia could take the initiative, he came to visit her. Calvin was different from Chris. While Chris had devoted himself to the research and development of medicine, Calvin had joined the hospital and made it to the rank of director in 3 years. Calvin could more or less guess the situation between her and Ethan, but he still smiled dazzlingly. "Olivia, I really didn't expect to see you again so soon. How are you?" "My fever has subsided. Thanks for asking." Lying down on the hospital bed, Olivia looked quite pale and sounded weak when she spoke. Noticing her dry lips, Calvin handed her a glass of warm water and said gently, "Here, drink some water." "Thank you." Olivia took the glass and drank a big gulp of water. In her haste to swallow it, she choked on the water and coughed violently. Calvin put a pillow behind her and patted her back gently. "Don't rush. Drink slowly. You're still the same as ever." Olivia had lost the hostile air she had when she was with Ethan. A look of sympathy came into Calvin's eyes as he asked curiously, "Did you drop out of university back then for Mr. Miller?" Olivia smiled helplessly and said, "It was very foolish of me, wasn't it? I thought I would have a bright future ahead of me, but when I took the leap of faith, I hit rock bottom instead. As long as you're willing to push forward, the opportunities ahead of you are endless," said Calvin gently. "You still have a long way to go." His kindness. as always, gave Olivia some courage. She asked, "Calvin, since we were once classmates, could you do me a favor? Just say the word. I will do my best if it's within my power." Olivia looked around to make sure they were alone before telling him the gist of the situation in a low voice. She had expected Calvin's initial reaction to be defending the hospital's reputation and repudiating her, but he took her checkup report instead. His gentle expression gave way to a sterner one. "Don't worry, Olivia. If anyone from my hospital dares to falsify information, I will punish them accordingly." After Olivia voiced her concerns, Calvin patted her shoulder and said, "It won't do the hospital any good if this incident blows up. I will make sure to deal with this subtly and get back to you with an explanation. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 80, Olivia saw no sign of Ethan over the next 2 days, but she had Everly taking care of her while berating Ethan. "Do you think that idiot got possessed? Why does he keep acting up? First, he wants a divorce, then next, he can't accept you dating someone new. Now he's even saying that you're pretending to be sick. I think you should get some holy water to drive away whatever evil is possessing him," ranted Everly. Olivia said calmly, "He's not possessed. He's just crazy." After 2 days of rest, she felt back to normal other than her stomach still causing her problems. After hearing her out, Calvin suggested doing another checkup for her, but she politely declined. She just said she had already done a checkup at another hospital and was currently receiving treatment. Calvin hadn't thought much about it. He took 2 days to conduct investigations and came to give her an answer. "Hey, Everly. You're here too." Calvin was wearing a white doctor's coat with a white shirt underneath. He was also wearing a black necktie and black pants. He looked tall and handsome. Everly stopped cursing Ethan out and whistled while raising an eyebrow. "You really are something. Other people would look like a hospital director wearing that uniform, but you look like you are out to seduce someone." Calvin laughed politely and pointed at the badge on his chest. "You can doubt my looks, but you can't doubt my profession." Everly teased him some more, but Calvin kept a bright smile on his face. "Olivia, you can be discharged if we find no problems after doing another checkup." "Everly, wait for me here." "I'll be right back," said Olivia. Everly stuffed a cherry into her mouth and asked, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Olivia waved a hand and said, "It's okay. It's just a routine checkup." With that, she followed Calvin to a checkup room. The previous doctor had already left, and only Calvin and Olivia were in the room. "Have a seat," said Calvin with one arm outstretched. Olivia was anxious and hastily said when she sat down, "It seems like you've found something." Calvin nodded, and his smile disappeared. "You were right. Someone really tampered with the results." "Who was it?" Calvin said solemnly, "That day, all the doctors my brother asked to do your checkup were specialists, but Dr. Thurman, who was in charge of the CT scan, suddenly had diarrhea. He didn't want to waste any of your time, so he handed the task over to Mike Crosby, the assistant intern. When Mike had finished the preparations and was about to send your results over to the analysis department, a nurse summoned him out of the room. It was in that period of time that someone came in and switched your CT scan results. The results Dr. Thurman authorized were indeed normal, but it just wasn't yours." Calvin handed Olivia a glass of warm water and continued explaining, "The person behind this is highly skilled. He or she is technologically savvy. They even blacked out the surveillance cameras. There are only a few people in the radiology department, so it was easy for this person to find an opportunity to infiltrate. Fortunately, the cleaner saw what happened and told me everything." Olivia took a sip of water and put down the glass. Then, she asked, "Was it a man or a woman?" According to the cleaner, the person was wearing a hospital uniform. "It was a man. He was very tall, about 6 feet, and had a muscular build. He wore a large pair of sunglasses, so the cleaner couldn't see his face clearly. Then, was there anything that stood out about him? Calvin nodded and said, yes. He has a mole on his right ear. Perhaps he was feeling guilty because he left in a hurry and chapter 80 nearly slipped on the wet floor the cleaner had just mopped. She saw an eagle tattoo under his sleeve. She hadn't thought much about it at that moment and only realized something was off after the incident. We screen our employees before we hire them. The hospital usually won't hire people with tattoos on their arms. Olivia stared down at the glass of water and groaned. We can't find him based just on a tattoo. Don't worry, Olivia. I've already sent the blackout footage to a professional hacker. The original clip should be recovered soon. I'll tell you as soon as it's done. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Read novel Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 81 to 90. Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 81. Olivia said gratefully, thank you, Calvin. Don't thank me. It was our fault anyway. If word about this spreads, our hospital's reputation would be ruined. Olivia replied, someone was targeting me, so it has nothing to do with the hospital. I won't tell a soul. I hope that you can keep this a secret too. Don't even tell Chris. I don't want to alert anyone. Calvin nodded in understanding. Let's put this behind us for now. I suggest that you do another checkup. I'll personally run the tests this time. If there's any problem, we can start solving it earlier too. Olivia smiled and said, it's no big deal. Don't worry. Okay then. These machines are radioactive, so you shouldn't be exposed to them too frequently in such a short period of time. If you want to have another checkup in a few months, then you can contact me anytime. Sure. Calvin smiled warmly and said, you're well enough to be discharged now. I've already asked someone to deal with the procedures. By the way, let's exchange phone numbers. Olivia added his number to her contacts on WhatsApp. Calvin walked her out of the hospital and handed her the discharge documents he'd prepared. Then, they bid each other goodbye. After Everly teased her and Calvin again, they finally left. In the car, Olivia couldn't stop thinking about the incident. It definitely involved an insider at the hospital. The person couldn't have executed his plan so flawlessly unless he was familiar with the ins and outs of the place. Nevertheless, they didn't have solid evidence. Since Calvin didn't want to make a big fuss about it for the sake of the hospital's reputation, he couldn't investigate every department either. There were more than 1,000 employees at the hospital, including all the doctors, nurses, housemen, and part-timers combined. How was he supposed to investigate all of them? The only clue he was left with was the surveillance footage. If it could be restored, then they would be able to catch the person who'd tampered with her report. Olivia pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly exhausted. Everly, who'd been talking for a long time without getting an answer, couldn't stop herself from tapping Olivia's shoulder. What's the matter? Are you thinking about that douchebag again? She asked. Olivia recalled the furious look in Ethan's eyes before he'd left. Their relationship was ruined, and all she prayed for now was to have nothing to do with him ever again. No, she answered. She looked at the scenery passing by outside the window, wondering when Calvin would find an answer. However, just after 2 days of rest, she received a call from the hospital. Ms. Fordham, Mr. Fordham's in critical condition. His heart rate suddenly declined, and his breathing is getting weaker. We've just taken him for emergency treatment. Please come as soon as possible. In the hospital corridor, Olivia waited outside the operating theater anxiously while a nurse tried her best to comfort her. Ms. Fordham, you have to be prepared for the worst. Judging by Mr. Fordham's condition, he might not. Olivia dug her nails into her palm and said hoarsely, I know. The nurse sighed and said helplessly, "I know it's really been hard for you." As she looked at the young woman, who was around the same age as her own daughter, the nurse couldn't help but feel sorry. Chapter 81 That Olivia had to carry such a heavy weight on her shoulders at such a young age. Two halves. The nurse knew that Olivia was married, but she'd never seen her husband around. Olivia was always waiting out here alone. Her thin frame only increased the nurse's concern for her. The doors of the operating theater opened, and Olivia rushed forward at once. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 82 Doctor, how is he? Olivia's heart was pounding violently as she gripped her sleeve tightly. She was terrified of hearing the worst. Fortunately, the nurses noticed his condition very quickly, and we were able to save him in time. Olivia, I won't keep it from you. Your father is in a very dangerous state, and we need the best brain specialist, Leo, to perform brain surgery for him. Otherwise, we might not be able to save him next time. Olivia's heart sank. She wanted to find Leo more than anyone else. Alas, she didn't have a wide social circle. Keith had helped her look for Leo before, but to no avail. When Jeff was wheeled out, she saw how weak he looked with his eyes tightly shut. She called out, "Dad." However, it was like throwing a pebble down a well because she received no answer. One of Jeff's hands, which wasn't covered by the blanket, looked thin and wrinkled with age. He seemed to have aged a lot over the last 2 short years. Except for the indwelling needle, the rest of the back of his hand was just loose, sagging skin. It looked nothing like the hand that had held hers when they'd walked home last time. Olivia leaned against him and wept uncontrollably. She said in a choked voice, "Dad, wake up and look at me, won't you?" No matter what he'd done to other people, he'd never mistreated her. Olivia couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer like this. A thought popped up in her mind. The day she'd tried to jump off, Ethan had said that he could find Leo. Based on his wide network of connections and wealth, it wasn't surprising that he was capable of finding Leo. If she hadn't been on the brink of death, Ethan would never have told her. She knew how much Ethan hated her and her father, but she had no other way of saving Jeff. She'd never thought that she'd have to go and beg Ethan so soon after she'd just decided to cut ties with him 2 days ago. After drying her tears and making sure Jeff was all right, Olivia asked Brent about Ethan's whereabouts. She then took a taxi to Silver. In the decadent club, scantily dressed female dancers moved around seductively. In every corner, men and women kissed scandalously, and loud voices came from the booths. However, the fun and excitement had nothing to do with Olivia. She walked quickly toward a private room deeper inside the club. Ethan usually didn't like places like this and would choose a quiet spot even for a gathering with friends. Brent opened the door to the private room for her. The luxurious private room could accommodate more than 100 people. Even with so many men and women inside, Olivia still spotted Ethan among the crowd at first glance. He was leaning against a leather armchair with his eyes shut. He looked very out of place in the rowdy room. With his eyes closed and his sharp gaze hidden, he looked harmless. Brian Moore, a dashing man dressed in gray casual clothes, sat next to Ethan, soaking his feet in a tub. A furry blindfold was hanging around his neck. Other people had either a glass of whiskey or Armand de Brignac in front of them, but he had a thermos filled with herbal tea. One of them seemed to treat the place like a hotel, while the other treated it like a foot spa. Chapter 82 and 2 halves. Olivia watched as a woman in skimpy clothes walked to Ethan and boldly tried to kiss him. Smelling her pungent perfume, Ethan jerked awake. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a pair of fiery red lips. As if by instinct, he shoved her away mercilessly. "Ah!" The woman shrieked and sprawled on the floor right in front of Olivia. Her short skirt rode up and exposed the sexy thong she was wearing underneath. The men standing around started whistling. Olivia felt uneasy being in a place like this. She looked up with a flustered expression and met Ethan's gaze. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of mockery in them. He'd just played hard to get a few days ago, but she'd shown up in front of him so soon. It just proved he'd been right about her. He wondered what tricks she'd use this time since she'd tried to commit suicide the last time. Olivia understood the look in his eyes, but with her father on the brink of death, she had no choice other than to ask him for help. Even if she'd only be humiliated by approaching him, she had no other way out. The bystanders had noticed her, but other than Brian, nobody else knew that she was Ethan's ex-wife. A woman with a hot body looked Olivia up and down, then teased her while chewing her gum. "Hey, ma'am. Are you in the wrong room?" Olivia thought about the time Everly had joked about how girls nowadays wore spaghetti strap tops under their coats, whereas Olivia wore a sweater underneath hers. In the room full of trendy people, she was the only one wearing a thick down jacket, a knitted hat, and a scarf. Olivia ignored the woman and looked at Ethan directly. "Mr. Miller, can we talk privately? Can't you see that there's a girl who's prettier than you already lying on the floor? Do you want to be next?" The woman teased her relentlessly. Ethan looked at Olivia and said coldly, "Come here." His words were like a slap in that woman's face. Olivia made her way through the crowd with everybody watching her and stopped in front of Ethan. Brian, who was soaking his feet, looked very comfortable. His forehead was beaded with sweat from the warm water. He was still as health-conscious as always. The scent of wormwood masked the smell of alcohol and perfume. It also chased away the smell of cigarettes and made Olivia feel a lot better. Brian greeted her first. "Hey, long time no see, Olivia. Want to soak your feet?" Olivia turned down his unusual invitation. "No thanks, Mr. Moore." Brian immediately started lecturing her about the benefits of soaking one's feet. It improves blood circulation and metabolism. It also helps relieve insomnia and reduce high blood pressure. What's more, it improves cardiovascular health. You don't look very well, so you should soak your feet. I've just made an improvement to the prescription. Ethan interrupted Brian's rambling and pulled the blindfold over the latter's eyes impatiently. Go to sleep. The onlookers watched Olivia curiously, wondering who she was. Why did she seem so close to Ethan and Brian? However, she looked unfamiliar to all of them. Ethan sat there with his legs slightly spread, looking extremely intimidating. He glanced over at her mildly and asked, "Why are you here?" Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 83, Ethan's impression was still the same as the last time, when she'd thrown a pot of porridge at him a few days ago. She'd been furious and crazy, and she'd looked just like an angry cat. Now, Svi was the exact opposite of that. Standing with her head bowed, she anxiously shifted from one foot to the other. Olivia tried to overcome the discomfort and awkwardness she felt under his gaze. Softly, she said, "I want to ask you for a favor." A laugh escaped his mouth as he sat with his legs crossed, plucking out a cigarette from a box. She knew he was mocking her. "What do you want now?" he asked. Jason Yates, a rich youngster, stood not far away from them. Somehow, he was able to discern the slight difference in the way Ethan treated her as he approached them. He said, "There's no one in this world who wouldn't want to ask Mr. Miller for help. Young lady, is this the attitude you should have when you're asking someone for help? Hurry and light Mr. Miller's cigarette for him." Jason ushered Olivia to stand beside Ethan as the latter leaned in his seat, looking as lackadaisical as ever. Apart from the tat exchanges they'd had in the past 2 years, he'd used to be more polite and had more self-restraint. He'd never smoked in front of her. Now, though, his collar was open, and the top 2 buttons were unbuttoned. The dim light emphasized his already prominent facial features, making him appear all the more formidable. As Olivia busied herself to find a lighter, She met Ethan's deep eyes, which seemed to be judging her. She couldn't care less what he thought of her and proceeded to bend over with one knee on the couch. She leaned forward, ready to light the cigarette. Since she and Ethan were not of equal standing, she was forced to be humble around him. The light from the flame of the lighter cast a flickering glow on his face. As he lowered his eyes, a hint of a smile hung at the corner of his lips for some unknown reason. "I seem to recall that you once said you'd rather jump from the 7th floor of a building than come to me for help," he said. That sentence was like a humiliating slap. She hadn't expected her father to get caught up in something like this and hence need Ethan's help. Still, she wasn't in the mood to guess what he thought of her, so she simply bent lower toward him. In a humble voice, she said, "You're a magnanimous man, Mr. Miller. I'm sure you wouldn't be mad at something so trivial." The gears in Jason's mind started turning. Ethan had never let any woman close to him, but this woman seemed to be the only exception. Although she was dressed a little too modestly, she had a pretty face, which could suit Ethan's taste. Hurriedly, Jason poured 3 glasses of whiskey for Olivia and rapped his fingers on the table. "This is the way things work." Olivia furrowed her brows. Half a glass of this was enough to make her pass out, yet he wanted her to down 3 of them. She glanced at Ethan, who then propped a hand under his chin and said nonchalantly, "What excuse are you going to come up with this time? That you're feeling uncomfortable or that you're sick to the point of no return?" The sneer on his lips was as clear as day. He knew that she had a low alcohol tolerance, but he enjoyed making things tough for her. Perhaps this was him taking revenge on her. Olivia felt her heart clench when she recalled the times he'd forbidden her from touching alcohol. Things were different for them now. Ethan sat there with his chin tilted slightly upward. The air of arrogance and prestige he exuded was evident to anyone around him, and it ultimately put a wall between them. To him, she had been a puny and powerless wielding from the beginning. Now that she'd thought things through, Olivia's mind zeroed in on saving her father. Her life and dignity were nothing in the face of saving him. She raised one of the glasses into the air and downed the drink in one long gulp. She didn't drink often and was clueless about the quality of the whiskey. All she knew was that her throat was on fire after she finished it. Pain. Not only did it burn her throat, but it also made her stomach hurt. Her clothes were thick, trapping heat and soaking her in her own sweat. Her stomach was torturing her as it churned like a whirlpool inside of her. She pressed one hand on her stomach, then reached for the second glass with the other. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by Lilting Champ Chapter 84, someone handed her a warm glass of milk. If you can't drink, then don't. Alcohol is bad for your health anyway. Here, have a glass of milk instead. You'll feel better after having it. Brian's voice was soft and gentle, similar to how a brother would speak to his younger sibling. He knew who she was and was really kind to her. Olivia smiled at him gratefully, but before she could thank him, Ethan cut in, reminding her, "You have 2 glasses left." His voice was as cold as his gaze. Brian furrowed his brows at Ethan. He knew how much Olivia meant to Ethan, and if the latter took things too far, not only would his actions hurt Olivia, but he would make himself miserable too. "Fine." Olivia didn't hesitate as she reached for the second glass of whiskey. The look on her face said that there was no turning back, and she finished the drink in one go. Her stomach felt like it had been punctured by thousands of blades. Having drunk too much alcohol too quickly, Olivia couldn't help but feel like the world was spinning around her. All of a sudden, she collapsed. She thought that she'd crash onto the table. She'd never expected someone's arms to pick her up instead. Ethan held her in his arms and left the room in a hurry. Olivia was already in a daze as she mumbled to him, "Whiskey." One more left. Ethan tossed her into the back seat of the car. His eyes burned with rage as he looked at her. "Just what are you trying to do? Haven't you fooled around enough?" Olivia thought she saw stars when she fell heavily onto the seat. She didn't care about anything at this point. In a kneeling position, she reached out to Ethan and tugged at his sleeves like a pouting child. She said sluggishly, "I must find Leo. He'll perform the craniotomy for my dad. I'll pay back what my dad owes you." Ethan lowered his gaze to Olivia and noticed a blush had crept across her previously pale face. She was trying her best to stay conscious despite being drunk. "You can kill me, beat me, or do anything you want to me. I'll pay you back. Just let my dad go. He's my only family. Please," she mumbled. Ethan smirked at her in contempt. "You? Paying me back? What else do you have besides your life?" Loosening her grip on him, Olivia stared at him, completely helpless. "What exactly do you want me to do to make you satisfied? No matter what you do, my sister's already dead. I don't want you to die, but I won't let you live a happy life either. I'll only feel like life is worth living when I see you wallowing in misery. Am I clear?" "You're so cruel." Tears streamed down her cheeks, making her look pitiful. The sight of her in such a state made him feel slightly sorry for her. Much to his surprise, he couldn't feel any hint of joy when he saw her tears. Annoyed, he loosened his tie and stretched an arm around her, forcefully pulling her into his embrace. She was already in a daze, but the impact as she crashed into his sturdy chest made her even dizzier. Just as she started to speak again, she noticed Ethan's piercing eyes looking into hers. Without any warning, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, snuffing out any sound she'd been about to make. He pressed on, letting his tongue explore and dominate every inch of her mouth. He was overcome with restlessness. He'd thought that he didn't want to see her happy and yearned to let her burn in hell, and yet when he saw how she was struggling in torment, he realized that he wasn't even the slightest bit happy. One half ed her a warm glass of milk. "If you can't drink, then don't. Alcohol is bad for your health anyway. Here, have a glass of milk instead. You'll feel better after having it." Brian's voice was soft and gentle, similar to how a brother would speak to his younger sibling. He knew who she was and was really kind to her. Olivia smiled at him gratefully, but before she could thank him, Ethan cut in, reminding her, "You have 2 glasses left." His voice was as cold as his gaze. Brian furrowed his brows at Ethan. He knew how much Olivia meant to Ethan, and if the latter took things too far, not only would his actions hurt Olivia, but he would make himself miserable too. "Fine." Olivia didn't hesitate as she reached for the second glass of whiskey. The look on her face said that there was no turning back, and she finished the drink in one go. Her stomach felt like it had been punctured by thousands of blades. Having drunk too much alcohol too quickly, Olivia couldn't help but feel like the world was spinning around her. All of a sudden, she collapsed. She thought that she'd crash onto the table. She'd never expected someone's arms to pick her up instead. Ethan held her in his arms and left the room in a hurry. Olivia was already in a daze as she mumbled to him, "Whiskey. One more left." Ethan tossed her into the back seat of the car. His eyes burned with rage as he looked at her. "Just what are you trying to do? Haven't you fooled around enough?" Olivia thought she saw stars when she fell heavily onto the seat. She didn't care about anything at this point. In a kneeling position, she reached out to Ethan and tugged at his sleeves like a pouting child. She said sluggishly, "I must find Leo. He'll perform the craniotomy for my dad. I'll pay back what my dad owes you." Ethan lowered his gaze to Olivia and noticed a blush had crept across her previously pale face. She was trying her best to stay conscious despite being drunk. "You can kill me, beat me, or do anything you want to me. I'll pay you back. Just let my dad go. He's my only family. Please," she mumbled. Ethan smirked at her in contempt. "You? Paying me back? What else do you have besides your life?" Loosening her grip on him, Olivia stared at him, completely helpless. What exactly do you want me to do to make you satisfied? No matter what you do, my sister's already dead. I don't want you to die, but I won't let you live a happy life either. I'll only feel like life is worth living when I see you wallowing in misery. Am I clear? You're so cruel. Tears streamed down her cheeks, making her look pitiful. The sight of her in such a state made him feel slightly sorry for her. Much to his surprise, he couldn't feel any hint of joy when he saw her tears. Annoyed, he loosened his tie and stretched an arm around her, forcefully pulling her into his embrace. She was already in a daze, but the impact as she crashed into his sturdy chest made her even dizzler. Just as she started to speak again, she noticed Ethan's piercing eyes looking into hers. Without any warning, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, snuffing out any sound she'd been about to make. He pressed on, letting his tongue explore and dominate every inch of her mouth. He was overcome with restlessness. He'd thought that he didn't want to see her happy and yearned to let her burn in hell, and yet when he saw how she was struggling in torment, he realized that he wasn't even the slightest bit happy. 212 All he felt was a cold hand close around his heart, strangling and suffocating him. As his lips touched hers, he caught her familiar scent. Only then did he manage to calm down. Both of them were like a tangled mess. The more she struggled against him, the tighter his grip on her became. His hands moved swiftly to pull down the zip of her down jacket, but Olivia realized what he was doing and pushed her hands on his chest. No. She yelped, unwillingness written all over her face, but it only made Ethan more angry. He stared into her eyes and repeated the words she'd said not long ago, "You said I could do anything I wanted to you." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 85 Ethan's words were harsh, but Olivia was left with no other choice. She removed her hands from his chest, and his hands moved to her clothes. However, when he took her jacket off, he realized that she was wearing a sweater and another layer of thermal clothing under one. Ethan furrowed his brows in confusion. Are you an old lady? Why are you wearing so many layers of clothes? Blushing, Olivia bit her lip and replied, I'm afraid of the cold. Suddenly, Ethan realized that she must be extremely thin to look fit even under so many layers of clothes. As his palm rested on the small of her back, he could feel her spine. It was as if there was no flesh to separate her skin from her bones, and he wondered how she became so thin. The lustful thoughts he'd had just seconds ago vanished, replaced by a sheen of guilt. Suddenly, Olivia glared at him, as though she'd only just realized what was happening. In a tone that made it abundantly clear that she wasn't happy, she questioned, Aren't you afraid that Marina will find out about you doing this to me? Don't forget that we're divorced. Ethan's voice returned to its cool, indifferent tone. It's none of your business. I agree with your earlier suggestion. From this day forth, you will pay me back on behalf of your father. Quickly, Olivia asked, About Leo, I'll find him. Now that Ethan had promised to help her, Olivia could finally heave a sigh of relief. His gaze was dangerously locked on her as he said, And you have to be on call whenever I need you. Olivia was rather surprised to hear him say that. His fingers brushed lightly over her cheeks as he teased, I realized something. Whenever I touch you, you look like you're going to die. But I still yearn for you. His voice trailed off as he stared into her eyes. So what better way to torture you than this? Am I right? Enduring the searing pain in her stomach, Olivia asked him, Will you regret torturing me like this one day? The only thing I know for sure is that I can only smile when you're in pain. Olivia had never imagined that their relationship would end up like this. She asked Ethan to drive her back to her apartment. When they reached her place, he asked, Aren't you going to invite me upstairs for some coffee? It was obvious that he wanted to finish what he'd started in the car. Olivia had no reason to refuse him since Eve wasn't home and the apartment was all hers. After opening the door, she darted into the washroom, not even bothering to switch on the lights or change into her indoor slippers. She emptied the contents of her stomach and felt much more relieved and clear-headed now. Suddenly, she felt an excruciating pain in her stomach and realized that the alcohol had only just started showing its full effects. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she curled up on the ground, trying to bear the pain in silence, but it seeped across every inch of her body, to the point that even simply breathing felt agonizing. Her head thumped, and she wandered in and out of consciousness, wondering if she was going to die soon. She bit her lip to stop herself from making any sound. Ethan waited outside the washroom for a long time, but Olivia made no move to come out. In the end, he knocked on the door and asked, "Olivia, are you okay?" "I'm fine." She forced the words from her mouth. "Give me a minute. I'll come out after cleaning up." Never in his wildest dreams would Ethan have suspected that she was terminally ill. After all, she'd just had a checkup a few days ago. He walked away, thinking that she was simply embarrassed to face him. Behind the door, Olivia was curled up in a corner with her arms pressed against her stomach as if to numb the pain. Now, even the slightest movement caused her immense pain, making her regret her rash decision to down those 2 glasses of whiskey just now. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 86. Ethan took a furtive glance around the apartment. It wasn't big, but he could feel Olivia's presence in every corner. When he noticed the baby crib in her room, he remembered that it was the only thing she'd taken with her when she'd left him. As the realization washed over him, his heart turned into a jumbled mess. After seeing her jump off the building that day, he'd come to realize one thing. He'd followed after her without hesitation, which made him understand that he couldn't stop loving her no matter how much he hated her. His love and hate were intertwined. They fused into a prickly bramble full of thorns, coiling tightly around the two of them. It was as though the more he pushed her off into the dark, the closer he got to the edge of a cliff himself. Ethan picked up a soft toy on the bed. Olivia had always hugged it to make herself sleep for countless nights in the past 2 years. If only that incident hadn't happened, he would have been a good husband to Olivia and a good father to their child. Every time her name left his lips, he could still feel the love he felt for her. He simply couldn't make himself leave her for good. Meanwhile, Olivia finally felt better after some time. She slowly pushed herself off the ground and walked to the living room. She'd half expected that Ethan would have left, given that he was someone who valued time. Yet when she raised her head to look around the house, she spotted him on the balcony. Sparks from a cigarette flickered as he held it between 2 fingers. It seemed that his smoking addiction had worsened. Olivia was astonished that he was still here. Was he waiting to pick up where they'd stopped earlier? A shadow fell across her face at that thought, and she went to get herself a glass of water to clear her throat. After that, she dragged her feet on the floor as she approached him. "Should we do it here or on the bed?" she asked in a cool and distant tone, as though they were talking about work. Ethan looked up from the cigarette to stare at her sickly face, then exhaled slowly, forming a white puff of smoke in the air. "Do I seem like a pervert to you?" "I'll go to sleep if you're not thinking of doing it," Olivia told him blankly. She secretly thanked her lucky stars that she'd been able to escape it. All she wanted was to have a good rest. She went into her room and closed the door behind her. Ethan tapped at the cigarette lightly to make the ashes fall as he watched her disappear behind the door. This was exactly what he'd wanted. But why was he upset? Was it because there was no longer a shine in her eyes when she looked at him? He opened the door to see her curled up in bed. Her bed was full of plus-highs, so she had to curl herself up to fit on the bed. That was the only way she felt safe. Venturing into the dark bedroom, Ethan stood beside the bed, looking at Olivia. However, she was too tired to acknowledge him. Thanks to the alcohol, she managed to doze off easily. The next day, she woke up to find Ethan sleeping on the bed in the master bedroom. Surprisingly, he went straight into the bathroom to shower without mocking or ridiculing her. The doorbell rang, and she walked to open the door in her pajamas. Keith stood at the door with some bags of New Year's goods in his hands. "It's New Year's soon, so I brought something over for you." There's no need to dash. Before Olivia could finish her sentence, the door to the bathroom opened. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 87, Ethan had been expecting Brent to send some clothes over for him, so he walked straight out of the bathroom. He turned to look at the open door, only to find Keith standing there. Raising an eyebrow in question, he said to Olivia, "It seems like we have company." Olivia was still in her pajamas, whereas Ethan was wrapped in only a towel. No matter how one looked at it, they looked just like a couple who'd been married for years. Keith was neither blind nor stupid. He set the goods down and left, dispirited. Olivia didn't care to explain, which only convinced Keith that he'd guessed her situation correctly. Nevertheless, this was for the best. Ethan tossed a glance at the goods on the ground. "Am I not generous enough to you?" $10 billion for their divorce was considered sky high already. Olivia answered, "I'll give these to the old guy who collects the trash in our area." Ethan grunted. "Does he come here often?" "He visited once when I had a fever." "There won't be a next time." Ethan's harsh voice matched his stern message. Stunned, it took Olivia a moment before she replied, "Okay." When Ethan finished packing his things and got ready to leave, she couldn't hold back and asked, "About Leo, Ada? I'll contact you when I get an answer," he said, closing the door behind me. It was pretty easy for him to search for someone. Her father could be saved. Olivia slumped on the couch and let her head fall back against the headrest. Closing her eyes, she heaved a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, Keith received a call from his parents. His father, Frank Rogers, told him that he could have the opportunity to further his studies abroad. He could then take over the position of head of the hospital after that. "Sorry, Dad, but I'm not thinking of going overseas for now. It's a golden opportunity. I tried so hard to get you into this." "There are only 3 spots for it in the entire country," Frank answered. Keith smiled mockingly in response, saying, "This chance should go to Ethan then. I don't know what happened between you and him, but he was even willing to set aside his status to inform me about this. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your siblings." Keith had always been compliant with his parents, but this time, he fell silent. Noticing that his son was upset, Frank sighed helplessly. "You've heard of Oakland Hospital, right? Ethan Miller offered to cooperate with us on that project, the one everyone's been talking about in Alden Vine. I'm sure you know what that means." "I know," Keith said curtly. Failing to get a proper response from his son, Frank finally asked, "What's making you stay?" Keith stood up from his seat, arms behind his back, as he looked out the window at the hall bustling with nurses and patients. He let out a sigh and explained, "I want to send someone off one last time." Chapter 87 and 2/2. Frank was at a loss for words at this point. Keith had always been a good child to him, and, as a good father, he didn't want to poke his nose into his son's private life. However, he couldn't afford to offend the Miller family. On top of that, Ethan was someone he respected as well. Keith recalled what he'd seen this morning and remembered how Ethan had been so possessive of Olivia during the banquet that night. Even after their divorce, Ethan still wasn't willing to let her off the hook so easily. Besides, Keith knew that if he got closer to Olivia, it would cause trouble for her. With this in mind, he closed his eyes and eventually said, "Dad, I'll accept the offer to study overseas. I won't let you down." "Good. I'll make the necessary arrangements for you." Olivia had finally gotten over the worst of days, and her life was starting to take some semblance of normality again. Early the next morning, she went to visit her father at the hospital. When she reached, she saw the nurse wiping Jeff's face with a handkerchief. She quickly took the cloth from the nurse, saying, "Allow me." The nurse didn't object and handed it over to Olivia. Then, Olivia noticed 2 bouquets of gladioli on the table beside the bed. "Did someone come to visit?" she asked. "Yes. Dr. Rogers was here. I was cleaning up the room when I heard him talking to Mr. Fordham's attending physician. He's going abroad for further studies, so we won't get to see him here for quite some time." Olivia froze in the middle of wringing the handkerchief dry. She understood the real reason he was leaving. "I see." The nurse didn't notice the change in Olivia's expression and merely told her, "Dr. Rogers is a good person." "I know. If you're thinking of starting a family, I think he's a pretty." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 88. Stunned, Olivia stopped what she was doing and said sternly, "Madam, you've crossed the line. I want to talk to my father alone. Please leave." "All right." The nurse closed the door gently and left. As usual, Olivia patiently wiped Jeff's body and trimmed his hair and nails. Had it not been for the electrocardiogram displaying his even heartbeat, she would have thought that he'd left her for good. Compared to the snowstorm before, the weather was great today, so she pushed the curtain away to let the sun's warm rays shine into the room. "Dad, I won't be able to stay with you for long. If you don't wake up soon, you might never see me again." "Oh right, Ethan and I are divorced now." Olivia's voice was gentle as she spoke to her father, updating him on her life. Sunlight fell on her face as she smiled. "He wasn't very kind to me these 2 years, but he's been quite generous since our divorce. He's given me what he should, including a house, a car, and some shares. I'm filthy rich now. I remember you telling me after Mom left that life should have its regrets, because only then would we learn to appreciate things. Since then, I've treasured everything and everyone around me, but, in the end, I haven't managed to keep anyone by my side," she continued. "I've got some good news too, Dad. I heard that Mr. Crosby has decided to auction our house. I'll win the auction and get our house back. After Leo treats you and you recover, you live there. I'm sorry I have to leave you alone and for not being able to send you off." Olivia talked on and on until it was dusk, yet Jeff showed no signs of walding up. She forced out a laugh helplessly. "Just as I'd expected. Miracles only happen in storybooks." On her way home, Olivia noticed a piece of news titled "President of Miller Group Customizes Priceless Wedding Dress for Fiancé." There was a picture of the dress, Milia Stelli, attached as well. To be honest, Olivia didn't mind Ethan remarrying or having children with someone else, but the fact that he was giving his new wife this dress was heartbreaking. There were so many wedding dresses in the world to choose from. Why did it have to be this one? It took her back to that day 3 years ago. She'd just taken a shower and was lying lazily on the couch. She'd been watching a high-end luxury brand's press conference on TV. Pointing to one of the dresses displayed, she'd exclaimed, "Wow! I just love the way Amy designs her dresses. All of them are special. They're elegant and stylish, but not flamboyant at all. It's a pity that we didn't hold a wedding ceremony." Ethan had pulled Olivia into his arms out of habit. "Who said you could only wear a dress like that during a wedding ceremony? I'll give you the most unique dress of all, Liv." A month after that, Olivia had come across a draft of a gown design on the table in the study. There had been other designs wedged in the sketchbook too. Seeing them, she'd realized that the reason Ethan had been working late into the night was because he'd been designing a dress for her. "Do you like this one?" Ethan asked. He had appeared out of nowhere and hugged her from behind. He rested his chin gently on her shoulder as he spoke, making the atmosphere ever so romantic and heartwarming. I like everything you draw. I've discussed things with the designer. The dress will take 3 years from material selection to completion. Can you wait chapter 88 and 2/2 until then? I'll wait for it even if it takes 30 years, Olivia said. There are so many diamonds on it. Why don't we call it Milia Stelli? Sure. It's all up to you. Then, I'll wear this dress only for you. Olivia could still clearly recall the time they'd made this promise. She just needed to close her eyes to remember the smile that had spread on his lips that day. His gentle eyes shone like stars in the midnight sky, too. Now, she didn't need to wait for the dress anymore. All her waiting had brought her was seeing him give the dress to his new fiancé. Olivia recomposed herself before she headed home. Eve had packed her things in a hurry and moved to her house yesterday. When Olivia arrived home, Eve was humming and waving the spatula in the air as she prepared food in the kitchen. The years she'd spent saving money to pay that douchebag's bills had made her develop excellent cooking skills. As the broth boiled in the pot, she busied herself with the ingredients, mixing them together step by step until the dish's aromatic fragrance filled the entire room. It warmed Olivia's heart and made her feel as though she'd just climbed back from the depths of the underworld. The aroma of the food helped improve her mood. It dissipated some of the sadness that had been weighing her down. After stirring the broth with a ladle, Eve took a spoonful out of the pot, blew into it a couple of times, and tasted it. This isn't bad. Liv will love this. I like anything you cook, Olivia said as she entered the kitchen. Eve was the only person by her side now. You're back. How's your father? The usual. Don't worry. He'll get well soon. After all, you already donated all that money today. What a shame, too. You're too generous. Olivia smiled. You truly are a money grubber. One needs to be alive to spend that money. No matter how much money we have, it's useless when we die. It's better to use it to help others. You're right. That money came from an asshole anyway, so you should spend it however you want. Otherwise, it'd go to that scheming bitch, said Eve. She continued, I'll never forget that he was the one who kicked me down the hill. As of late, I even dream of kicking him all the time. Oh, Eve. Olivia couldn't hold back a smile. Freeze. A camera appeared in Everly's hands out of nowhere. Stay still. This is the smile I want to see. Olivia covered her face with her hands. You know that I don't like taking photos. I have to take more photos of you while you're still in good shape. That way, I'll have something to remember you by in case you leave. Everly's voice trailed off. Olivia then took the camera from her and smiled softly. Then you must put on some filters for me. After all, women like to look pretty all the time. I'll have to smile more so that you'll feel better when you see these photos in the future. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by Lilting Champ Chapter 89. It was the night of the charity dinner, which had been fully organized and managed by the Crosby family. The Crosbys had announced that 10% of the money from the auction would be sent to charity. However, everyone knew the truth. The Crosbys were facing some financial difficulties and were trying to earn some cash by selling off some of their items. Those in Mr. Crosby Sr.'s circle knew that he had an eye for invaluable collectibles, yet they kept quiet about it. He'd liked hoarding valuables since he'd been young, so there were bound to be lots of treasures hidden in his house. It wasn't every day that one got to see him selling his prized possessions, and those who knew him had decided to attend the dinner as soon as they'd received the invitation. Even those without much money came over to watch the show. The word on the street was that the Fordham residence was going to be auctioned too. Olivia and Everly arrived just in time. The latter poked her head out of the car window to take a look before saying, You go ahead and head upstairs. I'll park the car and meet you there. Save me a spot in the front row. All right. Everly had never attended something like this and thought that they could help each other grab a seat. The truth was, the seats were usually arranged for the guests in advance at events like this. There were two ways the seating arrangement was determined, either according to one's social status or based on the amount of money one had to offer. Fortunately, Olivia had asked Everly to settle the donation before they came, so she already had a seat reserved for her. She couldn't simply sit wherever she wanted. Unfortunately, as Olivia neared the entrance, she realized she'd forgotten the invitation when the guard stopped her from entering. "Miss, do you have a letter of invitation with you?" The guard wasn't trying to make things difficult for her. It was just that he'd never seen anyone wear a down jacket to an event like this. The dress code usually consisted of gowns and suits. On top of that, he could see that her down jacket was patched up in some places. "Frankly," Olivia said, "it's with my friend." "I'm sorry, but you have to wait for your friend before you two can enter together." Since it was a private event, Olivia understood that the guard was merely doing his job. Despite getting some looks from some of the guests that were entering the building, she straightened her back, trying to remain calm and composed. It was at this moment that Marina arrived with Callista, who had an arm hooked around the former's. Olivia could hear Callista's voice from afar as she said, "Marina, I saw the dress in the interview. They say there are 3,650 diamonds inlaid on it and that every diamond is a symbol of Mr. Miller's love for you. I truly envy the love you two have for each other." Olivia pressed her fingers hard into her palms, but she didn't feel the pain. She had always thought that Ethan had designed Milia Stelli for her and that all the diamonds were just part of the design. Now she knew that it was to commemorate his and Marina's love. Marina was surrounded by a group of women in ostentatious clothes. When her gaze met Olivia's, she coolly looked away, not wanting to have anything to do with Olivia. She didn't want anyone to know about Ethan and Olivia's past. Chapter 89 and 2 halves. Callista, on the other hand, was a completely different case. Olivia had upset everyone when they'd had a meal together that day. Besides, the Fordhams had finally gone bankrupt as well. With Marina by her side, Callista looked down on Olivia even more. "Isn't this our class genius? Why are you dressed so sloppily? When I saw you from afar, I thought you were a beggar." Callista mocked her. The guard chose to speak at this inappropriate moment. "Mrs. Miller, do you know this woman? She doesn't have an invitation with her, but if you know her, you can go in together." "I don't," Marina said curtly. Callista tried to make things worse by telling the guard, "You should have your eyes checked. Don't simply allow penniless people to sneak their way into an event like this." Callista added, "The New Year's coming, so maybe she was trying to steal something after getting inside. I'm sure you can't afford it if something goes missing." The guard nodded repeatedly at Callista. "I understand now. Thank you for your reminder, ma'am." Callista and Marina rolled their eyes at him and finally entered the building. Just as the guard was about to ask Olivia to leave, Brent, who'd come out for a smoke, saw them. He immediately stepped in to stop the guard. Only then did the guard allow Olivia to go inside. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even After Death by Lilting Champ. Chapter 90. Mrs. Mill, Miss Fordham, shall I escort you inside? Brent addressed Olivia as respectfully as usual. "There's no need. I'm waiting for a friend. She's here." Olivia had just spotted a woman in a flaming red fur coat. She wore nude stockings underneath and high heels, making her look like an ostrich on fire. All of a sudden, Olivia didn't want to admit knowing someone like her. It had never occurred to her that Everly was late because she was changing in the car. Everly walked over with a pair of exaggerated glasses on her face and an overwhelming scent of perfume surrounding her. Olivia turned away from the horrendous sight and started to leave. "Nope. I got the wrong person. I'll head inside now. Liv. Wait for me." Everly called after Olivia. She approached Brent, stopped right before him, and removed her shades. "Did you live off again?" Brent was never one to comment on women's clothing, but this time. "Do you think Treasure Trove is a nightclub? Are you going to dance in this?" Everly was a short, tempered person, and she was already unhappy with Ethan. Seeing his henchman here made her even more annoyed. "When you die, I'm going to dance on your grave in this dress." Brent didn't bother arguing with her and simply said, "Come with me." However, Everly took out her invitation letter and said smugly, "No thanks. I have my own invitation." Before the two of them were finished with their talk, Olivia had already reached the second floor of the building. Her father had enjoyed coming here. He didn't have much interest in anything, but he liked collecting antiques. When the Fordhams had been wealthy, they'd had a broad collection of antiques at home, ranging from valuables from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance era. Not many knew that Jeff also liked to paint and carve in his free time. As Olivia walked through the Baroque-style hallways, she noticed that several of the antiques displayed in the glass cabinets looked rather familiar. They had once been her father's treasures. A wooden statuette with a small line of indents on one of its arms caught her eye. It was the one she'd bitten after her father had pulled her leg, saying that it was made of chocolate. She'd only been 6 years old at the time, and she'd thought all her teeth would fall out after she'd bitten it. Now, she found it cute and funny with those indents. Tears welled up in her eyes as a wave of nostalgia engulfed her. She stood rooted to the spot before the glass cabinet, staring at the statuette, reluctant to leave. After a while, she finally snapped out of her daze. She turned away from the cabinet, reminding herself of why she was here today. As she looked away, her gaze locked with Ethan's, who was also standing in front of the stage. He looked dashing in a pitch black wool coat that outlined his slim and fit figure. He stared directly at her, his eyes like two deep, bottomless pits. He looked away after a short while. "Excuse me." Olivia walked past him as if they were mere strangers. Not long after that, Marina came to him, beaming. "Ethan, why are you here?" Callista, who was beside her, chimed in, saying, "Of course he's here because of you. You two love each other so much that you." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Read novel Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 91 to 100. Even After Death by Lilting Champ chapter 91. The banquet hadn't started, so people were walking around and looking at the displays. Callista's act of calling Olivia out had attracted the eyes of many. Noticing the frown on Ethan's face, Marina hastily hooked an arm in his and explained, Olivia and Callista were classmates. They had some grudges in the past. It'd be inappropriate if you meddled in their business. Ethan silently removed his arm from hers and straightened his tie. Marina didn't continue the topic or move closer to him. Instead, she simply reminded him, "Besides, you and Olivia are already divorced. What would people think if you tried to help her now? We're getting engaged soon, and the hospital is in the middle of preparations. Any rumors about you will greatly affect Miller Group's shares. Logically speaking, you should keep your distance from her." "Who told you I was going to help her?" Ethan retorted as he left without turning back. Callista tried to make things worse by pointing at Olivia and declaring, "It's clear that this thief came without an invitation. Everyone should check their belongings to make sure that nothing gets stolen. Where's the person in charge? Are you even doing your work? Why is there a thief in here?" The person who spoke was Michael Crosby's son, Sean Crosby, who'd appeared out of nowhere. Sean had never met Olivia before. He simply looked her up and down and said, "Miss, please leave." Olivia found it rather amusing. Calmly, she asked, "Why should I leave?" "Miss, everyone's seat is based on the amount they have donated. There's no place for you here," he explained. "That's right. Why waste your time explaining things to a thick-skinned woman like her? We don't even know if she's been sanitized. Look at the way she dresses. It'd be so embarrassing to stand next to her. Callista had stirred up such a commotion. Although no one came at Olivia, everyone's words were like knives stabbing her. Nevertheless, Olivia stood where she was, her face expressionless. Slowly, she said, "I've already donated." You? Het. How much can you even donate? $5. Maybe $3. Why don't you tell us? Olivia had never been one to show off, but she was forced into a dead end now and could only say, $5 million. That made Ethan turn his gaze back to her, a frown gracing his face. He knew that Olivia wasn't a materialistic person and wouldn't bother to lie. He'd given her $10 million, and she'd already donated $5 million. What was she thinking? $5 million. Aren't you afraid that your nose would grow like Pinocchio's for lying? Marina added, "Miss Fordham, please be honest. The truth always comes out eventually, and your lies will be exposed. You don't even have an invitation with you. Stop being pretentious." Who said she doesn't have an invitation? Who said she didn't donate? Both Everly and Michael Crosby spoke at the same time as they rushed into the room from opposite directions. Michael's eyes landed on Ethan, and he said, "Long time no see, Mr. Miller. I knew you were coming, so I had my men arrange a seat for you. Follow me, please." "Thank you," Ethan said nonchalantly. Michael then rushed over to Olivia and said in a welcoming tone, "Ms. Olivia, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." The expression on Sean's face was similar to that of the people around them. Hastily, he asked for confirmation from his father. "Dad, did she really donate $5 million? Chapter 91 and 2/2. Michael stared daggers at his son. "Ms. Olivia has a heart of gold, unlike you, idiot." With that, he turned to face Olivia with a kind and amiable look. "Ms. Olivia, I had my men specially prepare a seat for you. This way, please." He was so respectful toward her that everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply. This young woman in a down jacket had actually donated $5 million. Was she out of her mind? To Callista and Marina, Michael's words felt like a slap across their faces, whereas Everly found the entire thing very satisfactory. With an expressionless face, Olivia walked past Marina without even stopping to glance at her. However, Everly purposely stopped for a moment and said, "Ms. Carlton, you're going to become Mrs. Miller very soon. Why do you still have to sit behind Liv? And who gave you the guts to make a ruckus in front of her? Everly, don't be ridiculous." Marina seethed, punctuating each word. Everly raised an eyebrow and said, "Trust me, when you die, I'll do something more ridiculous in front of your grave." Seeing Marina dumbstruck made Everly's foul mood disappear instantly. Instead of sitting with Olivia, Everly decided to stand beside Marina instead. Without the slightest hint of being shy, she raised her hand and said, "Mister, I'm a good friend of Liv's, please get me a seat." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 92. As Everly took her seat, the lights dimmed. Marina whispered a threat, "Don't push your luck, Everly." "Push my luck? I haven't even exposed you as a homewrecker yet," Everly retorted. Despite the dim lighting, she could see that Marina had turned as pale as a ghost. This, in turn, brought a cheerful smile to Everly's face. "I just love how you can't do anything about me even though you can't stand me. Marina, I've got evidence of all the things you've done. If you dare provoke me and Liv again, I just might reveal everything to the whole world. If I were you, I would cut my losses and stop right here. Don't act all high and mighty when you're nothing but a sly fox." Glaring at her fiercely, Marina remained quiet. Meanwhile, Olivia hadn't expected to meet Ethan again so soon. They didn't talk at all, and any passerby would have thought that they were strangers. They were both indifferent to the auction going on, not reacting to the high prices offered. As the auction approached its end, Sean himself took the stage. Next is an ancient garden estate that boasts a history of 100 years. A classic garden estate was displayed on the screen. The Fordham residence had been built by Olivia's ancestors. Later, it had been redesigned and renovated to incorporate some modern elements while retaining its historical significance. Its selling point was its excellent location, which was in the most happening area of the city. It was highly valuable, regardless of whether one wanted it for personal use or business purposes. From the pictures, Olivia saw the familiar courtyard, where the flowers on the tree were about to bloom. She remembered that Jeff had buried his best wine under the tree, saying that he would dig them up for a toast after she had a child. Alas, he couldn't wait that long. Sean announced, "We'll begin the bid at the price of $1 billion. Feel free to offer a higher bid if you are interested. It'll be hard to find a location like this." Olivia and Ethan both raised their paddles at the same time. $2 billion, they said together. Olivia looked at Ethan, unable to comprehend why he wanted to compete with her. The property was special to her. What did it mean to him? Just then, Ethan's phone vibrated, and Marina's message appeared on the screen. "Ethan, I want the Fordham residence." Olivia had saved $5 billion for this property. The Fordham residence was in a prime location and had great commercial value. Experts had gauged its market price to be in the range of $2.5 billion to $3 billion. $2.1 billion, Olivia continued bidding, determined to win. After her second bid, Ethan was the only other bidder still contending $3 billion. By raising the price, he was telling Olivia that he intended to get the property and that she should stop bidding. He knew her limits. After donating half her money, she would only have $5 billion left. $5 billion was an astronomical sum to many, but to the wealthy Millers, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Olivia's grip on the paddle tightened. Gritting her teeth, she announced, $3.5 billion. Chapter 92. This was her telling Ethan that she wouldn't back down. The Fordham residence was very important to her. However, Ethan raised the paddle once again. $4 billion. Everly, who'd been squabbling with Marina just a few moments ago, was suddenly in a low mood. Ethan had to be doing this intentionally. There was no way he didn't know how important Fordham residence was to Olivia. Smirking, Marina asked, "What do you think Olivia will do if the price is raised to $5 billion? Finally, it was all clear to Everly. "You're the one who wants Fordham residence, not Ethan." Grinning from ear to ear, Marina answered, "Ethan always gives me what I want." Chapter 92 and a half. Chapter 92. As Everly took her seat, the lights dimmed. Marina whispered a threat, "Don't push your luck, Everly." "Push my luck? I haven't even exposed you as a homewrecker yet," Everly retorted. Despite the dim lighting, she could see that Marina had turned as pale as a ghost. This, in turn, brought a cheerful smile to Everly's face. "I just love how you can't do anything about me even though you can't stand me. Marina, I've got evidence of all the things you've done. If you dare provoke me and live again, I just might reveal everything to the whole world. If I were you, I would cut my losses and stop right here. Don't act all high and mighty when you're nothing but a sly fox." Glaring at her fiercely, Marina remained quiet. Meanwhile, Olivia hadn't expected to meet Ethan again so soon. They didn't talk at all, and any passerby would have thought that they were strangers. They were both indifferent to the auction going on, not reacting to the high prices offered. As the auction approached its end, Sean himself took the stage. Next is an ancient garden estate that boasts a history of 100 years. A classic garden estate was displayed on the screen. The Fordham residence had been built by Olivia's ancestors. Later, it had been redesigned and renovated to incorporate some modern elements while retaining its historical significance. Its selling point was its excellent location, which was in the most happening area of the city. It was highly valuable, regardless of whether one wanted it for personal use or business purposes. From the pictures, Olivia saw the familiar courtyard, where the flowers on the tree were about to bloom. She remembered that Jeff had buried his best wine under the tree, saying that he would dig them up for a toast after she had a child. Alas, he couldn't wait that long. Sean announced, "We'll begin the bid at the price of $1 billion. Feel free to offer a higher bid if you are interested. It'll be hard to find a location like this." Olivia and Ethan both raised their paddles at the same time. $2 billion, they said together. Olivia looked at Ethan, unable to comprehend why he wanted to compete with her. The property was special to her. What did it mean to him? Just then, Ethan's phone vibrated, and Marina's message appeared on the screen. "Ethan, I want the Fordham residence." Olivia had saved $5 billion for this property. The Fordham residence was in a prime location and had great commercial value. Experts had gauged its market price to be in the range of $2.5 billion to $3 billion. $2.1 billion, Olivia continued bidding, determined to win. After her second bid, Ethan was the only other bidder still contending. $3 billion. By raising the price, he was telling Olivia that he intended to get the property and that she should stop bidding. He knew her limits. After donating half her money, she would only have $5 billion left. $5 billion was an astronomical sum to many, but to the wealthy Millers, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Olivia's grip on the paddle tightened. Gritting her teeth, she announced, $3.5 billion. Chapter 92 and 2/2. This was her telling Ethan that she wouldn't back down. The Fordham residence was very important to her. However, Ethan raised the paddle once again. $4 billion. Everly, who'd been squabbling with Marina just a few moments ago, was suddenly in a low mood. Ethan had to be doing this intentionally. There was no way he didn't know how important Fordham residence was to Olivia. Smirking, Marina asked, "What do you think Olivia will do if the price is raised to $5 billion? Finally, it was all clear to Everly. "You're the one who wants Fordham residence, not Ethan." Grinning from ear to ear, Marina answered, "Ethan always gives me what I want." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 93. Everly ground her teeth in frustration, wondering how such a despicable person could exist. Lowering her voice, she said, "You stole her man. Isn't it enough now that you're Mrs. Miller?" "Huh? One stole her man? If it hadn't been for her, Ethan and I would have been married a long time ago." "Olivia's the one who stole my man," Marina countered, sneering. "Miss Carlton, with that audacity of yours, you could set a new Guinness World Record. I can assure you that no one will be able to break your record for centuries." "I thought I was bad, but I'm nothing compared to you." "You truly set the bar high," Everly retorted. "Everly, if I were you, I would speak to me politely," Marina threatened, crossing her arms. "Oh, someone's getting angry." Everly was talented at infuriating others. "I'm not angry," Marina replied, maintaining her composure. Olivia, on the other hand, was boiling inside. She'd raised the bid to $5 billion. Ethan knew her limits, and he could easily secure the Fordham residence by raising the bid by $10 million. When Ethan didn't raise his paddle, Sean called, "Does anyone want to raise the bid?" $5 billion, calling once. Just then, Ethan's phone vibrated. $5 billion, calling twice. Everly was tense too. Things had evolved from an auction for the Fordham residence into a competition between Olivia and Marina for Ethan's affection. Ethan's phone vibrated once again. $5 billion. Sean was about to put the gavel down when Ethan announced, $5.01 billion. Olivia began to tremble, knowing she'd lost. She'd been utterly defeated. Donning a victorious smile, Marina gloated, "Like I said, Ethan gives me everything I want." Everly glared fiercely at the back of Ethan's head, wishing she could pierce through his skull with her eyes. Meanwhile, Olivia chewed on her lips as she watched Marina walk up to the stage to thank Ethan for giving her the Fordham residence. Despite wearing a down jacket in a heated room, the sight made her feel cold all over. For a moment, she saw everything go black, and she had to close her eyes and grab the armrest to steady herself. Everly knew that Olivia had been set to win the bid. Unexpectedly, Ethan had intervened, ruining all her plans. "Let's go," Olivia said, rising to her feet. Everly helped her up. Knowing that Olivia was running out of time, Everly wanted to fulfill all her wishes so that she wouldn't have any regrets when she passed away. Alas, there was nothing she could do about the Fordham residence. Liv, Everly's heart ached for her. Despite her despair, Olivia plastered a smile on her face as she assured Everly, "I'm fine." Perhaps it was never meant to be. Marina was Ethan's newfound love, while she was merely his plaything. It didn't take a genius to figure out who Ethan would choose. Besides, since he'd taken it upon himself to torment Olivia, it wasn't a surprise that he would use this opportunity as well. Chapter 94 and 2 Halves. Everly noticed the sorrow in Olivia's eyes, but she didn't know how to console her friend. All she could do was lead her away, saying, "Let's go." On their way back, Olivia remained silent, her expression devoid of any obvious signs of disappointment. She rested her cheek against her hand as she gazed out of the window. "Eve, let's take a stroll along the coastal road." "Sure." Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by Lilting Champ. Chapter 94. The coastal road was famous for its night view. The shimmering bright lights on both sides of the wide asphalt road made it seem like a stairway to heaven. Olivia rolled down the car window, letting the sea breeze into the car. The chilly breeze seemed to cool her emotions. While driving, Everly reminded her, "Be careful not to catch a cold." "It's just for a little while," Olivia replied. She rested her arms on the windowsill and leaned her head on it. Then, she closed her eyes, enjoying the liberating feeling the wind brought. "Hey, I've made up my mind. After I die, scatter my ashes into the sea," Olivia suddenly said. Everly slammed on the brakes, stopping the car by the roadside. "Olivia, don't make such jokes in the middle of the night. It's not funny at all." Olivia opened the door and got out of the car, taking in the sea breeze. "I initially planned to buy the Fordham residence back and have you bury my ashes under the tree in the courtyard. Since I was born there, it would be great if I could be buried there too. Besides, I figured that if I couldn't ever see my father again." Olivia paused for a moment before she continued, "Since he wouldn't give me that chance, it doesn't matter. When we die, we all turn into dust. It doesn't make a difference where I'm buried." Tears welled up in Everly's eyes as she held Olivia, crying aloud, "Why does it not matter? If you're buried at the Fordham residence, I can visit you and pay my respects. But if your ashes are in the sea, I'll need to steal Poseidon's trident to see you." Olivia smiled in response. "You're quite the jester. Liv, look, you look so beautiful when you smile." "Please smile more often," Everly pleaded. "Okay." Olivia put on a wide smile. "After going through so much, I've also come to accept many things. It's all part of life. The more we want certain things and certain people, the more difficult they are to attain. Once, I loved someone with all my heart. He made me experience emotions I never knew existed, but now everything is gone. It's time for me to move on." Everly hugged her tightly for a long time, unable to let go. At that moment, she hated herself for being a nobody who lacked both power and wealth to help Olivia. She despised the capitalists who ruled the world, snatching away everything that others cherished with a mere flick of their wrist. She secretly swore to make a lot of money and climb to the position she hated, just so she could look down at the rest of the world. Yet would the person she wanted to protect most still be around by then? They found a barbecue restaurant by the seaside. Olivia ordered a bowl of soup and watched Everly enjoy herself. During their meal, Everly mentioned that she wanted to skewer Ethan and Marina like barbecue skewers and roast them on the grill repeatedly. As Olivia drank her soup, she smiled and took out her phone. Pinned at the top of her conversation list was her conversation with Mr. Miller. When she checked his profile picture, she realized that it hadn't been changed. It was one of the couple photos she'd coerced him to take. He was in black, and she was in white. Zooming into the picture, one could tell from the shadows that there was a woman with him. Meanwhile, his shadow was in Olivia's profile picture too. Back then, she'd claimed that even their shadows were inseparable. Olivia deleted his contact. When their conversation disappeared, it felt as if he'd disappeared from her life as well. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 95. When Everly went to get more food, Olivia changed her profile picture to a photo that Everly had secretly taken of her. Then she took a photo of the ocean and posted it with a caption that read, "Far, far away." Little did she know that Ethan was waiting for her outside her apartment. Olivia and Everly hadn't returned yet, so he waited in the car. As he'd watched her retreating figure earlier, he'd recalled how she'd donated $5 billion, and that filled him with unease. It was the same discomfort he'd felt when she jumped off the building. He needed an answer to his questions. Finally, Brent said, "Mrs. Miller is still having barbecue, sir. She probably won't be back soon." "Where is she?" "It seems like she's at the seaside." "She just posted a picture of it." Ethan immediately refreshed his social media feed, but the newest post he saw had been made an hour ago by a random fitness guru. The caption read, "Breaking news. Frequent consumption of fried eggs can lead to this disease." When did she post it? 22 minutes ago. When Brent noticed Ethan smoldering, his voice grew quieter. "Can't you see the post, Mr. Miller?" Clenching his phone tightly, Ethan said through gritted teeth, "She must have removed me." It was awkward that she'd removed Ethan from her social media but not his employee. Warily, Brent pointed out, "She also changed her username and profile picture." Ethan snatched the phone from Brent. Her profile picture was now a photo of herself under a dim streetlight. The soft light outlined her silhouette, and her hair was dancing in the wind. Her gentle smile completed the picture. Ethan swiped his finger over her lips, but all he could feel was the cold phone screen. She'd once vowed to never change their couple photo. Her new post showed a blurry view of the sea. Ethan asked, "What does she mean by this?" "Mr. Miller, this isn't my area of expertise. I've never been in a relationship, but when women change their profile pictures and make posts like this, they're usually upset. Tonight's events have likely " Brent didn't finish his sentence because he didn't need to point out that what Ethan had done was obviously not great. "Yeah, I know. Mr. Miller, you've been too lenient with Ms. Carlton. Take Collington Cove, for example. It was clearly built for Mrs. Miller, and the same goes for the evening dress. You spent so much time and effort on it, but she insisted on having it even though it didn't fit her." He added, "She even changed the hospital name they had initially decided on. It would be no surprise if it made Mrs. Miller disheartened." Instead of replying, Ethan said, "Take me to the seaside." "All right." Brent easily deduced Olivia's location through Everly's recent post. The two men soon arrived at the restaurant, where they Chapter 95 saw Olivia carrying a drunk Everly outside. Just then, it began to snow. 2 halves in the snow, Olivia spotted the tall, imposing man standing by the roadside, almost blending into the darkness. If not for the flickering light in his hand, she might not have noticed him at all. Everly pushed Olivia away and began to curse loudly. "If I were as rich as you and if your lackeys hadn't been around today, I would have chopped you into a." Brent quickly covered Everly's mouth and said to Olivia, "Miss Fordham, let me take your friend back." Pushing his hand away, Everly continued shouting, "Hey, handsome guy, why do you look so much like that bastard's lackey? Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 96. Brent grimaced at Everly's choice of words. "By the way, that lackey isn't as handsome as you. He always has a stern face, like this." Everly imitated Brent, who just watched as she dragged herself to the car. Everly patted the seat beside her and said, "Hey, you're cute. Why don't you let me take care of you?" Brent was about to decline when Everly added, "I'm really good at taking care of things. The last dog I took care of became so fat and healthy." Brent didn't know how to respond to that. Olivia hadn't expected to see Ethan here. Masking her discomfort, she asked calmly, "What about Everly?" He put out the cigarette in his hand and answered, "Brent will take her home." Olivia wasn't worried about leaving Everly with Brent. She was more concerned about what would happen between her and Ethan. Tiny snowflakes danced around Ethan, creating a stunning scene. He looked at Olivia and said, "Shall we talk?" Olivia didn't even spare him a glance. "Mr. Miller, I've been good recently. I haven't had any contact with any man, not even Keith. I've deleted his number as well. If any member of the opposite gender is in my vicinity, I'll run away." "So you deleted my number too?" Ethan asked through gritted teeth. "Your number is still there, and I can still reach you whenever I want." "Olivia." "Mr. Miller, you don't need to come get me. My car is here." With that, Olivia quickly got into the car. As she was about to close the door, someone's hand gripped it, stopping her from closing it. On the wrist was a watch worth $8 million, gleaming brightly under the streetlight. Ethan stood tall, blocking the light and snow behind him. Within moments, a layer of snow had accumulated on his shoulders and head. His long arm rested on the edge of the car door, and his domineering presence filled the space between them. Fixing his eyes on her, he said, "I said, let's talk." His tone was heavy, with no room for negotiation. It was a sign that danger was just around the corner. Olivia observed his figure, taking in the regal air he exuded. He was blocking the light and wind outside, which made the car seem smaller than it already was. Throughout their marriage, she'd always been in his shadow, vulnerable, and without the right to make any choices. She lifted her gaze to meet his calmly. "Do you want it now? Is that it?" After all, that was the only thing that was going on between them right now. Her question left Ethan stunned. Taking advantage of that, Olivia closed the car door and instructed the driver to go. In the distance, Ethan's figure faded in the wind and snow, much like her dream when she'd been a student. Olivia was restless and antsy for the rest of the night, afraid Ethan would retaliate. However, there was no sign of Ethan for the next few days. Marina, on the other hand, couldn't stay idle. Soon, Olivia learned that Marina intended to raise the Fordham residence and turn it into an animal breeding ground and slaughterhouse. Furious, Everly cursed Marina out. Chapter 96. And 2/2. Is she crazy? How shameless can she be? If it wasn't off limits for building a crematorium, I bet she would use the land to pile dead bodies. Now she's killing cows and pigs there to get under your skin. Olivia's face fell when she heard about it. Marina sure was ruthless. The Fordham residence could be used for commercial purposes or as a personal residence. However, the graves of the Fordham ancestors lay in the backyard, where they had been buried for over 100 years. The Fordham family had wanted to relocate, but a fortune teller had advised them not to as it would bring bad luck. Olivia didn't care about what the fortune teller had to say. In fact, she didn't care that Marina was making her life difficult either. However, she couldn't just watch and do nothing about Marina desecrating her ancestors' graves. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 97. At this moment, Marina was playing with her two children. They were fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. Ethan had named the boy Connor Miller, whereas Marina had named the girl Arina Miller, a combination of Ethan and Marina's names. "Arina, come here," Marina called. Recently, Connor had learned to walk, but Arina still had to hold onto the furniture when she took steps. The girl was weaker and didn't have Connor's sturdy legs. "Mom, Mom." Arina reached for her mom. "You're amazing, sweetie. Let me give you a hug," Marina said, before turning to Connor. "Come here, Connor." Connor glanced at her before quickly turning away, showing no intention of coming over. He had Ethan's cold, aloof gaze. Since Ethan had brought Connor back, he'd always been staring out of the window. He ignored everyone and kept to himself. Occasionally, when he fell asleep, he would call out "Mommy" a few times, but when he woke up, no matter how much they coaxed him, he wouldn't utter the word again. Since birth, the child had never been close to her. Although he and his sister had shared the same womb, their personalities were completely different. Marina watched him as she mulled over it. Just then, her assistant entered the room, saying, "All the arrangements have been made, Ms. Carlton. I used my connections to expedite the approval process, and it should be done soon." Marina handed the child to the nanny beside her so that she could open a bottle of red wine. Watching her glass fill with the dark red liquid, she grinned. "I want to see how long she can stay calm. Mr. Miller and Olivia have already divorced, Ms. Carlton. Since Mr. Miller is so devoted to you, why do you still need to do this?" the assistant asked. Marina glared at the assistant, asking, "What do you know?" The assistant trembled in fear and quickly lowered her head. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of line." Marina knew well that Ethan's kindness to her had nothing to do with love. He'd done it out of a sense of responsibility. She'd thought that Leia's death would make him completely disgusted with Olivia, but he'd only become more emotionally entangled with her after their divorce. As long as Olivia was still around, Marina's status as Mrs. Miller would never be secure. She'd waited for several days, but Olivia hadn't fallen into her trap yet. Nonetheless, she refused to believe that Olivia would remain calm after finding out about her plans to turn the Fordham residence into a slaughterhouse. Soon, she received a call from Olivia. "Hello," said Marina sleazily. "It's me, Olivia." Olivia sounded slightly annoyed. "Why did you call me, Ms. Fordham?" Marina asked. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 98. She considered all the possibilities for how this could play out on her way to Collington Cove. All she had to do was abandon her pride and cooperate with Marina. It couldn't be that difficult. What did her pride matter when she was about to die anyway? It was her first time inside Collington Cove. The decorations were all to her liking: blue arches, horseshoe-shaped windows, grey walls, and white curtains swaying in the sea breeze. It had a mysterious, romantic air to it. It was a pity that the owner of the house was Marina. With the maid leading her, Olivia arrived at the spacious and bright living room. The room sported a 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling window that provided a clear view of the sea from every angle. Before she spotted Marina, something touched her leg. It was Connor, whom she hadn't seen for some time. "Mommy," he called out, his voice cute and pleasant to the ear. His eyes were sparkling like stars in the sky, and Olivia felt a little more affectionate toward him. Connor opened his arms toward Olivia, drooling as he said, "Mommy, hug me." Olivia wanted to reach out and pat his head, but the nanny quickly came over and took Connor away. "Oh, Come upstairs, quickly, Connor. Mommy will come to play with you later, the nanny coaxed. Connor was very upset about being taken away and began to cry, reaching out his arms towards Olivia. Mommy, Mommy. Olivia's heart ached, and she was surprised that she felt this way towards Marina's son. After a while, Marina appeared on the second floor. As she could hear Connor's voice from afar, she told him, "Good boy, you finally know how to call out to me. I'll come to you later." Connor ignored her and kept looking in Olivia's direction. Marina plopped herself down on the sofa as the maid asked, "What drink would you like?" Marina rested her head on her hand, looking at Olivia with indifference. "I heard that you bake good cakes. If that's what it takes to get the Fordham residence, I can bake for you." Olivia got straight to the point. Marina laughed in response. Olivia, Olivia. I should have expected this. After all, your family has its own business. I'm sure you've been taught that you have to give something to get something. I assume you want to talk about Fordham residence. What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me? What do you want to eat? The maid will tell you. Following the maid's instructions, Olivia baked a plate of honey cake. Too sweet, Marina commented. Olivia baked a second one. Too hard. Olivia kept finding excuses to reject it. When it came to the fifth attempt, she poured the batter on Olivia's hair. Olivia held her anger in check, letting the flour mixture run down her hair and drip to the floor. Olivia lowered her head, trying to conceal her emotions. Her voice was very soft, making it difficult to discern her emotions. "Miss Carlton, I'm not a chef, so I cannot bake something to your liking." Yet Marina didn't stop there. She haughtily responded, "Olivia, you should know that I hold grudges. Didn't I tell you to bring Everly with you? This is the consequence of not listening to me." Olivia knew that Marina's arrogant and reckless behavior was all thanks to Ethan. Olivia, on the other hand, had no one to back her up. That's why Marina thought she could treat her however she liked. As Marina gleefully enjoyed Olivia's misery, the latter, who'd been considering it for a while now, suddenly moved. Swiftly, she picked up the remaining bowl of batter and slapped it on Marina's face. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even After Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 99. Even After Death by Lilting Champ Chapter 98. Evidently, Marina hadn't expected Olivia to retaliate. Just like that, her new hairdo was ruined. Exasperated, she screamed, "You little bitch! What have you done? No one would dare to do this to me." As her face was plastered with batter, Marina couldn't see where Olivia was after the latter had retreated. Grabbing at the air blindly, Marina tried to seize hold of her. Sensing movement, she lunged forward, only to step on the batter, slip, and fall to the ground. "No one has done this to me before either, Marina. You aren't the only one who has been pampered their whole life. You can't just ruin my hair as you please." Taking full advantage of the situation, Olivia slapped Marina hard before stomping on her a few times. "This is for my dead child. This is for my dead marriage. Ack, I'll kill you, you little bitch. Help me, you silly fools. Why are you doing nothing?" Marina was infuriated at being physically assaulted by Olivia. Meanwhile, the only maid in the kitchen was frozen in shock. By the time the other maids arrived to rescue Marina, Olivia was holding a sharp knife. "Stay right there." Since her face was still covered with batter, Marina couldn't open her eyes. However, she could feel something cold against her neck. "If you move an inch, I'll kill you." Marina was utterly shocked. She'd never imagined that Olivia, whom she'd bullied in the past, would suddenly go berserk. Gulping, Marina said, "If you dare to hurt me, Ethan won't spare you." Sneering, Olivia answered, "He never spared me to begin with." "Marina, why must you always take everything from me? You even want to take away Fordham residence when I have done nothing to offend you." If you keep this up, I'll just end things right now. With that, Olivia brought the knife closer, causing Marina to let out shrill cries. Stop it! You'll be dead meat if you kill me. Well, I won't be alive for much longer. Trading your life for mine isn't too big of a sacrifice. I don't have a lofty, esteemed life like you do. Since my life is in ruins, I don't see why I shouldn't end it all right now and take you with me. Shivering in fright, Marina cried, Stop. Olivia sighed, asking, what other choice do I have? I just want my possessions back. Yet you take the things I work so hard for away from me so easily. Not only that, but you're determined to destroy them too. Since I have nothing left, you're coming with me. It's just Fordham residence. Why, you can have it back. Olivia had prepared more ways to torment Marina, but the latter had folded so quickly. Given Olivia's unusual, erratic behavior, Marina was truly afraid that she would hurt her with the knife. Why should I trust you? You could always go back on your word, and I wouldn't have a chance to do this again. Marina thought to herself, do this again. Hurriedly, she explained, I'll make a call right away to cancel my application. I'll transfer the deed for Fordham residence to you. If you don't believe me, we can get lawyers to notarize this agreement. Softly, Olivia answered, do you think I have no leverage against you? I've only been trying to be civil all along. Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. Even after death by lilting champ. Chapter 100. Emotional, Olivia violently grabbed Marina's hair. Isn't Ethan a loyal, perfect man? Aren't you his precious sweetheart? I'm sure everyone would love to hear that he has an ex-wife, and you're nothing but a heartless, sly woman. I have all the evidence. She knew her threat was unlikely to affect the untouchable Ethan, who'd never cared what anyone else thought about him. However, Marina had worked hard for her achievements, and her reputation was everything to her. Hence, the threat effectively made her quiver in fear. All right, I got it. Well, it's just Fordham residence. I'll give it back to you. Just keep the knife away from me. One last thing, if you dare to trouble my friend, I will ruin your reputation. You're a smart woman, Miss Carlton. I'm sure you understand that it's not worth losing everything over such petty matters. Before this, Olivia used to think that engaging in such petty fights was unbecoming of her. Now all that mattered was the satisfaction that it brought her. Marina felt like her scalp was about to be ripped off her head. Her gloating behavior had vanished into thin air, now replaced by desperation instead. Yes. I'll listen to everything you say. The knife, please. My neck hurts. The edge of the knife blade was stained bright red with blood. While Olivia had exerted enough strength to make Marina bleed, it was in no way life-threatening. Remember this pain. If this happens again, I will kill you right away. Yes, I understand. Trembling in fear, Marina decided to avoid the psycho in the future. Finally, Olivia released her grip on Marina's neck. Cursing her rotten luck, Marina kicked the maid aside as she headed upstairs to shower and get changed. Connor, who'd been forcibly taken away, was wailing for his parents. Despite her best efforts, the nanny's attempts to pacify and soothe him were all in vain. When her phone fell out of her pocket, Connor crawled over to grab it, drooling as he called, "Dad. Call. Call Dad." Sometimes, Ethan would video call Connor through the nanny's phone. Hence, the nanny had no choice but to call Ethan. When it came to Connor, Ethan always answered his calls immediately. The moment the call connected, he was greeted by the sight of Connor's bloodshot eyes. He looked like an albino rabbit. "Dad," he cried, sounding rather aggrieved. Ethan wondered what caused Connor to cry like that. After all, he barely cried even when he fell. "What happened?" Ethan asked. "Sorry, Mr. Miller. Connor started acting strangely when a guest arrived and insisted on clinging to her. He started crying after I took him away. Since the nanny was Ethan's employee, she didn't withhold any information from him. A guest. Connor hardly ever initiated going near anyone. He wouldn't even show Marina any affection. I think they called her Miss Fordham, the nanny answered, oblivious to Olivia and Ethan's relationship. Just then, Connor rushed to the window as if he'd made a new discovery. The nanny trailed after him, calling out to him. Since they were on the second floor, they could see Olivia, who was wiping her hair with a wet towel. The sight of her filled Connor with excitement. Sprawled on the floor, to ceiling window, he repeatedly cried, "Mom! Mom!" Click to rate this post. Total, 0. Average, 0. To listen full and free even after death, please access the website, novelsaudio.com and search keywords, even after death, or click the link in the description of this video.